Chapter 201 The company's Star Destroyer. When everyone learned of the conflict in the lower city, they couldn't sit still, especially Bronia. Now Belaberg's good situation cannot be destroyed. Although the Truthic Buddhism has suppressed the chaos, it must also be done. Not long after everyone arrived at the Zayakan district. At this time Tapa also learned about Belaberg. Detailed information including the situation of Arlo No. 6. More powerful than I thought. The God of Truth and Truth must be reported to the company headquarters. No matter what the result of the treatment of Arlo 6, a level of combat power cannot be ignored. While reporting the information and waiting for the results, Tapa looked at the Gundam robot beside him. Valro is one of the big guys in the lower city. Belaberg's machine guns all use the company's underlying code. Belaberg's engineers once had no way to change the company's technology. In addition, I also heard that there is a huge arsenal under this city. Even if the technology from 700 years ago is activated, it can still destroy all the legions on Yalolo Si. This is why Tapa brought a little staff to come. In addition to her own trump card, Belaberg herself hides a huge bomb. Belaberg hid the self-defense aircraft that the company once gave to Belaberg to resist the Antimatter Legion. As long as she wants, these self-defense aircraft can be controlled instantly by her. I need to use these self-defense maneuvers to convince the company's senior management that Yarlo 6 yes is the planet under your feet that can occupy a place in the company's strategy. Valro looked at Topa and said, according to the test, you don't seem to be optimistic about this plan now. Tapa nodded and continued, this is the plan. I checked the information before coming and it is also the only feasible plan, but who knew there was an accident? Truthology. Valro added, yes, I didn't expect that. As a robot you also know the existence of the Truth Church. I naturally know that the power that saved us is that. In fact, I go to the Church of Truth every week to pray. Valro is not a believer of truth, but under the influence of Clara he still went back to pray and expressed his gratitude. So that's it. It seems that the Truth Church is stronger than I thought. Tapa nodded without much surprise. After understanding what the Truth Church does, it is no surprise that the intelligent life on Arlo No. 6 does. I thought you wanted to activate these self-defense maneuvers and let Belaberg accept your opinion by forcibly. Valro said, a possibility he had calculated. Tapa didn't speak. If Yalolo was still the original Yalolo, this might be the last resort, but because of the existence of Wumink, the company was afraid of the impact and would not do so. A sound suddenly appeared. Tapa turned around and saw Luo Wen and others. The person who speaks is naturally Luo Wen. When Tapa heard this, he was not angry, but explained, it is true. Once activated, the company's reputation will decline. This is not something the company is willing to do. The things sold can be controlled at will to attack the buyer. Once this incident spreads, it will definitely cause a sensation. Luo Wen continued, in fact Wuming threatens you for this matter. It's just that it's up to Belaberg and the news can't be spread at all. Tapa didn't comment. This is also a fact. Almost all the networks in the world are controlled by companies and it is too simple to block some information. Tapa wanted to say something, but her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the information on the phone, Tapa was surprised. Then she sighed, looked at Bronia and said, Miss Bronia, it seems that you still don't want to accept my opinion. I can't agree to the future of people who buy out the entire planet. Bronia's answer was firm. Compared to the original plot now with the Truth Church and Princess Diance's achievements, this is not a choice. That's a pity. After saying that, Tapa looked at Luo Wen again and said, what kind of force is the truthful cult? There are no clues in the entire company. Originally only I paid more attention to the matter of Arlo No. 6, but now the existence of truthful cult has caused the company. The board of directors attaches importance to it. Seeing Tapa's growing momentum, Luo Wen didn't care at all and said calmly, so what is the choice of Star Peace Company? Interesting, the company always asks for other people's choices, but now others ask about the company's choices. Tapa seemed to have a smile all the time, but the NET one, it was a bit heavy for Belaberg. Just now the company's board of directors has made a decision to allow special attacks on the Star Dome train and the Truth Church to take the account. Tapa waved his hand and the dimensional swelling that followed Tapa instantly opened the dimensional channel. As a storm flashed by, a large number of company employees and combat robots appeared in front of everyone. This is going to fight. Things are changing too quickly, right? March 71 was a little confused. It was peaceful not long ago, but the fight began in a blink of an eye. Of course her speed was not slow and she immediately took out her longbow. Pokemon such as Duolong also appeared net to Luo Wen in an instant. Bronia immediately summoned the silver-maned Iron Guard. Looking at the employees around Tapa, Rowan said, Ms. Tapa, you should know that these employees cannot pose a threat to us. Tapa nodded and said, the Truth Church has easily suppressed our employees. Of course I know that it is most likely that it is not your opponent, but there is something that Mr. Luo may have made a mistake. Alarmed the board of directors, your opponent, not me. What does it mean? Kayang asked. After the company's board of directors passed the decision, 10 nearest star destroyers began to leap towards the Airlo 6. Toppa said calmly as if he was talking about a very ordinary weapon. The star destroyer March 7th and Dome are aware of it. Do you want to directly destroy Yalilo Si? 10 star destroyers can destroy Yalilo 10 times in 1 second. Luo Wen also said coldly, does your company want to make a taboo and directly annihilate a planet with intelligent life? Toppa shook his head and said of course not, but Mr. Rowan, if the Truth Church wants to protect Belloberg in the company first and protect Airlo 6, it needs to show its corresponding strength and just melt the ice and snow of a planet. No, of course if you admit defeat now everything can be regarded as not happening. Luo Wen said it seems that the company's goal has been shifted to the Truth Church, so what price do you have to pay? Chapter 202 Fusion Flare comparable to stars. Mr. Luo Wen, I have to say that you are very bold and very sharp. Toppa laughed out loud when he heard Luo Wen's word. The company's 10 star destroyers are close to Yalilo 6 and they are still negotiating terms with the company. Luo Wen didn't say anything but still looked at Toppa. Toppa didn't say nonsense, saying Mr. Luo Wen, if you want to protect Airlo number 6 you naturally have to prove the strength of the Truth Church. Otherwise anyone could threaten the company and the company would not be able to maintain it for a long time. Of course I believe Mr. Luo Wen, you can see that the company does not want to be completely enemies with you. If the company fails this time, Belloberg debt will be completely emptied and a lot of resources will be invested to support Airlo 6 resurrection. In addition, the company will also use its own resources to spread faith within 10 system years. I believe Mr. Luo Wen can understand the weight of these resources. As the largest company in the world, the company's influence is naturally needless to say. In 10 years Helping Hand promoted the truth and religion, which was a huge sum of money. Once fulfilled, the Truth Church will quickly become famous in the world. Luo Wen could not predict how much Risharam's strength could be improved. You don't care about the life or death of the employees. Toppa smiled and said Mr. Luo Wen is really kind-hearted. Don't worry, the Star Destroyer is controlled by the intelligence system and even if it is completely destroyed there is no problem. In addition, please do not regard them as ordinary Star Destroyer, otherwise what will happen? There is no guarantee either. How could the board of directors intervene? Only 10 ordinary Star Destroyers could be sent. The starship that condenses the scientific and technological achievements of Star Peace Company and the General Envoy comes, there is only the fate of being suppressed. Then I hope you don't feel heartbroken about the losses. Luo Wen accepted the bet of Star Peace Company. He had no reason to refuse, whether for the sake of Airlo number 6 or for the Truthic Church. As for the company's Star Destroyer with Risharam there, he was not afraid at all. Risharam has not yet reached the strength of a complete star god in this world, but he is much stronger than Lingch. The company's Star Destroyer cannot reach this level. If there is such strength, there will probably be only one force left in the universe now. Toppa's E-Press Zion remained unchanged when he heard Rowan's word and said, then let me wait and see. Confronting the company is not that simple. In Toppa's view, the Truthic Church, which has at most power at the command level, will not be a rival to the company. This time it is destined to be unfair. The company has not established its authority for a long time. Unless the Truthic cult can easily crush the Star Destroyer sent by the company, it is destined to have no good result. Only by crushing the combat power sent by the company can you win against the Truth Church. In addition, it will be destroyed later. Thinking of this, Toppa couldn't help but say, Mr. Rowan, Miss Bronia, I still hope Belloberg accept my agreement. As a person from the company, she didn't say anything Etra, but she still reminded her in a vague way. Yalilo 6 is very similar to her parent star. The original intention of coming here was to really want Helping Hand Belloberg, who knew that so many accidents would happen and she couldn't control the direction of the development of things now. Miss Toppa doesn't have to worry about this. After saying that, Rowan turned around and left, saying, Bronia, please entertain Ms. Toppa. I think Ms. Toppa will talk to us about the matter after coming. Yes, Mr. Luo Wen. At this point things are no longer something Bronia can handle. At the same time, the Star Dome train staying on the track of Airlo 6 also detected the arrival of the Star Destroyer. GZI immediately contacted Kyan with March 7. What exactly happened? How could a Star Destroyer come? When GZI knew what happened, she was also a little confused. Things were going too fast, even she didn't react. But she is different from Toppa. This time the company probably miscalculated. After so long, someone finally appeared who could take advantage of the company. After Luo Wen walked out of the lower city, he released Risharam directly. Risharam, it's time to move your body. I will do my best. Even a casual sentence can give Luo Wen great confidence. Then Luo Wen rode Risharam and entered the starry sky directly. Like before, Risharam still took the initiative to release the protective cover to protect his safety. In fact, with his physique, even if he did not sign a contract with Duolong and others, he could survive in the universe and survive for a long time. His physique with lifting the restrictions was so domineering. It's just that Risharam is worried that he makes protective covers every time. As soon as he entered the universe, Luo Wen saw the Star Destroyer. The distance was very far, but under Risharam's helping hand he still saw clearly. At the same time, the company's fleet also detected the Risharam that was completely unhidden. These 10 Star Destroyers were just like what Tapa said, and there was no one inside, and they were all automatically controlled by the system. Of course, the company can still see the real-time transmission screen. The vitality was detected to leave the planet codenamed Aralosik. After detection, the appearance and image were similar to the image of the gods of the Truth Church. Then a photo was sent back. Many people are paying attention to the company, especially Tapa's colleagues Shi Xin and 10 others. Jade, one of Shi Xin's 10 people, saw this scene and said with a smile, "Is this the god directly summoning it?" Shajin, one of the 10 people, and Shi Xin said, "Who knows whether it is a clone or a body." Jade, what about a bet with me? If I win, you lend me the Jade Stone. Jade Stone, one of the symbols of the 10 people in the Heart of Stone, also contains the power of protection. What you want to do is a big deal that concerns our entire department. Even if it doesn't have this, I will lend it to you. But I'm curious, what do you think? Jade showed an interesting look. In her opinion, the company has invested a lot this time and it is basically impossible to lose. Sajikan glanced at Risharam in the picture and said, "I bet on the Truth Church to win." As soon as these words came out, Jade fell silent. Shajin's gambling fortune is extremely magical. From a slave to 10 people, and Shi Xin luck also has a great factor. Now I think the company will lose. You have to know that these Star Destroyers use imaginary pulse weapons. Even if they are incomplete, their power is extremely terrifying. Imaginary weapons, genius research by the Genius Club and the first experiment, they instantly destroyed more than 20 planets. After that, Genius found out, he regretted it very much, took away all the information and sealed it up and imprisoned his memory. The company only has incomplete information, but just incomplete information is terrible enough. Of course I know, but I still think that the Truth Church wins, which is my intuition. If others say intuition, Jade will only laugh at it, but this is the extremely powerful sand gold for dog. Then let's wait and see. If you insist on saying anything, losing will not have a big impact on us, Jade said inexplicably. Sand Gold knows the reason why Jade says this. This time the Truthful Cult, which has at least one level of combat power, was the final decision made by the board of directors, but the initial proposal was the person from the Market Development Department. The Market Development Department has a bad relationship with them. It's better to win, after all they are all from the same company. Shajin's words would not say that. Haha. Jade just smiled and didn't say anything. Only if she can believe this is a ghost. The hometown and ethnic group of Sajin were destroyed, but it has something to do with the Market Development Department. The employees of the company who remotely controlled the Star Destroyer were a little excited when they saw Risharam. I actually appeared on my own initiative just to try the power of the weapon. We can't do it now. We need to put the battlefield in a deserted area. After all, Director Tapa is still on that planet, and there is also a planet of wisdom. Then contact the person in the so-called god and let him go to the battlefield. Even if Risharam and Luo Wen seem to have no communication means, it will not affect their contact. Luo Wen received the message conveyed by the company and did not object. Risharam, can I do it? Yes. Risharam's answer will always bites reassuring. The company employees who were manipulating behind the scenes did not expect to receive a response. After sending the message, they controlled the Star Destroyer to move towards a place that had been decided long ago. Then when they were far away in a certain branch of the company, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds at the same time. Lead the way. At first they hadn't reacted, and when they reacted they were all shocked. Is this a response from the Truth Church? How did they pass the information to us and it was directly into our minds? This method makes even the operators of the Star Destroyer who have seen the world feel a little horrible. Fortunately, it is naturally not a fool who can get to this position. Their leaders said directly, everyone is calm, there are all kinds of means and there are not many people who can do this kind of thing. They all give me some attention. This means are nothing, and suppressing them later is everything. Yes. The employees calmed down and focused on controlling the Star Destroyer. Soon the Star Destroyer reached the predetermined location and opened the shield without any hesitation. Jade, who can see the live situation, said the imaginary protection shield can withstand even the attack of the commander for a few strokes. During this period, countless pulse weapons will be activated and the 10 Star Destroyers are all in this configuration. If you can confront these configurations head on, you will have to hate it. How can you win the Truth Church? If you don't face it head on, these Star Destroyers may not be able to use orders. But if it is a head-on confrontation, the 10 Star Destroyers will be extremely terrifying weapon. Luo Wen naturally also saw the raised protective cover. Risharam, how? The fragile protective cover is not as strong as Qram's body defense. The incoming Lime commented impolitely and even used Qram as a unit. Then you don't need bide Risharam, can you end the battle with one blow? As long as you want. Okay, Risharam. Fusion flare. In an instant a sea of fire that could not be seen appeared out of thin air in the starry sky, and the flames in the sea of fire gathered at an incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye a giant formed. What's going on? Why is the second sun in the sky? Not long after Luo Wen left, Bronia and others came to the upper city area and wanted to wait for the result. As a result, I saw a second sun in the starry sky now. But they don't know, and someone from Belloberg knows it. The believers of the Truth Church shouted, this is the power of truth and the God of truth. The God once again took action to protect our planet. Among them the Archbishop is the most pious and almost takes the land with his head. Princess Diancie also recognized it. This is the power of Lord Risharam. Tapa heard Princess Diancie's voice and subconsciously looked at the second sun in the sky. Risharam, she knew that the God of the Truth Church. This is the power of the gods of the Truth Church. She felt that things seemed to be moving in an unpredictable direction. She had confidence in the power of the company before, but now she is not that firm. Not only Tapa but in fact all those who secretly pay attention to this matter could not hide their shock, because they saw that Risharam created a fireball comparable to a star in almost instant, and it can even be said that this is a star. The void seemed to be burned through the flames and began to twist. The system is affected by unknown factors and it is difficult to gather imaginary energy. The virtual shield begins to decay and its defense power decreases by 1%, 2%. The control network was affected, the connection was abnormal, and the Star Destroyer began to convert to autonomous driving mode, and the result was unknown. The employees who remotely operated the Star Destroyer in the company's branch became busy in an instant. The leader in charge of these people did not look good. The opponent has had such a huge impact before he even started to attack. What does this mean? He actually understood it in his heart. Sure enough, Risharam launched a fireball comparable to a star condensed by fusion flare. Under this skill, the 10 Star Destroyers that can easily destroy the planet have no ability to resist and are destroyed almost instantly, and all defense means have no effect. As Risharam said, their shields were as crisp as paper. As for the virtual weapons, there is no chance of using them, and as long as everyone watching the game knows, even if it is used, the final result will probably not change. In an instant the area of the starry sky was cleared. Even Luo Wen was under great impact. Although there were similar battles with QREM in Pokemon World, that battle was far less shocking than this one. The divine beast that has been lifted has extremely terrifying strength. Looking at the silent starry sky, Luo Wen asked Risharam, have you used all your strength? Risharam's answer was straightforward, they don't need me to use all my strength yet. That's right. Luo Wen smiled, nodded in approval, and then said, since the matter is over, then go back and take it. It's time to receive the spoils. After the battle ended, Luo Wen did not forget his bet with the company, and he thought the company would not fail to fulfill it. At the same time, the result of the battle instantly reached the eyes of all senior executives of the company. Not only that, it is spreading towards the entire world. After all, it is not only the company's senior management who is paying attention to this matter. Chapter 203 Reactions from all parties. An invitation from the Black Tower. The Star Destroyer of Star Peace Company was unable to do combat power at all, and the battle ended instantly. Risharam did not stay in the starry sky for too long and went back to Belloberg and found Bronia and others. Mr. Luo Wen. When Bronia saw Luo Wen, she immediately came over. What's the result? Luo Wen smiled and said, don't worry, as for the result, I want to come to Ms. Tapa to explain it in detail. Many things need Tapa to cooperate. At the moment the battle ended, Tapa received a message from the company's senior management and learned the result. The company suffered a crushing defeat. As the results came together, there was also the decision of the company's board of directors. Of course, this decision was conveyed by the boss of Xin 10 people. Metagross, the intelligent star god, the broad knowledge lord, was originally just a star computer in the colonial universe that solved all things and was finally upgraded to the star god. In the collapse universe, it is the representative of wisdom. The genius club to which the Black Tower belongs itself belongs to Professor's faithful faction. Of course, there are only a few people who can join the genius club. Ba Shizun also has a believer faction called Professor's Society, and the people among them are also geniuses. Ba Shizun is also a star god with great influence and a wide range of believers in the entire universe. As an intelligence envoy, He Ta had met Ba Shizun, so he would not make any mistakes about this aura. Ba Shizun definitely arrived at her space station. It's not the kind of looking here but the real arrival. Why did the star god come? He Tower subconsciously looked at the simulated universe. If you want to talk about the difference between the space station and the previous one, there is only Luo Wen. Is it because of that god named Risharam? Truth sect is not a secret sect, and Haydn knows very well what kind of god Risharam is. Truth. This word alone has already coincided with Ba Shizun's fate. Truth and knowledge do not conflict. click. There are many cases where star gods devour each other's life path. Can a war between gods break out? Haida was a little worried. The war between gods is not a small fight. Once the fight starts it will at least be a Gala-Y level destruction and no one can stop it. Of course this is just a possibility, not necessarily. Since you didn't fight immediately it means that the worst situation has not reached. Try to contact Luo Wen first to see if you can contact. Hey Tower tried to contact Luo Wen in the simulated universe. There was no accident and the message she sent was not responded to and there was no way he wanted to log into the simulated universe. You can be sure that Bo Shizun came because of Luo Wen. The same is true. Luo Wen was originally experiencing the power of life and passing the level to simulate the universe. However, after obtaining the power of the fate, the entire simulated universe scene changed. The scene from the Hay Tower space station has become a void space. The void space is a bit like the universe but there are no stars. Just when he was confused a giant appeared in front of him. It was a huge mechanical creature comparable to the formation. The upper half was a metal sphere and the center of the sphere emitted a red light like a red-colored eyeball. The lower half was a large number of lines which seemed to link the universe and wanted to go from read information in the universe. Luo Wen instantly recognized the identity of this huge mechanical object. Star God, broad-minded master. Risharam also immediately came out to remind the visitor is very powerful. Be careful, either return to his own world immediately or I will lift the limit of my power. Risharam's power in the collapse universe has been restricted a lot but it is not impossible to force it to be lifted. When Luo Wen heard Risharam's words he immediately said, don't worry, for the time being he is the god of this world, Ba Shizun. It seems that this is not simulated. Is this god in this world? It's really powerful. Be careful. Risharam plain. I have gone to many worlds and this is the first time Risharam has seen a force that can threaten. If it's just K it doesn't matter but Luo Wen is there too. It is just because Luo Wen can return to his own world at any time that he is not particularly an ES. Luo Wen nodded, then took a step forward and approached Ba Shizun. The essence of the star god is too high. When ordinary people face the star god, let alone acting, it is good to not faint, but he doesn't feel much. Ba Shizun, are you here for me? The red light in the center of Ba Shizun's sphere flashed a few times. Luo Wen immediately realized that this was Ba Shizun's communication method. I am indeed here for you. Hello, people from another world and gods from another world. Very similar to human communication method. This is Pokemon's telepathy and the conveyed meaning will be understood in the most suitable way. Then the purpose, the star god is not so idle, right? Luo Wen continued to ask. The star gods are all on their own path and they will not care about anything except their own path. Ba Shizun must have been more than just to meet him. I want to meet the gods around you. Before Luo Wen responded, Risharam appeared in the simulated universe. Of course it is still in the simulated universe and Luo Wen himself doesn't know. In order to have a normal conversation with Ba Shizun, Risharam also set his body size as big as a star. I communicate with you, don't worry. Hearing Risharam's words, Luo Wen nodded. In fact, he didn't make much sense to worry about this situation. Then Risharam and Bo Shizun began a conversation. Originally Luo Wen thought he could understand the dialogue between the two, but later he found that he was too naive. The dialogue between gods cannot understand what it means. Time passed slowly and Luo Wen didn't know how long it had passed. The dialogue between the two gods finally ended. Risharam's voice rang in Luo Wen's mind. The communication was very smooth. I gained a lot, maybe my strength could improve. Luo Wen subconsciously said, are you changing knowledge? Risharam answered, that's right. According to Ba Shizun, this is the intersection of fate. If I were from this world, I and I might swallow each other, but I belong to another world. Our two fates meet and we will only bring the benefit. Hearing these words, Luo Wen breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was quite worried that the negotiation would not be reached, and it seems that there would not be such concerns now. Is it completely over now? That's right. In addition, Ba Shizun will leave you and Metagross a little gift. Risharam's words surprised Luo Wen. Bo Shizun gave him a gift. Will the star god do such a thing? What kind of gift is it? You will know soon. Luo Wen looked at Bo Shizun. At this time the red light in the center of Ba Shizun's sphere flashed again and two rays of light fell on him and Metagross respectively. As the light fell, Luo Wen immediately knew what Ba Shizun's gift was. He gets the gift. Simply put, he can help him develop his brain and psychic. Even if he is a man of wisdom and mediocreness, he can become a mega genius. The speed of developing psychic will become extremely fast in the future. As for the gift Metagross receives, it is easier to develop the brain in this world in the future. After receiving the gift, Luo Wen wanted to thank Bo Shizun, but he looked up and found that Bo Shizun had already left. Risharam said, no need to say more about the gifts you get. Metagross gets a lot of benefit. K is very interested in Metagross and wants to see how Metagross, which can develop brain domains, can reach Metagross felt that he was a little different, but he didn't figure out what the specific difference was. Luo Wen was in a good mood and said to Metagross, you can feel any changes slowly. Once this time there will definitely be no problem when you learn the technology of simulating the universe net. Metagross shook his body to show that he knew. Reshiram also said, okay, you can go back now. If you don't go back, Luo Wen's friend will be very uneasy. In a blink of an eye, Luo Wen returned to the simulated universe again. The background was still the Black Tower space station, and Reshiram also disappeared as if everything just now was illusion. However, feeling the gift of Ba Shizun, he knew that all this was true. Luo Wen, are you okay? Haida came with some uneasy voice. Luo Wen came to his senses, looked at Haida and said with a smile, Haida, I thought you geniuses are always rational and will not be uneasy no matter what you encounter. Seeing Luo Wen recovered, Haida was still in a joking mood, and he also returned to calm down, saying, you helping hand, I will test the simulated universe. If an accident occurs, it is my fault. In addition, what exactly did you encounter? Ba Shizun came just now. It has something to do with you. Didn't you say everything I encountered? Ba Shizun. Luo Wen did not hide his experience just now. After all, the things that Metagross became the commander cannot be hidden. Sure enough, I came to find you. Fortunately, there was no war between gods. After all, the fate of the intellectual star god and the god of truth are very similar. Haha, not only is there no battle, but the communication between them is also very pleasant. According to the god of truth, the intellectual star god should have made considerable progress. Haida called Reshiram the god of truth, and Luo Wen followed her. Let's say this together. Have you got along happily? Can Bo's Hizun make progress? As the top genius in the universe, Haida did not expect that he would not understand it. Or it's not that I can't understand, but that I can't understand. Luo Wen knew where the question was about Haida and said, it seems that because he is a god from different worlds, even if the power is somewhat similar in nature, it will not swallow each other but can accommodate new knowledge and improve each other. Haida was silent for a while and said, the other world is indeed a treasure. She became more and more unbearable and wanted to find Kyung immediately and go to another world. Otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to feel like the treasure mountain in front of you, but you cannot get a slight treasure. Now we are also working together. I will help you. Haida nodded, pressed his gratitude, and then said, do you still want to experience it? Luo Wen shook his head and said, forget it. I didn't expect that Ba Shizun would come. Now it's just Ba Shizun. If the happy star god Aha comes net time, I will be in trouble. It's not that I'm afraid of the star god of joy, but that I'm trouble. Just decide for yourself. Hey Ta also knows the god of happy stars and knows that if he is targeted by the god of happy stars, he may never have peace. Then Luo Wen took Metagross and the others out of the simulated universe. As soon as he left the simulated universe, Haida felt the qualitative change in Metagross's body. Is this the commander of? She herself is the commander of, so naturally she won't admit your mistake. Luo Wen explained, when you meet with Ba Shizun you become an envoy. Metagross is similar. Of course this is a gift from Ba Shizun. It's really a gift to take the initiative. Generally speaking, if you want to become an envoy, you need to be recognized by the knowledge and honor. The method to be recognized by the knowledge and honor is very simple, that is to study the results that have an impact on the entire universe. In other words, you must be a genius in order to become an envoy. But Metagross changed this situation. The Metagross brain is good compared to the mega computer, but if you want to talk about research results, let alone the Black Tower, no researcher can compare to the space station. But this is also a good thing. Metagross can learn to simulate the universe faster and maybe even find unpected result. Hey, Tower knows what benefits will be after becoming an envoy of the. I think so too. From now on, please teach Metagross well. If Metagross is well learned, he may also be a top science and technology researcher when he returns to Pokemon World. The technological development level of the Burning Universe is much higher than that of Pokemon World. Of course, once you have achieved success, the core project must be the simulated universe of Pokemon World. I can do it without saying that I can do it. If such a genius is not taught well, it would be a waste of talent. Luo Wen nodded and said, since that's the case, I have nothing to do. As I said before, I will keep Metagross with you for a while and will come to pick him up after a while. No problem. Do you need to leave food? Haida asked. I will leave some, but you can eat things in your world and the effect is the same. Pokemon's food is very complicated and he eats everything after the restrictions are lifted, so Luo Wen said so. I understand. I will let Isida arrange it. Haida had no pressure to trouble Isida. Seeing that the matter was arranged, Luo Wen said, okay, then I'm going to be ready to leave too. Are you going back? It's okay, but I have a reluctant request. Can I give some Pokemon's body parts research? Obviously Pokemon itself is also worth studying for Black Tower. Luo Wen thought for a while and said, my Pokemon is not good. Net time I can bring you some parts of the body that naturally fall off the Pokemon. Many Pokemon props such as Dragon Teeth and Prism Scale fell off the Pokemon and there was no big problem in researching them for Black Tower. Thank you then. After discussing all the matters, Luo Wen looked at Metagross and said, Metagross, you can stay here and study hard for a while, right? Meta. The Metagross voice was very firm. After he proposed the idea of learning, he knew that it would be the result. Now we are just separated for the time being and we will never meet. Garcomp can do it and he can do it too. Only by learning can Luo Wen help. After saying goodbye to Metagross, Luo Wen found the host of the space station Ista and said goodbye. Either wanted to keep him, but he was determined to go back, and in the end he did not force him to stay. He just said that he would come and have a good hospitality NET time. Then he said goodbye to Kyung March 7th and others on his phone, and he returned to Pokemon World. Chapter 207 Harvest and Parallel World. Back at Pokemon World, Luo Wen took a deep breath. It's true that my own world is better. It's true. Reshiram also spoke out. As a god of Pokemon World, he relied more on Pokemon World. I will stay in Pokemon World for a while. By the way, I forgot to ask, in the Colonial World Reshiram Bashizun has been promoted. What about you? Reshiram communicated with Bashizun and Bashizun's fate became wider. Reshiram could not have gained nothing at all, right? My gains are not small, but it will take some time to digest them. When all the gains in that world are digested, my strength will be greatly enhanced. What is probably the degree? Luo Wen asked curiously. The scope of this is somewhat vague. When greatly enhanced, even if Qrem digest the benefits of the Divine Stone, he will not be my opponent. Poor Qrem was used as a combat unit by Reshiram again, but in this way Luo Wen also had a clear understanding. It seems that Reshiram has gained a lot and can continue to suppress Qrem. Then you digest these forces well. In Pokemon World there should be nothing to bother you. Reshiram nodded, indicating that he knew. Of course, because Tagros stayed in the Collapse World, and Luo Wen asked Reshiram to send his own to the city where Minji was at this time. At this time Minji had left Jiguang City and headed for other places. When Minji saw Luo Wen, she was very happy and then told her plan. And I plan to travel to Hone Region NET place. Hone Region? Luo Wen was a little surprised by Minji's choice. Can you tell me the reason? After the Unova League ended, Minji challenged and did have plans to travel to other regions to increase his knowledge. I originally thought she would choose the Sinnoh region, who had traveled for a while, or traveled in the Pedia region, but in the end she chose the Hone region. When you went to another world, I met Hone Elite Drake Elite and he invited me to challenge the Hone Alliance. Minji briefly summarized his Eparian. Drake Elite is coming to the Pedia region? Minji nodded and said, well, it seems that after a short stop on the voyage I happened to meet it. I challenged Drake Elite, but unfortunately I lost a crushing defeat. Although Minji is now strong, he is still a little worse than Drake Elite, so it is normal to lose. Then go. Each region has its own characteristics and it's also good to travel more. When will you go? Luo Wen asked. I just land to set off when you come back, Minji said with a smile. If it weren't for waiting for Luo Wen, she had already gone to Hone region. Luo Wen laughed and said, then I'll go to Hone region with you just to see if I can see Mr. Steven. Metagross's super evolutionary stone-ite is still obtained from him, so let's see if I can get some more. Let me prepare one for you too. Minji was a little moved. As a trainer, she understood the value of super evolutionary stone-ite and there was no need to be polite to Luo Wen. However, it is precisely because she knows the value of super evolutionary stone-ite that she knows how difficult it is to obtain it. The super evolution obtained by Luo Wen was asked by the Pokemon Alliance headquarters in Kanto. If Luo Wen wanted it himself, it would probably not be that simple. Hearing Minji's words, Luo Wen smiled mysteriously and said, don't worry, Steven must be willing. It was decided to travel to Hone region and Luo Wen and Minji did not delay it. After saying goodbye to my friend in the Pedia region, I boarded the airship to the Hone region. It takes about a week to board the airship, much faster than a steamship and more comfortable than a plane. During this period, Luo Wen also began to summarize his gains in the Iron Collapsed World. His greatest gain was naturally that he received gifts from Bashizun and his brain area was developed. After trying to easily pinch an iron spoon into a ball with psychic, Luo Wen knew that his psychic level had completely surpassed the power of aura. Even if I can't do it now in Pokemon World, teleport and even turn people into dolls like Sabrina, it's equivalent to a relatively powerful psychic and it will be easier to develop it in the future. Luo Wen has always put aura's power first. I know that there will be such an opportunity to go to the Colonial World this time. It is very difficult to catch up with psychic in the development level of aura. Of course, with the strengthening of brain domain, aura's power has actually increased to a certain extent, but it is not as obvious as psychic. No matter what, it is a good thing. It will take a lot of time to reach this level in Pokemon World and now it can be considered a step forward. Minji fought in the airship's battle area and Princess Diancie was by Luo Wen's side and she also had to digest her own gain. Hearing Luo Wen's word, Princess Diancie sighed. Rao Wen, are your psychic so powerful? So powerful? Haha, it's not worth mentioning. Compared to me, Diancie, have you gained something after you come back. Princess Diancie found the possibility of restoring the vitality of Arlo number 6 in the collapse world, but she only needed to go back to Pokemon world to confirm. After she came back, she hadn't been in the Pokeball much. Princess Diancie shook her head and said, there is not a big result yet, but I feel that the direction is right. I will definitely be able to restore the vitality of Arlo 6. In addition, maybe I have found the meaning of life. Luo Wen's eyes lit up and he said, oh really, can you tell me? His Diancie will sooner or later experience this step, and it will be better if he has experience. Princess Diancie had no idea of hiding her own personalities and said, I stayed in Belloberg for a long time and found that Belloberg is actually a little similar to the diamond mine country that is crisis of survival. If Belloberg cannot solve the problem of wind and snow and cannot solve the problem of vitality, it may disappear. If I cannot replenish the ability of the sacred diamonds, the diamond mine country will not exist. But Belloberg never thought of giving up. Even without Luo Wen's intervention, they still believe that there will be hope in the future, and all this is for the purpose of continuing. Perhaps the meaning of life is very simple, that is, continue. The meaning of life is continuation. Luo Wen was a little surprised when he got the answer. According to the original plot, Diancie will also understand the meaning of life. However, at that time Princess Diancie realized the meaning of life as a guardian. Originally he thought that in the city of protection Diancie would eventually understand the protection, but now it seems to be different from him. Of course, continuation and protection do not conflict. Princess Diancie saw Luo Wen fall into deep thought and asked carefully, Luo Wen, is there any problem with my thought? She is not very old and can easily be influenced by outsiders. Luo Wen, a person recognized by the divine beast, was even more recognized by Princess Diancie. Luo Wen thought of this and immediately said, no Diancie, no matter what, you must believe in yourself and go the path you believe in, and you will definitely succeed. Princess Dionysia was very happy and had been away from the diamond mining kingdom for quite some time. Now she finally found hope and hoped to rescue the diamond mining kingdom. She will not give up. A week passed by and the airship landed at Moss Deep City, where the Hone Region Aviation Center was located. It finally here, Minji said with a smile. Sure enough, people still have to step on the ground. Luo Wen heard the second half of the sentence and said with a smile, don't be heard by Team Aqua, otherwise they will cause trouble for you. Team Aqua? I remember it was Hone's dark organization, Minji said with a hint of confusion. That's right, it's the dark organization. Their philosophy is to turn the whole world into a world of oceans, and there is also an organization that opposes them called Team Magma, who wants to turn the whole world into a continent. Luo Wen plain. No wonder you said that. Minji suddenly realized. She just said that it is better for people to step on the ground, and it runs contrary to Team Aqua's philosophy. Of course she didn't care. Luo Wen himself was just a joke and did not continue to talk, but said, let's go take a break and you can start traveling, but this time you may need to travel alone for a while. After all, he still has a mission in the Pasha region. It's okay, I can't always rely on you. Minji is not that kind of pretentious girl either. Then the two advanced towards the Moss Deep City area. After Luo Wen sent Minji into the city, he said goodbye to Minji and planned to return to the Pedia region. As a result, Risharam, who had been digesting the harvest of the Iron World, suddenly spoke out. Rovan, something in your backpack seems to have reacted. Luo Wen immediately opened his backpack and soon found what Risharam said. What to Professor left him? That is the meteorite wrapped in a strange mechanical device. Why did this thing suddenly react? Luo Wen was very confused. It was not long before he had received this thing, but no changes had occurred. As a result, when he arrived at Hone region, he reacted. He didn't believe it if he had nothing to do with Hone region. Risharam, how do you feel now? When I just got the meteorite, Risharam said that because of the peripheral mechanical device I could not feel the special features of the meteorite. There may be changes when there is a reaction now. However, Risharam's answer disappointed him. I still can't feel any abnormality, as if it was an ordinary stone. However, as long as you are not stupid, you will not think that meteorites are ordinary. Luo Wen took the meteorite into his hand, thought for a while and said, Risharam, you can't feel it. So what about me? This thing is said to be futile, but in fact I will definitely participate in the future. Maybe the secret is there. I myself. He thought about his brain circuit. Recognize the master with blood? Impossible. In Pokemon world he would not use this method, so he thought of his two abilities, the power of psychic and aura. After thinking about it, he tried to release aura's power to cover the meteorite. As soon as the power of aura covered the meteorite, the devices around the meteorite immediately changed and became brighter. It's really useful. Luo Wen was a little excited and found the right direction, but it seems that it is still not enough. It cannot activate the equipment by relying solely on the power of aura. If you have a meteorite, then try it with psychic. The power of aura can work, so psychic can definitely do it. Sure enough, as psychic touched the meteorite and the device, a strong light appeared and then a hole appeared in front of him. This is space channel. Risharam has also been paying attention to the situation and immediately recognized the empty essence. This thing will appear every time you travel through another world. Looking at the space channel, Luo Wen swallowed and said, can the technology of Futo Professor travel to another world? Pokemon World. Black technology is indeed powerful, but this is too outrageous. What world will this be opposite? Risharam appeared from the Pokeball and looked at the space channel. After a long time he said, this is indeed a channel to another world, but it is essentially different from the other world you are going to. If I feel it is not wrong, the opposite side should be with our world is the same. Luo Wen did not have such powerful perception as Risharam, but he could understand what Risharam meant. You mean parallel world? The parallel world is a good idea. Yes, it is a parallel world. By the way, you have actually seen this kind of space channel. The person who wants to liberate Qrem and has used something similar. Risharam's words made Luo Wen recall it. He has indeed seen similar space channels. Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket Kuakasi is to use the space channel to leave. So this is going to the world controlled by Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket? Rowan guessed. I don't know. What are you going to do? Faced with Risharam's problem, Luo Wen looked at the space channel and said how to do it. Risharam, can you leave safely when facing many Zekrom level divine bees? If you just leave you can do 10. Risharam was very confident. That's good. Since that's the case, I must go and have a look. Luo Wen did not hesitate at all. Since there is a suspected opportunity to go to a parallel world, how could he give up? Risharam knew Luo Wen's plan, hesitated for a while and said, if you want to go you have to make sure you can use this device to come back. In addition, it's best to bring Qrem with you. Although he was confident for the sake of Luo Wen's safety, he decided to be more cautious. Hearing this, Luo Wen smiled and said, don't worry, when I activated it I knew the function of the meteorite peripheral mechanical device. If you can go you can come back. As for Qrem, just take it with you. After confirming that he was going to another world, Luo Wen notified Minji with his mobile phone information and returned to Unova. Although Qrem had not digested the divine stone yet, he would not refuse even if he called out to him, and went directly to Pokeball. After preparing everything, he opened the space channel again. Chapter 208 Special Chapter Parallel World Sapphire. At the first glance, when you pass through the space passage, Luo Wen saw many Bagons gathered together to keep warm, and beside these Bagons were a few Salaminces lying on their lying as if protecting Bagon. Fortunately, as Risharam judged, it was still the world of Pokemon. But where did this come from? Salamins is distributed in various regions around the world. Of course, the most common place is Hone region. He had reason to suspect that he was still Hone when he came to the parallel world, but the specific situation still needs to be determined. At this time, Duolong and Aegislash were already guarding him. He can observe the environment around him with peace of mind. Now the place where he is a little dark. When he looks up, he sees the black and grey rock walls with rocks everywhere and the sound of water flowing from afar. Is this inside the cave? Hone region cave. Salamin. Luo Wen had a rough guess about where he was. Hone region meteor falls. His sudden appearance also attracted Salamanki's attention and flew towards him. Duolong and Aegislash immediately came to him. Salaminces are very alert to the sudden appearance of outsiders, but as Pokemon who can grow to their final form in the wild, they have extremely keen perceptions and can sense the power of Doran and Aegislash, so they did not take action as soon as possible. Luo Wen immediately spoke. Salamins, I just came here accidentally and will leave soon. He still likes Salamins, but now he has no idea of subduing it. The first purpose now is to figure out where you are and to figure out what the things that Futo left behind were. Salamins did not relish his vigilance when he heard Luo Wen's word. Luo Wen, didn't he have nonsense? Start to release your psychic. Looking for the it of the cave. After being gifted by Bo Shizun, his current psychic is already very strong, so it is still easy to find an outlet. Not long after he planned the route, he held Aegislash's shield and said, Aegislash, go there. Aegislash took him away while Duolong looked at Salamins and others causing the attack. It is better to do what you say. Seeing that Luo Wen did leave, Salaminses would not cause trouble. After leaving the place where the Salamins tribe lived, Luo Wen passed a huge waterfall and entered the main road of the cave. The possibility of a popular waterfall here is getting higher and higher. Only, what's going on? Why are the Pokemon in the cave gathered together? It seems that they are afraid of something. The Salamins tribe just now is also. It is normal for Pokemon to have ethnic groups, but it is rare to see that they all gather together like now. Luo Wen asked Aegislash to speed up his progress, and not long after he reached the it of the cave. As soon as he left the cave, the first thing he noticed was the dark clouds in the sky, the dark cloud that almost blocked the entire sky. Lightning and thunder in the dark clouds were like a god roaring, which was extremely terrifying. The heavy rain fell and was blocked by his psychic. Unexpectedly, Duolong and Aegislash were found. Now even if Luo Wen doesn't have any information, he knows that something big has definitely happened in this world. A battle between between the divine beasts? This was his first idea. The last time I saw such a scene, it was the battle between Reshiram and Zekrom, which affected the climate of the entire Unova. As long as you encounter this situation in Pokemon world, there will definitely be no problem with putting the culprit on the divine beast. If it were Hone region, it would probably be Kyogre and Groudon who fought. It is normal for Kyogre and Groudon to have SE when they meet. Reshiram, do you feel anything? Is it a battle of divine beast? You are not wrong. The climate abnormality is indeed caused by the divine beast. Of course, I don't know what the specific situation is. In this world, my power is not as strong as the other world. Reshiram answered quickly. After all, this is also Pokemon world. Reshiram's power is not as powerful as a real other world, and Rowan is not surprised. It should be okay to find the location of the battle. Yes, I'll take you there. Reshiram gave an affirmative answer. Okay, I'll bother you. Find out the situation first. Luo Wen took back Dolong and Aegislash, then released Reshiram and jumped behind Reshiram. Reshiram was very fast, and as he approached the location of the war, the storm and heavy rain became more and more violent. How could there be such a heavy rain? Is Kyogre's return to the original? The original return of Kyogre will become the Sea of Origin, and endless rainstorms will fall from the sky until the continent is submerged. After a while, the storm and rain suddenly disappeared, turning into endless scorching sun with extremely high temperatures, as if they were not in the same world. Is this the impact of the ending place? The ending place, the characteristics of Groudon's original return. The weather will become big sunshine, and Groudon itself will not be attacked by water attribute skills. I just saw the heavy rain and I thought Kyogre would have the advantage. It seems that he is evenly matched now. The Sea of Origin and the place of ending. Once the two characteristics are opened, the weather will be Phi-Ed and cannot be changed by rain, dance, sunny day, etc. These two characteristics will only cover each other. For example, after the Sea of Origin is opened, Groudon will turn the weather into a big sunshine. If Groudon will play first, it will become Kyogre's home court. In addition, there is the delta airflow of Mega Rayquaza, which once appears can cover the Sea of Origin and the place of end. Of course, this is the effect in the game, and it is covered to see the order of appearance. In reality, the original Kyogre and the original Groudon appear together, and these two weathers will also appear together, which creates the wonders encountered by Rowan. After just experiencing heavy rain, it immediately turned into sunlight. This world is really unlucky. None of the original Kyogre and the original Groudon are easy to mess with. The original return is equivalent to Pokemon's super evolution, and its racial value will be terrible and its strength will be greatly enhanced. Kyogre and Groudon are extremely powerful themselves, and they are naturally even more terrifying after the original return. Reshiram also spoke at this time and said, Luo Wen, be careful, net ready to release Qrem at any time, causing strange things. The two divine beasts in Changtiankai are very strong. I understand. Luo Wen nodded and said, Reshiram has become very strong because of the Truthic Buddhism and the broad knowledge lord, but it is still very strong. You can imagine how powerful Kyogre and Groudon were in the original return. If you don't say, you're going to be disappointed. There will be no good result. I don't know if Rayquaza is here. Kyogre and Groudon fight and Rayquaza will come out to stop it every time. Why Rayquaza comes out every time, Luo Wen doesn't know, but he guessed that the battle between Groudon and Kyogre would destroy the clouds of Hone region and affect the ozone layer. Rayquaza likes ozone very much, so for the sake of the place where she lives, Rayquaza naturally has to take action. Well, this guess is not fidelity. The climate has been affected to this point. Even if Rayquaza does not appear, it may not be far away. Maybe we will just watch the show in the past. As the boss of Hone's Three Fools, Rayquaza's strength is unquestionable. To quell the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon, for Rayquaza it was a hand pinch. Rayquaza, is it a very powerful Pokemon? Reshiram asked curiously. I know a lot of information, but I still don't know a lot of information. It's very strong. As for how strong it is, it depends on the individual gap. Luo Wen replied. The powerful Rayquaza can kill 7 divine beasts in one go. Of course, even the relatively weak Rayquaza is common to fight 2 divine beasts by one. Reshiram nodded thoughtfully, speeding up his speed. Perhaps he also wanted to see how the powerful Rayquaza in. Luo Wen said. Not long after he arrived at the center of the war. On the way forward, he had long determined where he was. The Hone region he had guessed at first, and the center of the battle was no surprise. Where Hone region water type gym is located, Pseudopoly's city. Before he could reach him, he saw the original Kyogre and the original Groudon emitting light. The original Groudon can rise the continent with just one step, while Kyogre can flood the continent with a wave, and the battlefields of both are always on the coastline. The surrounding land and buildings had long been broken, and the originally prosperous city was almost completely destroyed, leaving only a piece of ruins which were even more broken than the KOH leaves that were attacked by pain. The existence of Pokemon and people can be vaguely seen in these ruins, but these Pokemon and people are all seriously injured and unable to move. Luo Wen was about to get close to him and disperse aura only to find out that the situation of serious injury and dying is considered good and many Pokemon and people have lost their breath of life. The damage caused is greater than expected. Which parallel world is this? In parallel worlds the overall development will not change. For example, Kyogre and Groudon will definitely fight, but some details will make different. Take the battle between Kyogre and Groudon for example. The plot in which Ash takes place in the depths of the sea and basically does not cause death. It is obvious that the battle in this world did not participate in the plot. It won't be a special world, right? Seeing so many Pokemon and people die, Luo Wen guessed in his heart. Special article: it's normal to die with Pokemon. Hold head high. Just as he was about to approach the battlefield, a Pokemon with a full body of emerald green like a Chinese dragon rushed out of the cloud. God of the sky, Rayquaza. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, Rayquaza appeared. Obviously this is to stop the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Luo Wen asked Reshiram to fall on the ground. Horus Diancie, Princess Doran Aegis / you will be rescued by Pokemon and people under the ruins. Hatterene, do your best to heal them. Since he saw it, Luo Wen naturally couldn't ignore it, and just as the Pokemons dispersed their actions, a crisp voice came. Who are you and why are you here? Luo Wen looked in the direction where the sound came. Not far away was a tall brown-haired girl standing. She has blue eyes and a small braid on her head. She was wearing a dark blue-red t-shirt near the neck, dark black shorts, a white skirt and a red turban with a white Pokemon ball pattern. In addition, he was wearing a pair of red and yellow sneakers, a yellow waist bag and a pair of dark blue and white gloves. The girl was in a very embarrassing state and suffered a serious injury. However, even though the injury seemed serious, she still tried her best to support a boy of similar age. After Luo Wen saw the person, he blurted out before he could think about who the boy was. Mei. Yes, the person in front of me looks very much like Ash's travel companion in Hone region. Mei. Or shouldn't be like it, look exactly the same. However, after hearing his words, the girl who looked like Mei frowned and said, who is Mei? My name is Birch Sapphire. Good guy, it's really a special one. Hearing Sapphire's self-introduction, Luo Wen also reacted. This world is really a parallel world of the Pokemon special. The person in front of you is the special chapter, the heroine of Hone region, Sapphire. The person she supports if nothing unexpected happens should be the male protagonist, Ruby. They are childhood sweethearts and have a good relationship. After thinking, Luo Wen immediately reacted and said, sorry, you look very similar to a friend named Mei and I think they are twin sisters. After hearing this, Sapphire didn't care at all about being admitted to his mistake but continued to ask, you haven't told me what is your purpose for coming here? Luo Wen immediately explained, I found the climate abnormality so I came to see the situation. I didn't expect that Kyogre and Groudon, who were the original return, were fighting. Isn't someone from Team Aqua or Team Magma? No, I'm still elite from the Unova League. I just traveled to you unexpectedly. Seeing this situation, I wonder if I can help. As he said that, Luo Wen signaled Hatterene and the others. You and that boy are seriously injured. I'll let Hatterene treat you. Sapphire was a little hesitant, but when he thought of Ruby's condition, he nodded and walked to Luo Wen. Luo Wen asked Hatterene to treat the two. Hatterene, who has learned medical ninjutsu, has no worse therapeutic effect on people than Pokemon. Soon the injuries on Sapphire and Ruby began to decrease, but Ruby still did not wake up. It seemed that the injuries were not just trauma but also mentally traumatized. Luo Wen frowned. He remembered that the Hone battle was indeed fierce enough. Steven and Norman were both killed in battle, but Ruby did not seem to be so seriously injured. Just as he wanted to ask about the specific situation, a dragon roar with a wailing cry came. Luo Wen and Sapphire both subconsciously looked in the direction of the war, only seeing Rayquaza falling from the sky and falling into the deep sea, and seemed to have no reaction. Seeing this scene, Luo Wen subconsciously said, this situation is indeed something wrong, right? Chapter 209, Rayquaza. Reshiram takes action. In fact, after confirming that the injured and coma was Ruby, Luo Wen felt something was wrong. There is something wrong with 10 point. Now seeing Rayquaza being knocked into the sea, I was even more confused and couldn't react. Rayquaza was actually defeated by Kyogre and Groudon. What kind of dream is he dreaming? Rayquaza, what about your dragon ascent, your super evolution, your delta airflow? At this moment Reshiram spoke out and said, actually I just wanted to say that with the strength of that Rayquaza, I'm afraid I can't deal with Kyogre and Groudon. Hone's three fools also learned the information from Luo Wen. It's just that you said Rayquaza is very strong and I think there is something special about it. Luo Wen. Reshiram didn't say anything and it seemed that he had said everything. If it were someone else you would definitely say that's it. When he came out he was as imposing as a rainbow, but he was in a blink of an eye. Luo Wen also understood. Why did Rayquaza be hit by Kyogre and Groudon? It should be the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. After the original return it is indeed much stronger. But why doesn't Rayquaza perform super evolution? Couldn't it be? Thinking of this possibility, Luo Wen was shocked. In fact, it was not only Luo Wen's accident but also Sapphire was extremely surprised and said in disbelief, isn't it said that after Rayquaza appears can the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon be calmed? In fact, all their hopes were put on Rayquaza, but the results are completely different from the imagined development. Rayquaza did appear, but it did not solve the battle in a destructive way. However, at this moment another dragon roar came. Hold head high. Rayquaza rushed out of the sea. After all, it is a divine beast. Although it has suffered severe damage, it is not so easy to fall down. That Rayquaza should not have the strength to fight again, Reshiram commented. In fact, it goes without saying that Luo Wen can see it. Rayquaza's injuries were visible to the naked eye. Get ready to take action, Reshiram. No problem, but you'd better let Kyurem out. If you want to completely suppress Kyogre and Groudon, I need to merge with Kyurem when necessary. They are stronger than I just detected. Reshiram's voice was a little solemn. Are the original Kyogre and the original Groudon so strong? Reshiram had a similar reminder before he arrived, and the situation now seems to be more serious than expected. The initiative to seek a fusion means that even if he cooperates with Kyurem, Reshiram is not sure that he will fight against two to suppress the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Maybe it can be suppressed, but it is extremely difficult to defeat it, Reshiram said seriously. As a divine beast, K has never been reluctant to lie. If he can beat him, he can beat him. If he can't beat him, he can't beat him. This is the case when facing Kyurem, and the same is true when facing the original Kyogre and Groudon. Okay, I'll release Kyurem now, but when the time comes I should be able to separate, right? Luo Wen said with some concern. From an emotional perspective, he must be more inclined to Reshiram. Don't worry, since Kyurem has followed you, he will obey your orders. There will be no accidents in this. The divine stone is in your hands and can be separated at any time. Kyurem entered Pokeball and the Gene Wedge naturally returned to Luo Wen's hands. As for why Gene Wedges can be separated, you should know that Pokemon world can be regarded as an ideal world. In short, when he heard Lacey Ram's words, Luo Wen felt relieved and took out Kyurem's Pokeball, intending to release Kyurem. Unlike Reshiram, who is always awake, Kyurem spends most of his time sleeping, digging out his own power, and only he can awaken him. However, he just took out Kyurem's Pokeball and a sudden change occurred. Originally he thought that Rayquaza rushed out of the deep sea because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting, but it seemed that this was not the case. Rayquaza's roar reached the sky, and not long after a deafening dragon roar came from the clouds again. Then a figure appeared and disappeared in the cloud roar. As the sound approached, the figure in the cloud seemed to tear the sky apart, and suddenly appeared another Rayquaza. Rayquaza, defeated by primitive Groudon and primitive Kyogre, did not want to fight again but called for foreign players, and this foreign player was still the same clan. It's just that this same race and the average Rayquaza look a little different. The body of ordinary Rayquaza is emerald green like an emerald. The body of this second Rayquaza is black and look like black jade, which is more majestic than the ordinary Rayquaza. Rayquaza? Luo Wen looked at the black Rayquaza, his eyes full of interest. The body color of the alien Pokemon is different from that of ordinary Pokemon. This kind of Pokemon has very few dreams, and its Metagross is the alien Pokemon. The ordinary Metagross is light blue, while the different color Metagross is white. He likes this color very much. The divine beast also has a different color. Rayquaza's strange color is generally black with a golden color in black and looks majestic and mysterious. It is one of his favorite strange colors. I didn't expect to meet them here. Another Rayquaza? Sapphire felt a little relieved when he saw the new Rayquaza appear. She also knew that the alien Pokemon was not popular among the clan because of its abnormal color. She would be driven away by the clan and could only live alone. As long as you can survive, your strength will not be weak. Even if a divine beast with a strange color does not repel it, it will definitely be stronger as a foreign aid and may be able to solve the current problem. Seeing the strange color of Rayquaza appear, Luo Wen did not take action immediately. He wants to see if the black and golden Rayquaza can suppress the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. The battle began soon. The strength of the alien Rayquaza is indeed even stronger, and she is not as disadvantaged as the first Rayquaza. During the battle of the divine beast, Sapphire took the opportunity to come to Luo Wen and thanked him. What should I call him? Luo Wen responded, my name is Luo Wen and I am a trainer who accidentally passed by here. Rovan, thank you for helping the injured and Pokemon here. Sapphire bowed to express his gratitude. It's nothing. As long as you are a trainer, I'm afraid there are few people who can ignore this situation. By the way, can you tell me what happened? Luo Wen looked at the three and asked. It shouldn't be four divine beasts. In fact, he originally wanted to ask why Kyogre and Groudon made their original return. After all, it is not that simple for Hoenn to want a primitive return or super evolution. However, Sapphire not only does not answer but asks back, Rowan, you have been talking about the original return just now. What is the situation of this original return. In fact, Groudon and Kyogre were normal at the beginning and the damage caused was also within the scope of tolerance, but it was not long ago the K people suddenly became stronger, affecting the climate of the entire Hone region. Luo Wen did not expect that. As a witness of the matter, Sapphire knew less information than he did. Obviously many things have changed in this parallel world. He sorted out his thoughts and explained the original return is actually Kyogre and Groudon absorbs natural energy. He returns to his original state and his strength has been greatly enhanced. By the way, do you understand the racial value? In fact, there is also a saying of racial value in the present world, but this division method is not recognized by the mainstream Pokemon academic community. The academic community believes that Pokemon is a race full of miracles and even the Earl Dervish form can defeat the final form. Therefore the statement of racial value is not widely circulated. However, Sapphire, as the most representative Pokemon scholar in Hone region, has naturally heard of it. Lai, do you mean that primitive regression can affect racial value? Luo Wen nodded in agreement and said that's right. If you have to have a specific value, the racial value of K has been increased by at least 100 and the racial value of the divine beast has been increased by 100. You should know how much your strength will be improved. It's very simple. If you increase it 10 times, the basic combat power of 10 can only be increased to 100. If you do have a basic combat power of 100, you can directly increase to 1000. This gap is not an ordinary big one. Sapphire naturally knew this. She looked behind the three people who were fighting and said to herself, no wonder Kyogre and Groudon have increased their strength so much. No wonder Rayquaza is here and she is still no match. No, if Kyogre and Groudon could return primitively, Rayquaza should be fine, otherwise the legend that Rayquaza could calm the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon would not have been passed down. But now Luo Wen also looked at the three divine beasts that were still fighting and said, actually I am very confused about this. I have learned some things, but in theory this is indeed abnormal. Kyogre and Groudon's original return requires a lot of energy. When these energy appears, Rayquaza will also participate in the competition. With the strength of Kyogre and Groudon, it is impossible to beat Rayquaza. Rising the Sky should be able to surpass evolution first. However, the scene I see now is that Rayquaza cannot surpass evolution at all, both ordinary Rayquaza and strange colored Rayquaza. Sapphire was silent for a while, obviously not thinking about the reason, and then said sadly, Mr. Steven died in battle, Mr. Wallace died in battle, Ruby's father died in battle, and 4 elite died in battle and 1 seriously injured. If Rayquaza cannot win Hone, well, there is really no hope. Luo Wen didn't know how to say this when he heard this. According to the original plot, the only people who died in battle were Steven and Ruby's father Norman. Because things have changed unknownly, the situation is even more tragic than imagined. What about the people who caused the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon? Luo Wen asked. The reason why Kyogre and Groudon had a dispute was that Team Aqua and Team Magma did. Sapphire was a little confused about why Luo Wen knew that someone was causing trouble without knowing the specific situation, but he still said there were 2 people who controlled Kyogre and Groudon, but after Groudon and Kyogre mutated, they plotted directly. Luo Wen can only say that it is a special chapter and the whole style is different from that of Pokemon. Then he comforted, I understand, thank you for solving your doubt. In addition, don't worry, Sapphire will definitely have a solution. His eyes were obscure at Ruby, who was still unconscious. Ruby has an extremely magical Pokemon that can reverse everything. However, Sapphire obviously doesn't know this. Is there really? Sapphire's eyes fell on the divine beast that was fighting again and said, but I see that the Rayquaza coming from behind seems to be at a disadvantage. Following Sapphire's gaze, although the alien Rayquaza was not as easily defeated as the first Rayquaza, it also fell into a disadvantage over time and was not the opponent of the original Groudon and Kyogre. If you can't surpass evolution, your strength is much worse after all. Even if the alien Rayquaza was suppressed, she had no idea of admitting defeat and escaping. K was full of fighting spirit and covet defeated the 2 opponents in front of him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed. This was the result of the original Kyogre and the original Groudon not putting all their energy into it. Faced with this situation, I was unwilling to give up. If you can be stronger, you will definitely be able to defeat them. Sapphire's eyes revealed despair. The combat power that Hone region can use is either killed or seriously injured. Once Rayquaza is defeated, Hone will not have the ability to stop the divine beast from causing chaos. That may not be. Just when Sapphire was desperate, Luo Wen stood up. Sapphire looked at Luo Wen with confusion in his eyes. Since it's a divine beast that is causing trouble, let's use the divine beast to solve it. Sapphire, I happen to be the driver of the divine beast. The original Kyogre and Groudon are very powerful, but there is no way to solve it. When Sapphire heard Luo Wen's words, he first fell into a moment of daze and then his eyes quickly looked at Reshiram. In fact, when she saw Reshiram for the first time, she knew that Reshiram Reshiram was not an ordinary Pokemon, but she just thought it was some kind of rare Pokemon. But judging from Luo Wen's words, this is probably a divine beast. Luo Wen continued, Sapphire, have you ever heard of the real god? As the daughter of Professor Sapphire has learned a lot of legends about region through his experiences. As soon as she heard the word real, she immediately recalled a Nova legendary dragon, real god Reshiram. Luo Wen smiled, looked at Reshiram and shouted, Reshiram, release your power. No matter how destruction Kyogre, Groudon and Rayquaza caused, Reshiram, who had no action, heard Luo Wen's words, immediately flapped his wings and took off, and a powerful aura burst out. This momentum actually suppressed the abnormal climate caused by the characteristics of the original Groudon and the original Kyogre in a short period of time. Sapphire felt the momentum that did not belong to Kyogre and Groudon and was a little stunned and subconsciously said, can you do it? Luo Wen said if it were just to rely on Reshiram it might not be possible to defeat the original return Kyogre and Groudon plus K, it would not be necessary. As he said that, he threw out a Pokeball and a terrifying cold air appeared. Chapter 210 Yanbei Qrem. A terrifying cold air came out freely and the grey-blue body appeared from the Pokeball. Roar. With a roar, Qrem appeared in front of Sapphire. What kind of Pokemon is this? Sapphire is not a weak person either. She can feel the power of Qrem, which is probably another divine beast. Sapphire, do you know the existence of the real dragon? So have you ever known the body of the real dragon? Qrem is the body of the legendary dragon, but it turned into a Pokemon. In theory it has more powerful power than the legendary dragon. Why theoretically? Because now compared with Reshiram and Qrem it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Sapphire obviously doesn't care who is stronger and who is weak. She knows that the person who controls the two divine beasts in front of her is really Hone's Hope. After explaining, Luo Wen did not continue to talk nonsense and took out the Gene Wedge. Reshiram, Qrem, the integration shows your true power. With his order, Reshiram and Qrem approached each other and the Gene Wedge also emitted a strong light. One red and one blue, ice and fire. The two restrained attributes begin to merge under the light of the Gene Wedge. Roar. The energy of the two attribute disappears and becomes one. As the fusion light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon appeared in the air. The new Pokemon is still the image of Qrem. The upper body is raised and stands with his feet like a human being rather than the standing posture like a Tyrannosaurus Rex during the Qrem period. After the integration, the characteristics of Reshiram are added, which is very obvious. The left ice horn is replaced by villi similar to Reshiram, the left forelimb is replaced by wing palms similar to Reshiram, and the right forelimb is the left forelimb copied with ice, and the originally spread wings are retracted into the shoulder. White fluff grows on the lace and back, and the ice at the tail disappears, becoming like the shell wrapped with white heat-emitting organs similar to the tail of the Reshiram. The original wings tend out and connect to the tail to emit a fiery red light as if burning. Yanbei Qrem. The legendary Pokemon after the fusion of Reshiram and Qrem combines the power of Qrem and Reshiram to become closer to the real legendary dragon. The clear and distinct pupils can be seen in the eyes, and the look of Luo Wen is very familiar. These is Reshiram's eyes. If you guess well, it is not the Qrem consciousness that dominate but the Reshiram consciousness. This surprised Luo Wen a little. Yanbei Qrem, you can tell from the name who will dominate in general, but now is not the time to care about these things. Yanbei Qrem, get on, knock Kyogre and Groudon back to calm them down. Without eternal interference, Kyogre and Groudon can defeat the entire Hone region. Roar. After hearing the order, Yanbei Qrem roared and attracted all the eyes of the three divine beasts. The battle between the original Kyogre and the original Groudon stopped for a moment. The strange colored Rayquaza looked at Qrem with a full sense of fighting spirit, but in his current state he obviously did not have the ability to fight. After all, in the hands of the original Kyogre and the original Groudon he almost lost the power to fight back. As for the original Rayquaza, calling out the strange color Rayquaza, he has used all his strength. Of course it only attracted a moment of attention. In the eyes of original Kyogre and original Groudon, only the other party must solve it. If Rayquaza does not participate in the battle, they will not attack Rayquaza. Of course no one knows whether they will feel secretly happy if they can defeat Rayquaza. This is a direct turn. Boom. The war begins again. Huge waves collide with lava and the wind and clouds are surging. Seeing this, Luo Wen shouted, Yanbei Qrem, extremely cold flame, freeze everything. Extreme cold flame. Qrem's exclusive skill can emit freezing air conditioners. Endless cold air appeared from the void. The temperature around it dropped instantly and everything was frozen in an instant. Even Groudon's lava was no exception. The heavy rain in the sky turned into ice particles before it fell, and it hit the ground due to the cold air, as if time has become slow. Of course Yanbei Qrem knew that Luo Wen was nearby and controlled the power, and only the original Kyogre and original Groudon were attacked by the original. The original Kyogre has no place to move in the sea, and the blue water type energy ball is condensed. Root fluctuation fluctuation. Boom. Energy hits the ice surface, crushes the ice surface and expands its activity space. However, the ice layer was just broken and frozen in an instant. The speed of the original Kyogre is far less than the freezing speed of the Yanbei Kyurem. The original Groudon was also affected. His feet were invaded by cold air and his actions were also affected. The energy of the fire system burned on his body trying to melt the ice crystals. Unfortunately, the result is similar to the original Kyogre, and the speed of the fire energy melting is not as fast as the speed of the flame white Kyurem freezing. Then both looked at Kyurem. They know that it is this Pokemon attacking itself. Roar. Root fluctuation. The sword of the cliff, the water ball condensed by the ocean power and the rock blade condensed by the earth power all attacked the flame white Kyurem in the air. Yanbei Kyurem Dragon Pulse smash their attack. Luo Wen was not panicked when he saw this scene. Why is the freezing faster than the original Kyogre and original Groudon destroyed? Very simple. At this time the power of Yanbei Kyurem exceeded both. Roar. Dragon Breath with ice flame power burst out instantly and the flame white Kyurem tail flame became brighter and the speed suddenly accelerated. While flying Dragon Breath was used to resist the root wave and the cliff sword. Boom boom. With constant violent explosions coming, Yanbei Kyurem resisted the original power of the original Kyogre and the original Groudon just relying on Dragon Breath. The three divine beasts began to entangle as if they were in the same situation as before. The strange color Rayquaza. Rayquaza knew that Yanbei Kyurem was his own party and wanted to help. However, he was beaten and injured. As a dragon type and flight type Pokemon, even if the extremely cold flame of the Yanbei Kyurem was not targeted, he was greatly affected and did not have much ability to fight. If this continues, there will be no change in the result. But is this really the case? As time goes by, the temperature drops again on the front battlefield. Original Kyogre and original Groudon found that not only did they move slower, but their skill release speed also began to slower, and even there were ice crystals that could not melt on their bodies. It seems to be effective, Luo Wen said after discovering the abnormality between the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Extremely cold flames. The effect in the game is that the opponent's Pokemon can be frozen in the second round, but in reality the temperature will continue to drop until the opponent is frozen. The longer the time, the more terrifying the freezing ability. Chapter 211 Give Me a Face. The flame white Kyurem has not changed the characteristics of the weather, but under the influence of the exclusive skill of the extreme cold flame, the surrounding area has become the home court. Whether it is the sea or the earth, thick ice layers have been formed. The two terrifying super ancient Pokemon battles of the original Kyogre and the original Groudon were weakened. So strong. Sapphire sighed from the bottom of his heart when he saw the results of the battle. Just now the two Rayquazas tried their best but failed to get the result. Instead they were seriously injured. Now a Pokemon in Yanbei Kyurem suppresses the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Comparing the two, you can see the difference immediately. Yanbei Kyurem is extremely powerful. Luo Wen ignored Sapphire's surprise and shouted, Yanbei Kyurem Dragon Dance. If it were before, Kyurem, who used enhanced skills, would definitely be stopped by Kyogre and Groudon. He had fought two divine beasts for countless years and had accumulated a lot of combat experience and would never give his opponent a chance to strengthen himself. KK's power is not weak, and if Yanbei Kyurem is not careful, it will also fail. Luo Wen needs to be prepared if he wants to kill with one blow. The original Kyogre and the original Groudon affected by the extreme cold flame were affected, and they could not find any chance to interrupt the movement of Yanbei Kyurem. Yanbei Kyurem flew high in the sky using Dragon Dance while dodging his skill. The most terrifying place in Pokemon world is here. Any amplification skills can be increased by 10% by novice Pokemon, and the degree of increase in use of the divine beast will not decrease, but it will still be 10%. Because Reshiram has become stronger in another world, her strength is stronger than expected after the fusion, and she can deal with the original return of Kyogre and Groudon. Of course, Reshiram actually underestimated Kyogre and Groudon, and even the current Kyurem cannot say that he will win both, because Luo Wen has been laying the groundwork. The extreme cold flame limits the speed of both, giving Yanbei Kyurem a chance. The effect of this move is obviously very good. Dragon Dance greatly enhanced the strength of Yanbei Kyurem. At this time the impact of extreme cold flames is becoming more and more serious. Both the original Kyogre and the original Groudon were a little uneasy. It's time to end. Yanbei Kyurem use freeze drying on Kyogre, use sheer cold on Groudon. Freeze drying and rapid freezing of opponents has the probability of putting the opponent in a freezing state. The most important thing is that this ice type skill can have a restraining effect on water type. Under the influence of the extreme cold flame, the ice energy condensation speed seemed to have become faster and appeared faster. The terrifying cold air instantly hit Kyogre, which was affected by the extreme cold flame, and decreased speed. Roar. After hitting the attack, Yanbei Kyurem continued to make moves without any hesitation. An ice beam which seemed to be able to freeze both time and space flew toward Groudon. Like Kyogre, Groudon has no chance to avoid it. Two skills hit one after another. Hold head high. Roar. Both Kyogre and Groudon roared in pain. Especially Kyogre. Freeze drying also causes restraining damage to K. Pokemon world, even a divine beast cannot get rid of its attribute restrain. Luo Wen took advantage of the victory and pursued Yanbei Kyurem. The skill just now Encore. If it was an ordinary Pokemon, the two skills just now would definitely be killed instantly. But after all, it was Kyogre and Groudon who returned from the original, so he thought he should be more cautious. Take his life while he is sick. In the battle of divine beasts you must never hesitate. Roar. As E-pected, Kyogre and Groudon were indeed not killed instantly, and even sheer cold who could cause a single blow did not let Groudon faint. Faced with another attack, both divine beasts chose to fight back. Root fluctuation. The sword of the cliff. The deep water type energy wants to block freeze drying. The cliff sword rose from the ground and turned into a shield to block sheer cold. Boom. The collision of energy produced a terrifying impact, causing a cold wind like a blade. Aegis cannot participate in the battle of the divine beast and can be converted into a shield form. To make it is more than enough to use the protect skill to serve Luo Wen, and there are a large number of wounded soldiers to block the cold wind. When the impact dissipated, Kyogre and Groudon's idea of blocking the Kyurem skill was half successful. They were not hit directly by the skills, but they also suffered most of the pressure. The guys who had not suffered too much injuries while pressing Rayquaza to fight with the strange colored Rayquaza had suffered serious injuries under the attack of Yanbei Kyurem. Not only that, they have withdrawn from the original state of return, to be precise, they have been directly repelled. Luo Wen could see Kyogre and Groudon's situation and shouted to the sky, Yanbei Kyurem. If Kyurem is the leader, Homoba Kyurem probably cannot understand what he means. Reshiram can dominate, and Reshiram can understand Luo Wen's thoughts very well. K didn't care about Kyogre and Groudon anymore and flew directly towards Rowan. With his strong physical fitness, Luo Wen jumped at a height of several meters and just landed behind the flying Yanbei Kyurem. Go to Kyogre and Groudon. Okay, Yanbei Kyurem responded for the first time. It was not Reshiram's voice, nor was it Kyurem's voice, but it was obviously Reshiram's answer. Luo Wen, you are. Sapphire was a little worried. It was too dangerous to get close to the battlefield of the divine beast, even if it was protected by the divine beast. If you are not careful, you will be threatened by your life. Luo Wen looked at Sapphire and comforted him. Don't worry, Kyogre and Groudon have calmed down. I'll persuade them to leave. Calm. Sapphire glanced at Kyogre and Groudon, who were seriously injured. In the current situation you can't help but not calm down. After being educated by Kyurem, if you don't calm down then you will be cold. She had to sigh at the power of Yanbei Kyurem again. After seeing Luo Wen finished speaking, Kyurem flew toward Kyogre and Groudon. When he flew closer, Luo Wen saw the situation more clearly. Neither Kyogre nor Groudon had the same violence as before. As Sapphire thought, the two divine beasts did calm down. Kyogre, Groudon, roar. Although the two divine beasts suffered heavy injuries, their consciousness was still clear. Seeing Luo Wen standing on Yanbei Kyurem, they still chose to respond. Well, it seems that you can communicate. It is already the limit for Yanbei Kyurem to achieve this level now. It is still difficult to go further unless Reshiram and Kyurem make a lot of progress. Therefore it is best to be able to talk. He thought for a while and said, give me a face. How about returning to where you should go? Chapter 212. The possibility of abducting a strange colored Rayquaza. Give me some face and stop and return to where you should go. Luo Wen looked at Kyogre and Groudon and said seriously, roar. Yanbei Kyurem heard Luo Wen's word and roared. Kyogre and Groudon are known as Hone, but they are not able to understand the word, but they can see the situation clearly. They know very well that if they don't give such face, Yanbei Kyurem will not give them face. Net roar. Neither Kyogre nor Groudon had any face in the end. The injuries on them are not light, but they can still act. The two looked at Yanbei Kyurem and did not continue to fight. One slowly disappeared into the deep mountains and forests of the mainland, and the other entered the deep sea. The two will fight this time because Team Magma and Team Aqua brought the two together, otherwise they might not meet once in a century or 1,000 years. The net time the two meet, I don't know when it will be. Yanbei Kyurem, can these cold air disappear? When Kyogre and Groudon left, the climate change caused by them also returned to normal. Now only the ice and snow caused by the extremely cold flames of the flame white Kyurem are left. Even if it is restrained, it will cause great damage to the environment. The most important thing is that if you continue to maintain the extreme cold flame, you may have to beat your teammates. Rayquaza and the alien Rayquaza are both uncomfortable in this environment. According to the physique of the divine beast, the injuries caused by Kyogre and Groudon should have recovered a lot in the past these times, and at least they can act. But now not only has the injury not recovered, but it tends to aggravate. The ice energy has a great impact on the dragon and flight system, and it is also the ice energy of the divine beast of the level of Yanbei Qrem quantity. Roar! Yanbei Qrem roared, and under the control of K the cold air around him slowly dissipated. As the cold disappeared, the alien Rayquaza resumed her movement first. The battle lasts longer, but the injury is lighter than the average Rayquaza. The benefits of being powerful are revealed. Hold head high. After restoring his ability to move, the alien-colored Rayquaza came to Yanbei Qrem and then stared at Yanbei Qrem. Luo Wen could clearly feel the heat in Rayquaza's eyes. Like the original Kyogre and original Groudon just now, I want to fight and fight the strong. This also made Luo Wen know that what he saw during the previous battle was not an illusion. After using psychic perception, this emotion is even more obvious. Looking at Rayquaza, who was eager to try, Luo Wen smiled and said, Rayquaza, you are no match for Yanbei Qrem now. Let's talk about it when you become stronger. At least you have to master the super evolution, otherwise the battle will have no meaning. Rayquaza's eyes revealed extremely human doubt. Obviously K does not know the concept of super evolution. It's just like Kyogre and Groudon just now, you can do it. Only after mastering that power can you be qualified to fight Qrem. The special state of Kyogre and Groudon is said to be a primitive return, but it is very similar to the essence of super evolution, like discovering the power hidden in one's body. Luo Wen said there is nothing wrong with similarity. Of course there is nothing wrong with saying that Rayquaza is not an opponent. It's not that he looks down on Rayquaza now. Now in terms of strength comparison, Rayquaza defeated Yanbei Qrem, and it would be hard to defeat Reshiram and Qrem. The words are not nice, but Rayquaza can understand them. Roar! Rayquaza roared, and the meaning was very obvious. That was he would come to Luo Wen and challenge Yanbei Qrem. Luo Wen was moved when he learned about the alien Rayquaza's thought. The strange color Rayquaza is in line with his aesthetics in any aspect. This seems to be a good opportunity to abduct. So he showed a mysterious smile and bewitched, you can come to me at any time, but there is something you need to tell you. I am not a person in your world. I will return to my own world soon. You want it may be difficult to find me. Originally I thought that the strange color of Rayquaza was difficult to understand, but things were beyond Luo Wen's expectations. After hearing these words, Rayquaza nodded. Then he roared again. After using aura to understand what K meant, Luo Wen was a little surprised, then nodded and said, okay, I will stay at least 3 days. You can come here to find me in 3 days and I will wait for you. The strange colored Rayquaza nodded and flew towards the ordinary Rayquaza. Ordinary Rayquaza can call out the strange colored Rayquaza, and it is obvious that the relationship between the two is very good. At this time the ordinary Rayquaza has no invasion of the flame white Qrem ice energy and is using rest to restore his physical strength. After the strange colored Rayquaza flew over, she guarded the ordinary Rayquaza. Luo Wen did not continue to disturb him but looked at Yanbei Qrem under him. How should I separate you? The fusion of Reshiram and Qrem is very simple, and the separation method Luo Wen is not clear about. Put out the divine stone and press your thoughts. The divine stone will sense your thought. Yanbei Qrem replied. So it's that simple. Luo Wen suddenly realized. Then he took out the gene wedge. Before he could speak, he had the idea of separating Reshiram and Qrem in his heart, and the gene wedge emitted a strong light. After a while Yanbei Qrem turned into 2 light balls. Luo Wen relies on psychic to stay suspended. Thanks to Bo Shizun's gift, his current psychic is more than enough to do these things. After the light dissipated, Reshiram and Qrem reappeared. After Reshiram appeared, he took advantage of the situation, and Qrem was 1 step slower. The reason for slowness is also very simple. After he came out, he kept staring at Reshiram. Generally speaking, after the integration of K and Reshiram, K occupy a dominant position. After all, in theory K's strength should be much higher than Reshiram, but the fusion just now made K know that his strength is much behind Reshiram. Only in this way can Reshiram easily suppress the will of the storm and take the dominant. How long has it been since then? How can Reshiram become stronger again? Qrem suspected that even if he digested the benefits of the divine stone, he would not be stronger than Reshiram now. Reshiram could feel Qrem's gaze, but K doesn't care. I am better than you and have been the boss for so long, but now I am still at ease to be my younger brother. Qrem is not stupid. He thought of the difference between himself and Reshiram. That is the other world that I have just been subdued not long ago and have talked about. Thinking of this, Qrem decided to digest the divine stone as soon as possible and must try it in another world net time. After being the boss for so long, I don't want to be surpassed so easily. Chapter 213 The Divine Beast Driver Price. Luo Wen thought so many things without knowing that Reshiram and Qrem met with one look. After handling the matter, he took Qrem back to Pokeball and then carried it back to Sapphire by Reshiram. At this time Ruby, who had been supported by Sapphire just now, seemed to have woken up. After seeing Luo Wen come back, Ruby said in a weak voice, my name is Ruby Sapphire. Sapphire's friend. Thank you Luowen this time. If it weren't for you we wouldn't know how to end it. Ruby came to wake up when Rowan went to pursue Kyogre and Groudon. He learned the whole process through Sapphire. It is precisely because of this that he knows how thrilling this time was. The Rayquaza they had high expectations was easily defeated and a more powerful Rayquaza appeared behind it, but it still didn't last long. It was Rowan the trainer who controlled the divine beast who forcibly calmed down the anger of Kyogre and Groudon. This was also an ordinary method. Rayquaza relied on subduing Kyogre and Rayquaza to calm the dispute. This time the divine beast called Yanbei Qrem replaced the role of Rayquaza. Luowen looked at Ruby who was still weak and said, it's nothing. Since you see this kind of scene you can't sit idly by. Ruby, please have a good rest. He appeared a little late. If it were earlier maybe Pseudopoly's city would not be easily destroyed like this and so many people and Pokemon would not have died. Of course all this has the opportunity to change and hope lies with Ruby. I just don't know how to mention it. Ruby heard Luowen's word and said with a bit of pain, rest, I can still rest, but Mr. Stephen, Mr. Wallace, father, there is no chance. Kyogre and Groudon have undergone unknown changes causing many people to die in battle. Under the terrifying power of the divine beast, champion elite is actually the same and can only last for a while. If Stephen hadn't found Regirock, Regis and Regis Teal he would probably not have been able to delay time, and neither he nor Sapphire could have been able to hold on to Luowen's arrival. As for the first Rayquaza, he knew something, most of it was his father who found it, but unfortunately it didn't work. Luowen opened his mouth and wanted to remind Ruby. In the original story there was nothing wrong with Team Magma leader Ma-Ie and Team Aqua leader Archie, who caused a series of things because there was no Kyogre and Groudon returning to this matter at all. Ruby and Sapphire's final rivals were Archie holding the blue bead and Ma-Ie holding the red bead. Even if Kyogre and Groudon disappeared, they want to use the power of the orb to find opportunities to control Kyogre and Groudon again in the future and rise again. It was in this battle that Ruby released his last Pokemon, the legendary Pokemon that masters the power of time and space, Celebi. Ruby is not a native Hoenn person but a Johto region person. He conquered Celebi when he was a child. In the original story Celebi was finally released and by surprise she seized the blue orb and the red orb, and with the help of Celebi's power to control time and space we found a perfect ending and resurrected everyone. Just as he was about to speak, a shadow appeared again in the sky where the dark clouds had dissipated. Aegis and Doran became alert again while Reshiram immediately flew to the sky. Luowen and the other two also immediately looked into the sky. The one that caused the shadow was a silver-white Pokemon. After seeing this, Ruby immediately claimed Lugia. How could Lugia appear in Hoenn region? Lugia has had several observation records but they are all in Kanto Johto region and Hoenn region have not been there one. Ruby's hometown in the Johto region, Lugia is naturally recognized as the daughter of Pokemon Professor Sapphire, is not to mention it. Lugia, which has a more popular reputation about observation records, is more popular than Reshiram. Both of them were shocked and nervous. He had already seen the horror of the divine beast. If encore was the case, even if Luowen took action, it would not be a good thing for Hoenn region. When Lugia comes here she will naturally not be passing by. Kay landed directly. Not only that, Lugia also has a short figure wearing a cloak and an ice mask. The moment he saw this figure, Luowen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lugia ice mask. In the special world only one person has such a costume. Johto region ice-based leader Price, a ruthless man who can forcibly conquer Ho-Oh and Lugia with his Pokemon, is extremely terrifying. After seeing Price, Luowen asked Reshiram with aura, Reshiram, how powerful is this Lugia? It's not worth fearing, it's much different from the Lugia you can call for. Hearing Reshiram's judgment, Luowen breathed a sigh of relief. A ruthless person like Price needs to be careful no matter what. As for why Price came here, he also had speculation in his mind. You are Ruby, you have regained Celebi's people and borrowed Celebi for me. Price's voice seemed very old and cold. She was not discussing it but ordering it to Ruby. As expected, Luowen completely confirmed that the identity of the visitor was Price. Price once had two beloved Pokemons, Lapras. His two Lapras died unexpectedly, so they always wanted to use the Pokemon Celebi, who was able to travel through time in the Legend of Johto region, to travel back to the past and win back their two loved Lapras. Logically speaking, there are big wars in Hoenn region and Price should have disappeared in the cracks of time and space long ago, so why does it still appear here? After taking a step back, Price has not found Celebi yet, so how did he know that Ruby has conquered Celebi and came to him specifically? Thinking of this, Luowen became alert. When Ruby heard Price's word, he also came back from his sadness and thought that he had a Pokemon that he had almost never used before. However, facing Price, who didn't even show her face, Ruby naturally couldn't hand over his Pokemon. Price felt Ruby's attitude and the cold around her seemed to have become much colder. Both Ruby and Sapphire have bad luck. Now Hone region can be said to be the weakest time. Elite champion died in battle. They had special training on Fantasy Island and their strength was comparable to elite champion. However, in the previous battles neither the ace nor the main force had the ability to fight again. They were also helpless when facing Price's threat. As for releasing Celebi, Ruby looked at Lugia and gave up this idea. Celebi is not a Pokemon who is good at fighting, otherwise he would have released it long ago. Seeing this, Luo Wen side stood in front of Ruby, faced Price and said it is not a good habit to take advantage of others' danger. Reshiram also took a step forward and confronted Lugia. Chapter 214 Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket's reappearance and Celebi. Reshiram stood firmly beside Luo Wen staring at Lugia. Lugia did not retreat at all, as if the fight would start in the NET moment. Price found someone blocking him and Price's attention left Ruby. Reshiram, driver, are you going to stop me? Obviously Price also knew Reshiram. Luo Wen was not polite either and said, Price, there is no need to hide it. Price was stunned, staring at Luo Wen under the mask and said coldly, who are you? Why do you seem to know everything? Now it was Luo Wen's turn to be a little confused. It seems that besides him there are others who recognize Price under the mask. If nothing unexpected happens, Celebi's message is also told by this person. It seems that someone has met Price. You don't know who it is? Luo Wen tried to ask. Price did not answer but continued, forget it. Are you sure you want to stop me? Luo Wen didn't care about the doubts. He did not retreat at all and said, save your Pokemon by hurting others. Are you not afraid that they will leave you? Impossible. Price immediately denied that he believed in his Lapras. Why is it impossible? Price, do you know Kalos region once someone lost his beloved Pokemon like you and then did something similar to yours? Do you know what the result? Rowan thought of Pokemon worlds. Only the eternal person who knows AZ's appearance has many similarities with Price. Absolutely the same thing. Price looked at Luo Wen, obviously very interested in this matter. Perhaps because of empathy he wanted to know the ending of the person, Luo Wen said. Seeing this, Luo Wen did not tell the story but asked Price, if you want to know the ending of the story, can you tell me what the situation is with the person who found you? Price glanced at Luo Wen. He didn't expect Luo Wen would use this method to control himself, but he really wanted to know. After a cold snorting he said humph. He hid his head and covered his face, but the aura of Kyogre on his body was simply, it cannot be hidden, and it is mostly Archie, the leader of Team Aqua. I originally thought Archie was in trouble and wanted to use my power, but now it seems that this is not the case. Even that Archie is not necessarily a person in our world. As he said that, Price glanced at Luo Wen and thought of something. You should be a bit similar to Archie's situation. Maybe Archie wants to deal with you. By the way, he also claims to be a Team Rocket's person. Luo Wen did not expect that the person who gave Price information was Archie, the leader of Team Aqua, or Archie in the parallel world. Archie who can travel through parallel worlds. Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket. Archie who calls herself Team Rocket can only be Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket. I didn't expect that the tentacles of Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets have spread to the world of the special chapter. Of course the power of the special parallel world is not capable of defeating Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket. After all, almost every region in this world has a powerful trainer who controls the divine beast. Once invaded, it is mostly a fate of defeat. Of course Price said Archie wanted to use his power because of him, and Luo Wen did not comment on this. Price arrived not long after the battle, which means he had not arrived in this world yet, so Archie might have found Price. As for Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets, knowing that Ruby has Celebi, it is not difficult. Price was not interested in Team Rocket. He only cared about his Pokemon. Seeing Rowan pondering, he said with some dissatisfaction, you still have the ending of telling me the story. Luo Wen came back to his senses and said, Price has actually guessed the ending, but if you want to know, Price, I don't mind saying it again. The story is actually very simple. Kalos region, there is a man named AZ. He lost his beloved Pokemon Flower Leaf Pie. He is like you, wants to win back his Flower Leaf Pie, but Price, you want to reverse time and space, and AZ invented a device called the Final Weapon to resurrect the Flower Leaf Pisces. Has he succeeded? It's successful. The Flower and Leaf Tetras are not only resurrected but also have eternal life. Luo Wen nodded and replied, they live together, right? Price asked with hope. Perhaps this is what he wants, to retrieve his two Lapras and live happily together. As Luo Wen said, he is very similar to AZ to some extent, so he hopes AZ can get a good ending. Luo Wen looked at Price, neared and said, Price, it's not like your personality. The real ending is that the resurrected flower leaves AZ because the final weapon is activated, requires a lot of treasures. Dreaming about life, the flower and leaf stalks cannot accept it, so they choose to leave. How can the flower leaf tyrant do this? Price's mood was a little out of control. Luo Wen's face remained unchanged and said, Price, are you afraid that your Lapras will choose the same way? You know your Pokemon and they will not want their safety to endanger other Pokemons or people, right? Why does Price lose control? control of her emotions. She blames her. He was afraid that his two lapras would make the same choice after they learned the truth. No one present spoke and fell into silence. After a long time Price raised her head and said, I will save them no matter what. Even if they will eventually blame me and hate me, it doesn't matter. As long as they are alive, no matter what direction he will go, in the end he will save his lapras. For other things, wait until he is saved, let's talk about it. Luo Wen felt unpected and reasonable when he heard Price's words. How could you let go after decades of obsession? So you have to fight? Price glanced at Risharam, felt a little afraid, and then said, Celebi is not on you, you can't make decisions. After saying that, he looked at Ruby again. As a trainer recognized by Celebi, Ruby can help Celebi do things to a certain extent. Ruby, who had recovered some of his physical strength, also understood what was going on through conversation. He held a pokeball in his hand. When Sapphire saw the special pokeball, he subconsciously said, isn't this the pokeball you used to scare Seavipper away? Ruby nodded. He was attacked by Seavipper before. When he was exhausted, he forced Seavipper back with Celebi. The divine beast, even the divine beasts that are not good at fighting have a strong power against ordinary Pokemon. He held the Pokemon ball and said to Price, Price, right? I know you want to travel through time and space to save your Pokemon. Unfortunately, I can't order Celebi to control time and space. Since that's the case, let Celebi himself, let's decide. Ruby regained Celebi but never thought of making a decision for Celebi, as he said that he unlocked Pokeball's restrictions. In fact, Celebi's Pokeball will only appear when Celebi wants to come out. This time Celebi appeared. Celebi's entire body is green with a round head and converging in an arc shape behind the head. There are green tentacles with blue tips on the forehead. At the same time, there are light blue eyes and thick black circles, round feet and hands with 3 fingers. After coming out, he swirled in the sky like a Pokemon from the forest. The fact is, Celebi is called the god of forest in some legends. Celebi, Ruby called out and said nothing. He knew very well that Celebi would know what he wanted to know. Price looked up at Celebi, her eyes under the mask filled with covet. If Celebi is willing to exert her power, it is not impossible to save her 2 beloved lapras. Woo! Celebi moved in the sky for a while and came to Ruby. Kay is willing to follow Ruby naturally because he likes Ruby. Of course, there may be some fate in it. Pokemon which controls time and space cannot avoid fate. Kay already knows everything. After a few circles around Ruby, a blue light burst out from Celebi's body and then a mysterious voice sounded. Time and space echo. Price immediately exclaimed. In order to find the traces of Celebi, he traveled almost every place of Johto region and collected countless legends related to Celebi. Among them is the legend of echoing time and space. It is said that if such sounds appear, the transfer of time and space will occur. It is obvious that Celebi activated his ability to master time and space. Price was shocked. He didn't expect that Celebi would activate her space-time ability so easily. There is no need to guess who knew that this time and space echo was activated because of the time and space echo. His eyes were filled with jealousy. The things I have been looking for half my life have been so easy to realize. Ruby and Sapphire didn't know what was going on and their eyes were a little confused. Luo Wen became a little nervous. Risharam, I will not be affected by the change of time and space, right? If you can't return to your own world, then the fun will be extraordinary. I don't know either, but it shouldn't affect it. Risharam made undefinite answers and Luo Wen felt more and more confused. But now things are too late to stop. As time and space capabilities were activated, everyone felt a trance. When they came to their senses, many people appeared in front of everyone. Hone region is generally the leader. Ruby's father Norman. Hone region 2 generations of champion Stephen and Wallace. Hone region 4 elite Drake, Sydney, Phoebe and Glacia. Team Magma member Bonfire. The 3 divine pillars that Stephen found to support. The 3 god pillars were really dedicated and agreed to come to support and died directly in the battle between Kyogre and Groudon. In addition, the Pokemon they died in battle and the people and Pokemon who were affected by the battle of the divine beasts were also resurrected all over Pseudopolis City. The resurrection of the human and Pokemon on such a large scale had no impact at all. After seeing the person, Risharam looked at Luo Wen again and suddenly said, Rao Wen, there are no traces of influence from time and space on you. Those who have been resurrected have very heavy traces of time and space. Luo Wen was very confused. According to the original storyline, Celebi did make the ending happy, but the approach was to bring Ruby and Sapphire to a timeline with the perfect ending. But now it seems a little different. How did Celebi do it? It is probably back to the moment before these people died and rescued them and brought them to this time point. In this way, the timeline will not be branches, but this timeline will still be. Risharam gave an answer. Risharam said it well. Celebi did this. She used a lot of power and it would probably take a long time to recover. Qram, who had never spoken after entering Pokeball, suddenly replied, the means of transmitting information are the same as Risharam. So that's it. This ending is also good. In Luo Wen's opinion, maintaining the original timeline storyline may be the real perfect ending. Price, who was standing by, felt even more passionate when she saw this scene. He knew that everything he was pursuing was right and borrowing Celebai's power could really change the past and save his true love. He subconsciously moved forward and wanted to get close to Celebai. Luo Wen stood in front of him. Price is better not to be too e-sided. Go away. Price, if you ask Celebai's opinion carefully I won't interfere, but if you want to use strong I won't sit idly by. Price was very afraid of Risharam, so she finally took a step back and said there is always an opportunity to let me communicate with Celebai. Luo Wen said as a Pokemon that controls time Celebai may not have strong power. The stronger 4 elite champion can defeat the normal ones, but the level of mystery can rank among the top 10 of all Pokemon. There are some things that I must know. Mastering the power of time and space. Does Celebai really not know that Price wants to borrow his own power? After all, in the original story Price did borrow the power of Celebai. A space-time Pokemon like Celebai has no past and future in a strict sense. Maybe Price borrowed the power of K. In Celebai's eyes it was like a while ago in the eyes of humans. Price was silent and knew that she was too e-sided, so she forced herself to calm down. At this time Ruby was so e-sided that he rushed over to tell Norman and others about his resurrection. Celebai took people through time and space. As Norman and others came to this time and space they already knew everything and there was no need for Ruby and Sapphire to reinterpret it. Of course it took time to slowly come back to life, so I didn't come to Luo Wen and Price immediately. However, Celebai seemed to be very interested in Rowan. Kay did not bother Ruby but came to Luo Wen and began to circle around as if looking for something. Not long after, Kay came to Luo Wen's back, to be precise above the backpack. Woo! Luo Wen understood and asked, do you want me to open my backpack? As he said that, he opened his backpack. Celebai nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out a vine whip and took something out of her backpack. And this thing is the mysterious device and meteorite that brought Rowan to this parallel world. Chapter 215 Price's Secrets and the Wealthy Stephen. Luo Wen didn't expect that what Celebai found was the device that brought him to this world. He knew very well that since he could bring him to this world it was probably related to this world. At first he guessed that it was related to Palkia, after all he could travel through time, but now it seems that it is related to Celebai. Luo Wen was still a little nervous when he watched Celebai's vine whip to watch the device over and over again. If this was broken it would be troublesome if he wanted to go back. After Celebai looked at it for a while, a blue light suddenly appeared on her body. After the light dissipated, the meteorite had separated from the outside device and became two different things. Mechanical devices are mechanical devices and meteorites are meteorite, or this is what two things are originally like. After the mechanical device escaped from the meteorite, it slowly began to change, becoming a bracelet with a blue-colored gem embedded above the bracelet. Celebai put the bracelet on Rowan's wrist. Luo Wen just wanted to know if something was useful. As for the meteorite that was wrapped in mechanical devices before, Celebai took a look and put it back on her backpack. It was obvious that she had no interest in this thing. Luo Wen also didn't have time to check the changes in the meteorite after removing the mechanical device. After all, now there is no time to confirm whether the bracelet has the previous function. Price, who was standing by, was extremely jealous when she saw these. He didn't expect that he could see two people favored by Celebai here. After Celebai finished all this, she came to Price to surround him. Price was excited, afraid that one of his actions would scare Celebai away. Woo! After looking around, Celebai did not take any action but chose to leave directly. Celebai, please help me. I know you must have a way to send me back, right? Price took a few steps forward and wanted to catch up with Celebai. Celebai hid behind Luo Wen in an instant. Woo! Celebai's previous tweets were all an emotion and had no other meaning, and this time it was a response to Price. Luo Wen can know the meaning of Celebai with the help of aura. Price, Celebai said there is no time yet. Yes, Celebai did not refuse but believed that the time was not yet available. There is no time, that is, I do have the opportunity to go back in the past. Price is not a fool either, so he could naturally hear the subtle meaning of Celebai's word. That's right, why don't Price leave now? Since Celebai said that, it means that Price will be able to travel through time and space and see his own Lapras one day. Luo Wen actually didn't want to fight with Price. Although Price currently has only one Rocky, you should know that Price is conquered by Lugia by his Pokemon, which means that his Pokemon also has legendary battles and is even more powerful than Lugia. In addition, Ho-Oh might be recaptured. He didn't want to meet Price at all. Of course, if he had to fight he would not retreat. Price's eyes fell on Reshiram again. If Reshiram hadn't been, he might have tried his best. Now facing Luo Wen, who obviously would stop him, and with Celebai's promise, he was afraid of being afraid to gamble. So he took a deep look at Celebai, who was hiding behind Luo Wen, and said, I hope what you said is true, otherwise I will find your existence no matter what. Price put aside the idea of forcibly capturing Celebai. Woo! Celebai was a little emotional and she didn't like to be threatened like this, but Celebi didn't say anything. She looked like a small sucking bag. Price does not plan to stay for his own purpose, although according to Celebi's meaning he would one day get the opportunity to travel through time and space. He didn't plan to stop some of the original actions. At most he would restrain himself. After all, maybe the so-called opportunity lies in your own actions. But before leaving he looked at Luo Wen and said, the people who found me are probably people from another world like you. They treat me as a knife and want to deal with Hone region. I can't find them. Since you can, when you meet them, if you have the chance, you can teach me a lesson. Luo Wen was full of confusion. Is Price crazy? She was still hostile just now, but now she actually needs his help. Price naturally knew what he was talking about. He took out a somewhat outdated booklet from his arms and said, this is some of my Pokemon exercise experiences. The first half was organized with Oak Agatha and others when he was young. Yes, the second half was organized by myself, and I should have helping hand for you, which is considered a reward. The value of Price's Pokemon training experience is unquestionable, and this is the ruthless man who has cultivated Pokemon with the Divine Beast hard deal. This old booklet is an amazing treasure for all trainers. If it is put into the fantasy world, it will be a scripture of the great emperor which will make countless strong men beat the dog's brain. Price, you give me this kind of thing probably not just for the so-called revenge. It is precisely because of knowing the value that Luo Wen realized that Price's purpose is definitely not that simple. Price's tone was very plain and said, it's like leaving a hope for you. You can get the favor of Celebi and travel through time and space. If the time mentioned by Celebi has not come, if possible, maybe you can help me. Bundle. Actually, this is the real reason. He will not put all hope on the opportunity that Celebi said. When he saw a person who could travel through time and space, he didn't want to miss it. Leave a good relationship, maybe you will have a chance to use it in the future. Speaking of this, Price couldn't help but say a few more words. Although the divine beasts are strong, don't ignore the Pokemon around you. They are also worthy of your trust. You are still far from being a true top trainer. I hope my manual has helping hand for you. Price knows I'm not a top trainer? Luo Wen asked subconsciously. Of course he knew that he was not a top trainer, and strictly speaking he was not even a champion. The reason why Reshiram is originally because Reshiram itself is special enough. They recognize that trainers do not value strength but rather their philosophy. This is true for Qrem, but when he saw him driving the divine beast, Price could still see the details. When Price heard this, he said twice haha and then said, a true strong man can tell you at a glance. When will you develop a top Pokemon? After saying this, Price didn't have the heart to continue talking. Some things, if you understand them, and if you don't understand, you don't understand them. You need to understand them yourself. He jumped directly and jumped behind Lugia. Lugia did not stop, flew to the sky and disappeared into the cloud. When Lugia left, Celebi flew out from behind Luo Wen. Faced with Price's continued malice, only Luo Wen, the driver of the divine beast, should be safer. It's okay, be careful in the future. There are many people in the world who are eyeing you, Luo Wen said with a smile at Celebi. He reached out his hand and tried to touch Celebi. Celebi did not refuse. It's a little cool, soft, and has a good feel. Unfortunately, Celebi ran away in a while and did not give Luo Wen a chance to touch it. Because Ruby and Sapphire were also excited and relieved. Seeing that Ruby was free, Celebi went over directly. After following Ruby for several years, I naturally prefer Ruby. Ruby greeted Celebi and brought the group of people who had just been resurrected to Luo Wen's side. Roman, they are the leader and the 4 elite champion of Hone region. This is my father Norman. Norman stood up with a grateful tone and said, thank you very much Rowan for saving the entire Hone region. They knew the specific situation and knew how dangerous it was at that time. Luo Wen smiled and said, I happened to meet him. Speaking of which, I know both Mr. Norman, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Drake. After hearing this, Stephen knew it and said, Mr. Luo Wen, you must be from a parallel world, right? Combining the conversation between Luo Wen and Price just now, it is not difficult to make such a judgment. Luo Wen nodded and did not deny it but said, Unova region dragon elite. Luo Wen, say hello to you. In my impression, Unova does not have a dragon elite, and it turns out to be from a parallel world. Wallace, who was a little slutty on the side, said, as a champion level trainer who has risen from a gorgeous competition, every move is elegant. Sapphire thought of Luo Wen's reaction when he saw him and suddenly realized it and said, Luo Wen, do you think I am familiar with it? Because there is someone who looks exactly like me in your world. What kind of person is she? Do you really want to know, Sapphire? Sapphire nodded without hesitation. Not only her but Norman, Stephen and others were also very curious. They really want to know what the pedometers in parallel worlds look like. Luo Wen sorted out his thoughts, then said, there is no Sapphire in our world. To be precise, it should be called Mei or Norman Yao. No wonder you called me Mei before, right? Norman Yao? Ah. Ruby, who was originally playing with Celebi, suddenly raised his head and looked at his father. Norman was also extremely surprised and said, in your world is Sapphire my my child? That's right. Luo Wen nodded. May's personality is almost the same as Sapphire. He likes gorgeous competitions more. In addition, in our world there is no such person as Ruby. Sapphire in this world wants to become a Pokemon master rather than a gorgeous competition master. The people present were a little confused. This parallel world has a great impact on them. Then do I have my assistant? Steven asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Steven is still the champion of Hone region, but he removed the champion and handed it over to Mr. Wallace to dig stones all over the world. Luo Wen still knew the basic information about Steven in his world. After hearing this, Wallace felt a little resentful. Why did he change the world? He was still exploited by Steven. Feeling Wallace's eyes, Steven laughed. He finally threw the champion away, but he didn't want to pick it up and disturb himself from digging stone. Then Luo Wen looked at Drake again and said, Mr. Drake has a great helping hand for me. Speaking of which, I also agreed to DRA if Hone encounters a crisis he needs help. Drake smiled heartily and said, haha, is that so lucky for me in your world? In his opinion, being able to get the promise of the master of the divine beast is a good thing in any case. However, when Rowan made his promise, he didn't even get Lugia's silver feathers, let alone Lacy Ram. On the one hand, I am really grateful to Drake's helping hand, and on the other hand, I know what will happen to Hone. Of course, I don't need to say this kind of thing here. At this time, Ruby, Sapphire and Norman have all come back to their senses from the changes in the Sapphire Homo soul. Ruby noticed something and asked Luo Wen, why do I feel that no one else has changed except me, Sapphire and Mr. Norman? Luo Wen looked inexplicably and said, you have to know that some people are destined to be the protagonists, but in other worlds they may not be the protagonist. His words were a bit abstract, but the people present were all the top groups of Hone, so naturally they could understand what this meant. Ruby and Sapphire belong to the protagonists in their world, but in the Luoan world they are not the protagonists because their fate has changed. So that's it. I really want to go to your world to see it. Ruby was very interested in the world without him, and indeed Sapphire. Wu Celebi flew out directly, interrupting Ruby's imagination. You can't go to other parallel worlds at will. Ruby doesn't have aura, but she inexplicably understands what Celebi means. No, forget it, we are big enough. I haven't finished traveling yet. Ruby shook his head, but he had no idea of complaining. As he said, Pokemon world is not an ordinary big one. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not continue to talk about the pier. They are very grateful to Luo Wen for helping hand. This kind of thanks is not a verbal thanks, but naturally it also includes material thanks. Although Steven was Hone's predecessor champion, he was still selected as a representative and talked to Luo Wen. Nothing else rich and powerful. Rowan, thank you very much for helping us fight back Yogra and Groudon. Such a great kindness can be said to be incommendable. I don't know what you want. As long as we Hone can take it out, we can give us time from other region things and they will be as coordinated as possible. Steven spoke in a big tone. However, as Hone's former champion and the heir to Devon Company, he does have this qualification. Luo Wen actually had nothing to want, but when he thought that the person in front of him was Steven, he raised his eyebrows and said, does it include things from Devon? Steven said without hesitation, including, but if it involves the core technology of Devon, I hope that even if you return to your own world you will not be able to make it public. Luo Wen nodded and said, no problem, what I want is very simple. Does Devon have virtual reality technology? By the way, if there is such a thing, you can give me some. Chapter 216 Harvest. The things Rowan took out were actually Metagross and Diace's super evolutionary stone eye. Since he had the chance, he naturally would not be polite to Steven, a big dog. Steven is very interested in things related to stone. After seeing the super evolutionary stone eye, he immediately had a message in his mind. This seems to be a stone from Kalos region. It is said that it can improve the strength of Pokemon. I think it looks good, so I collected some of it. Luo Wen did not hide the information of super evolutionary stone eye and said super evolutionary stone eye can make some Pokemon evolution again, such as Steven's Metagross. After super evolution, it will change its form and improve its strength. So powerful. Everyone present was a little scared. They all know Steven's strength and they can definitely be said to be the number one Hone at the moment. The results can continue to improve. Everyone present was the top Hone region trainer and immediately understood the value of this thing. Evolution again? It turns out that this beautiful stone has this effect. I have collected about 7 or 8 of them and I can give it to Luo Wen. However, if there is a Metagross super evolutionary stone I hope to stay. Steven was very generous and didn't feel sorry for delivering precious things. No, I just need to choose a few that can be used. As for Metagross super evolutionary stone I have it myself. You see, that's it. You can compare and search. Rao Wen did not intend to take it all. If it is useless, it means little to him. I still want virtual reality devices more than super evolutionary stone eye. Does Devon Group have one? The virtual reality device is related to the subsequent Pokemon Simulation Universe project. When Metagross and Diance's super evolutionary stone might have been obtained, he still pays more attention to this thing. Steven doesn't manage his own business very much, but he still knows the basic business. He said Devon Group has not studied virtual reality devices. Then I will see if there is any related thing to give it to you. I hope you don't dislike it. Pokemon World. Everything is developed around Pokemon. Virtual reality devices, things that have little to do with Pokemon, are naturally not within the research scope of these top companies. Even if there is such a company, it is difficult to develop. Luo Wen was not surprised by this result and was not too disappointed. It doesn't matter how much is it. Anyway, the main technology will definitely be the simulated universe technology learned by Metagross, and these technologies are just for some reference. It's best to have it, and if you don't have it, don't force it. He helps Han to parallel the edge region of the world, not for reward. Steven nodded, but he was thinking in his heart that he had to find something that had helping hand for Luo Wen. After all, there is no Rowan this time, and Hone is probably Lance Crossing, but this crisis. He looked at the messy pseudopolis city and felt uncomfortable. No matter what, he is also the champion of Hone and loves his hometown very much. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have stepped down and returned to join the war until he died in battle. At this moment, the ordinary Rayquaza woke up from rest and recovered most of her injuries and physical strength. Two Rayquazas, one blue and one black, both flew into the sky. Hold head high, the people shouted at Luo Wen and then disappeared into the cloud. This is thanks to Luo Wen for helping hand. If it weren't for the attack of Q-Ram, both ordinary Rayquaza and strange colored Rayquaza would probably have fallen here. Of course, Rayquaza also reminded Luo Wen to not forget the agreement. 3 days later, Norman shouted in the direction where Rayquaza disappeared. Rayquaza, thank you for your helping hand. He found the ordinary Rayquaza. No matter what the result was, it was helping hand who did them. Thank you. Sapphire saw the battle between two Rayquazas and felt more in her heart. Unfortunately, Rayquaza will not respond. When Rayquaza left, Norman said, this time I almost harmed Rayquaza. He knew that Rayquaza's life was hanging on the line, but he was in a bad state after being injured. Steven shook his head and said, who knows that Kyogre and Groudon will suddenly change. What is the form of that day? The three god pillars he originally found stopped Kyogre and Groudon for a while, but as Kyogre and Groudon both entered that special state, the three divine pillars were instantly defeated and died. He was in charge of command and did not escape the fate of death. Drake and 4 elites also died in battle at that time. Others are also confused. This is something that needs to be investigated. Who would have thought that Kyogre and Groudon could suddenly become stronger, causing them who had a certain ability to resist to lose in an instant? Only Sapphire is different. She glanced at Rowan and then said, Rowan said that that state is a primitive return which can enhance the racial value of Pokemon. As E pected, all eyes focused on Luo Wen. Luo Wen had to explain the original return is to return to the original posture. A simple understanding can be regarded as a special super evolution. The essence of super evolution is also the most primitive posture to explore Pokemon. A super evolution. Everyone present found that they still underestimated the super evolution. The divine beast can actually become stronger through super evolution. How strong is Kyogre and Groudon's growth rate? They have seen it with their own eyes. Rayquaza, who could have been able to play with Kyogre and Groudon, didn't even last for a minute. But why did Kyogre and Groudon suddenly become more evolution? Steven thought more. Luo Wen shook his head and said, this is me. It's not clear, but some rough guesses may be that a large amount of natural energy was obtained which could allow Kyogre and Groudon to return primitively. Original return is the exclusive noun of Kyogre and Groudon. The prerequisite for primitive return is absorbs large amount of natural energy. Thinking of this, he continued, you can find out if there are meteorites nearby. In his impression, Hone region had an ocean falling from the universe 1,000 years ago. This meteorite caused the natural energy to burst greatly. At that time, Kyogre and Groudon had the first primitive return. Natural energy is related to meteorite. Steven was a little surprised. He is the person who knows the best own, but he can't connect the meteorites from the universe with the natural energy of Pokemon World. I have no answer to this point, so I can only let scholars study it. Luo Wen said helplessly. He can't say that Pokemon World is an ideal world. Anything is possible, right? But Steven is easier to accept than he thought. Pokemon World is indeed full of countless secrets, as are all kinds of stone. Ruby and others behind him also nodded. Obviously they can accept the secrets of Pokemon no matter what it is. After all, there are still countless things that cannot be explained in the current Pokemon research world. Just an evolution is enough to study for a long time. Speaking of stone, Luo Wen thought of two key things and asked, by the way, where are the two orbs that can control Kyogre and Groudon? Can you find them? Don't be found by the ambitious people again. To be honest, whether it is the blue bead that can control Kyogre or the green bead that can control Groudon, it is just theoretical. After Kyogre and Groudon met, it is hard to say who controlled whom. However, as long as this thing is still there, it will definitely attract the covetousness of ambitious people. Stephen shook his head when he heard Luo Wen's words. He died in battle in front of Archie and Ma Yi. It seems to be falling into the sea. In the end Sapphire stood up and answered. She was the last sober person and she also saw Archie and Ma Yi's death in the explosion of body and knew the whereabouts of the 2 pearls. Did you fall into the sea? This is a problem, Stephen said with some headache. If you keep in the sea it's okay. I'm afraid that someone will get this thing by accident. And at this moment Celebi disappeared in front of everyone. Woo! When the time came back there were already 2 more beads with water stains in my hand. One red and the other blue. Look extremely gorgeous. Celebi, have you retrieved the thing? It's so awesome, Ruby said happily. He knew Stephen's troubles. In the past they didn't know the function of the orb, but now they know that the orb can control Kyogre and Groudon. The orb is no different from a time bomb for Hone. Seeing that Beza was brought back by Celebi, Stephen had a headache. This thing was not good enough to keep it outside and it was not the best choice to get it back. After all, there were no ambitious people in the league and it was a completely hot potato. But he still said, can Celebi handle the orb for us? Wu Celebi shook her head and then came to Luo Wen. Before Luo Wen could react, he had 2 wet beads in his hand. Holding the 2 orbs, Luo Wen felt a little confused. To be honest, he thought that Celebi would directly destroy the 2 orbs like the original storyline. As a result, Celebi actually gave him this thing directly. What's the use of him holding it? Even if he wants to conquer Kyogre and Groudon, he will not use the orb but will directly conquer it by force. After all, using orb to control Groudon and Kyogre is not without side effect. In Ash's story, Archie becomes crazy directly, while Archie and Ma Yi in this world are even worse and they directly implode. Seeing this, Stephen nodded and said these 2 beads are very good for Luo Wen to save them. First of all, Luo Wen is not a person from their world. Once he leaves, no one finds him. Furthermore, Luo Wen is the master of the divine beast. He is definitely capable of protecting the 2 pearls and will not have the ambition to control the divine beast to cause trouble. After all, if he wanted to, he would have had a chance. Luo Wen then please Wallace spoke up for support. He is Hone's current champion. If you encounter something, you will definitely be the first to be affected, which can reduce some trouble. Luo Wen, okay then I will keep these 2 orbs. As he said that, he simply took 2 treasure, swiped the bead and put them in your backpack. In addition to the gene wedge, he has 2 more divine beast props. Seeing Luo Wen accept it, Celebi seemed very happy. This thing should be given to Luo Wen. As a Pokemon who controls time and space, you will not be wrong. Stephen, Wallace and others did not have the ambition to control the divine beast and were able to properly arrange the orb. A big stone fell in their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. Stephen joked, "Law, you have helped us again." Wallace also said with approval, "Yes, the NET thing is our own business. Pseudopoly's city has suffered a lot." He felt very heartbroken when he looked at Pseudopoly's city, who had mostly been reduced to ruin. The teacher is Pseudopoly's city's water-washed gym leader. He himself has lived in Pseudopoly's city for a long time and has a deep relationship. As long as people and Pokemon are fine, Pseudopoly's city will recover sooner or later and the league will definitely not sit idly by. Stephen comforted. He and Wallace have a good relationship and are very clear about Wallace's feelings for Pseudopoly's city. There are 2 things that are most fortunate this time. One thing is that Rowan arrives and defeats Kyogre and Groudon. One thing is that Ruby conquered Celebi, causing Hone region to only lose some buildings. These 2 things can be said to resolve Hone's crisis. The subsequent aftermath has nothing to do with Luo Wen. The Pokemon Alliance sent some people to formulate the reconstruction plan for Pseudopoly's city on the same day and at the same time searching for the meteorites mentioned by Luo Wen. Luo Wen was warmly entertained by Stephen and others. The NET day, Stephen brought the Super Evolutionary Stone-ite and information. Super Evolution props. Rowan chose a Garchomp. No matter what, Super Evolution can increase the value, which is quite good for Garchomp's helping hand. Then there is a Super Evolutionary Stone-ite that resonates with him, an aura and an Evolution Keystone. The Evolution Keystone is prepared for Minji. Apart from that, he didn't get much. Then there is the virtual reality device. I asked the company's researchers and found that when our company was studying fossil resurrection technology, it had a byproduct which was a bit like the virtual reality technology you want, and I hope it will help you. Thank you. Luo Wen could see from Stephen's expression that he had tried his best to find these things. After all, Devon Company has no research on this aspect at all. Thank you, this is the reward for you. Just be able to help you. After giving the thing to Luo Wen, Stephen hurriedly left. Although he is his champion, the current Hone region is short of people everywhere, so he also has to work. After Stephen left, Luo Wen briefly sorted out his gain prices: secret blue orbs and red orbs, 2 super evolutionary stone-ite and an evolution keystone. Devon's research data. I didn't expect to get so many things. Luo Wen didn't expect that he had just come here for so little time and got so many things, and none of them were waste, all of them were valuable. By the way, there is another extremely important thing: the agreement agreement with the alien Rayquaza. Thinking of this agreement, Luo Wen felt a little excited. Reshiram felt this excitement and said, "Do you want to conquer that alien Rayquaza?" Thinking of the distant Rayquaza's attitude, Luo Wen smiled and said maybe he wants to follow him and he will see him in 3 days. Chapter 217 The Challenge of the Rayquaza. Because of the agreement with Rayquaza, Rowan did not choose to leave when he got the things given by Steven but stayed. He has tested that the mechanical device that was turned into a bracelet by Celebi still retains its original function and can bring him back to his own world. Unfortunately, that's all, because the power of the bracelet is most likely related to Celebi. While waiting for the appointment of time with Rayquaza, he found Ruby again. Ruby also suffered a serious injury this time and recovered in the hospital. Sapphire took care of him. Luo Wen took the fruit and found Ruby and explained his purpose. "Ruby, can I talk to Celebi?" "Sorry Luo Wen, Celebi has left," Ruby said with apologetic expression on his face. "Leave?" In the original story, Celebi pulled Ruby to the perfect ending timeline and leave. After this incident ended, Celebi was still with Ruby and he thought it would be different. In the end we still went to the same ending. Yes, Celebi was left by himself after staying for a day. In fact, this was the first time Celebi appeared after I subdued Celebi. I feel that he was doing this for this day. Ruby's tone seemed to be a little relieved. He had been wondering why Celebi followed him and now he seemed to have an answer. "Okay, you have a good rest." Since Celebi has left and Ruby has Sapphire taken care of, Luo Wen is unwilling to be a light bulb here. "Let's go slowly." After leaving the hospital, Luo Wen shook his head helplessly. "What do you want to find Celebi for?" Reshiram asked suddenly. Luo Wen replied, "This bracelet that can tell the parallel world is mostly related to Celebi. I want to ask Celebi if she knows anything. Yesterday I saw Celebi was always with Ruby, so I didn't bother me to ask. I took time today. As a result I have left. It seems that I have to explore the secret of the bracelet by myself. The relationship between bracelets and Celebi is almost certain. Celebi must have known some information, but it is slower and slower and now it is impossible to get the answer. It is basically impossible to find a Pokemon like Celebi without wanting people to find it. Celebi encountered by Ash will be captured by Team Rocket Cotters. He thinks it is part of the plan and is for the encounter between Ash, Professor Oak and Celebi, which itself is part of time and space. There will be the day when you know the answer. I think so too. Let it go, Luo Wen said with a smile. It's not that he has to figure out the answer. It's best to be clear, but it doesn't matter if he can. Maybe this will be more interesting. When Celebi left, Luo Wen had nothing to do. He also had no idea to go to other regions in this world. In the special world it is better to be careful, not to mention that Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets are suspected to be present. Of course he is not really doing nothing. Instead I took out the meteorite given by to Professor. Celebi is not interested in meteorites, which does not mean that this meteorite is of no value. It is definitely not easy to be able to be put together with the device that travels through time and space. Of course, unlike when he first got the meteorite, he already had a guess about it. Reshiram, can you feel the meteorite situation now? Yes, this meteorite contains very powerful energy, no worse than the divine stone. In addition, these energy seems to be similar to the energy in special states such as Kyogre and Groudon. After the space-time device disappeared, Reshiram immediately sensed a lot of things. Sure enough, Luo Wen knew it in his heart after receiving Reshiram's answer. "Do you know what this is?" Reshiram was a little curious. In his eyes this meteorite was not simple. Luo Wen took out the blue orb and put it together with the meteorite and said if nothing unexpected happens they are all similar things. Originally he had no clues until he mentioned the conditions for the original return of Kyogre and Groudon to Steven. The huge rocks from the universe contain a large amount of natural energy which can make Kyogre and Groudon return primitively and can also make Rayquaza's super evolution. As far as he knows, even Rayquaza took the initiative to compete for the natural energy of the boulder. The meteorite in his hand only responded in Hone region. This time he happened to meet Rayquaza, so he suspected that this was a prop that could make Rayquaza's super evolution a strange super evolutionary stone eye, but he couldn't confirm whether he was at the beginning, so he asked Reshiram to confirm. Reshiram said that the energy in the meteorite was similar to the energy of the original Kyogre's, so he was barely sure. If Rayquaza, especially the Rayquaza's super evolutionary, its strength will probably improve a lot and it may not be weaker than Kyurem at that time. Reshiram directly used Kyurem as a combat unit. Of course K is not talking nonsense for the sake of blackmailing Kyurem. After seeing Luo Wen Metagross Diancie super evolution and Kyogre and Groudon's original return, he knew very well how much strength the super evolution could improve. The strength of the alien Rayquaza is not weak. If it is more evolutionary it will definitely improve, less perhaps unexpectedly powerful. When I wake up my power, the alien Rayquaza will not be my opponent. Kyurem, who was originally quiet, immediately spoke when he heard Reshiram's words. You'll know if you try it. Luo Wen felt a little fluttering and actually agreed that the strange color of Rayquaza would become his Pokemon. But with such an opportunity he will definitely not miss it. He can plan a battle of divine beasts. It will definitely be better if there are more divine beasts. There will most likely be a fight in the future and I hope to be able to play. Kyurem was also very straightforward and asked for a fight directly. If you have the chance there is no problem. Kyurem has an absolute advantage when facing Rayquaza which cannot surpass evolution. As for whether this meteorite is related to Rayquaza you will be clear when you see Rayquaza. Although it can be basically determined that the meteorite is related to Rayquaza, if you want to confirm it you have to ask Rayquaza. If Rayquaza can really make her super evolution, Rayquaza will definitely feel differently. Time passed slowly and soon the time agreed with Rayquaza was reached. Luo Wen came to the beach in Pseudopoly's city early and waited. I originally thought it would take some time, but in less than 10 minutes a strange colored Rayquaza appeared in the cloud. The strange colored Rayquaza also quickly discovered his traces and a dive fell directly to him. This scene can naturally be hidden from the Alliance trainer in Pseudopoly's city. Fortunately Luo Wen had notified him long ago so he did not cause any riot. Roar. The purpose of the alien Rayquaza is very simple. Become stronger. Strong enough to suppress the original Kyogre and the original Groudon and enough to challenge the flame white Kyurem. Chapter 218 Meteorite Dragon Ascent. The alien Rayquaza is easy to fight and likes to challenge the strong. However, after fighting against the original Kyogre and the original Groudon he also realized that he was not strong enough. Therefore, after hearing that Luo Wen had a way to become stronger he made an agreement without hesitation and arrived as promised. Want to know what the same power as Kyogre, Groudon and others? Don't worry, I've got something here. Maybe I can help you change the place first. Although I told Steven and the others about the strange color Rayquaza in advance, it is not the same thing to keep the strange color Rayquaza in this place where Pseudopoly's city can see. After all, Pseudopoly's city has just been attacked by a divine beast. Roar. It doesn't matter where you go, Rayquaza just want to know what the way to become stronger is. Roared, then crawled with his front half and reached his head in front of Luo Wen. This is already very obvious and I will take Luo Wen away. Luo Wen originally wanted Reshiram to help but he didn't expect that the strange colored Rayquaza would come like this. He will definitely not miss the opportunity to ride a dragon. With his strong physical fitness he jumped to the head of the strange colored Rayquaza. Rayquaza is more than 10 meters long and is huge. Standing on her head she doesn't seem narrow at all. When Luo Wen stood firm, Rayquaza hovered and flew towards the sky. I originally thought that Rayquaza was not as careful as Reshiram, but when Luo Wen flew he realized that the strong wind caused by the flight was blocked by Rayquaza with his own strength. Luo Wen is ready to use psychic but he doesn't have to worry about it at all. Rayquaza just find a wilderness without anyone or Pokemon. Roar. Rayquaza means understanding and then rises rapidly. Rayquaza, where are you going to take me? Luo Wen couldn't help but shout as he looked at the clouds getting closer and closer to him. There is indeed no one or Pokemon in the sky, but it is too remote, right? Moreover, the environment is extremely harsh and not suitable for communication. Even if his current physique can withstand such a harsh environment he doesn't want to go. However, not long after he finished speaking a huge platform appeared in front of him. Above the huge platform another Rayquaza was hovering. If nothing unexpected happens, this Rayquaza is the one that was easily defeated by the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Sky Pillar. Luo Wen thought of a place. Sky Pillar located above the sky. In theory Rayquaza lives here. Of course Rayquaza usually lives in ozone or look for meteorites in outer space. This time I will be here. Most of the time I will be recuperating. When he found that the strange color Rayquaza came back, the ordinary Rayquaza did not move, nor did he move due to the appearance of Luo Wen. Sky Pillar says it is a pillar and in fact at the top is a huge platform. After the alien Rayquaza arrived she put her head on the platform. Luo Wen jumped down directly. After he stood firm he saw the strange colored Rayquaza looking at him with anticipation. Obviously I really want to know the information about the super evolution. Luo Wen didn't talk nonsense, took out the meteorite in his backpack and regardless of whether Rayquaza could understand it he began to explain the message of super evolution. The reason why Kyogre and Groudon became so strong is because they returned to the original. The form, simply put, is the qualitative change of life. Under this form your strength will be greatly enhanced. Rayquaza, you also have this form. If I'm not mistaken this meteorite should be able to help hand and you make a qualitative change in your life. In fact, after Rowan took out the meteorite the strange colored Rayquaza's eyes never left the meteorite, and even the ordinary Rayquaza was no exception. I got this by accident. I was not sure at first. Now judging from your appearance this meteorite will definitely help you. You are super evolution. Both Rayquazas have performed this way so there is no need to say say much about the conclusion. Then Luo Wen looked at the strange color Rayquaza sent the meteorite to him and said, Rayquaza, you can see if there is a helping hand for you. You should have special organs that can store the energy of the meteorite to use it. Helping hand, you are super evolution. Rayquaza has a special organ called triangle organ which can store energy and use evolution from the main super. Also said it is the emperor. The two Rayquazas were a little confused when they heard Luo Wen say that they had special organs, but after all they were part of their body and they soon realized which organ it was. In fact, both Rayquaza and Rayquaza have developed this special organ, but it has not yet been developed in the direction of hyper-evolution. After Luo Wen said that the two Rayquazas would not be enlightened, but they were not as confused as before. In fact, after realizing that my triangle organ can transform energy and support myself in the qualitative transformation of life to achieve super evolution, the two Rayquazas are not far from super evolution. As top divine beasts, they have extremely strong control over power, otherwise they would not be the boss of the Hone region divine beast. Without the original return and super evolution, the normal can be 1 to 2. With the original return and super evolution, the super evolution Rayquaza can still be 1 to 2 even easier and can knock down the original Kyogre and the original Groudon with one blow. Of course this is soon for Rayquaza's long lifespan. No matter how short it is, it will take 2 or 3 years. Luo Wen looked at the alien Rayquaza and said, try this meteorite. To be honest, I just know that the meteorite has helping hand for you. I don't know very well what helping hand is. Rayquaza's triangular organ can convert meteorite energy into super evolution energy, but he doesn't know what the situation is. Besides, he felt that the meteorite he obtained was not simple. Rayquaza was not polite to see this. The captivate meteorite in front of me is indeed very powerful. K stretched out his head and gently touched the meteorite that had been placed on the ground by Luo Wen, and just as the strange colored Rayquaza touched the meteorite shone brightly. After the light dissipated, the meteorite had changed into a different form. The original meteorite is a very classic image of a meteorite. It is an irregular gray stone as a whole with a bumpy hole on the surface. Now it seems that the eternal protective layer has fallen off and turned into a fist-sized crystal stone emitting colorful light, and its appearance deserves a huge improvement. The light emitted by the crystal stone made the alien Rayquaza and ordinary Rayquaza approach involuntarily. Luo Wen's aura is very sensitive to energy flow. He could feel that the energy emitted by the meteorite was constantly being absorbed by two Rayquazas. Neither of the two divine beasts absorbed made the meteorite light dim. Obviously the energy in the meteorite is extremely terrifying. Not long after absorb finished the meteorite energy, both the alien Rayquaza and Rayquaza emitted a dragon roar. Woolulu. They used their skills towards the sky at the same time. The lush light shone on the entire sky pillar and the terrifying aura seemed to make the sky tremble. This is Dragon Ascent Chapter 219. Come and fight. Both Rayquazas burst out with dazzling emerald green light. The light was like jade, very beautiful. The terrifying dragon power came from the light as if to make everything surrender. It was like a level 13 wind blew on sky pillar. Reshiram appeared with the flow and helped Luo Wen block the invasion of the wind. By the way, we evaluate the strength of the two Rayquazas. The alien colored Rayquaza is obviously much stronger than the ordinary Rayquaza. There was no clear comparison before, so I can see it very clearly now. Are they going to be more evolution? Reshiram is not as good as Luo Wen to know about the details of super evolution. This move should be Dragon Ascent. Theoretically, learning Dragon Ascent can be more evolutionary. It depends on whether they can use it intact. Luo Wen was not sure whether the two Rayquazas could succeed. If you follow the normal trajectory, you will definitely not be able to be so fast. The meteorite he took out was very special. It has the function of helping hand Rayquaza's super evolution, which can speed up the progress, but he was not very clear about the specific changes. Luo Wen looked at the two Rayquazas winding and circling in the Tianlong, thought for a while, released Dolong and Haorus and said, Dolong and Haorus, you can feel the power of the top dragon type beast. Unlike Reshiram, they go further on the road of dragon system. Reshiram didn't say anything because it was the truth. On the road of the dragon system, Rayquaza can be said to have reached its peak. K is better at the power of flame. Duolong looked at the two Rayquazas with covet in his eyes. Haorus is even more so. Although Duolong is a dragon type Pokemon, he is also very good at the ghost system. After learning the flying thunder god, the ghost system is even more powerful, but he is different. He is taking the pure dragon path. The special outrage state is also a utilization of dragon energy. Rayquaza is the peak of the Dragon Ascent Pokemon, and Rayquaza, which uses Dragon Ascent, is the peak of the use of dragon energy. Even if it is far away, he can easily feel the power. Only by reaching this level can you be truly powerful. Both Duolong and Haorus look at it carefully, hoping that I can learn more. Woolulu. Another dragon roar came and the ordinary Rayquaza stopped in the air. Is this a failure. The normal Rayquaza form has not changed, but it is actually a failure to use Dragon Ascent. The strange color of Rayquaza is still continuing and the dragon power in the sky is still increasing. It is obvious that the alien Rayquaza also felt that this was an opportunity for her transformation. Luo Wen also prayed in his heart to succeed. He really wanted Rayquaza to follow him, but since he took out the meteorite and gave it to Rayquaza, he just wanted to succeed. Anyway, there are so many ways to conquer Rayquaza. He believed that this Rayquaza would definitely not refuse to fight, but his prayers did not work in the end. The dragon energy of the strange colored Rayquaza is about to reach its peak and undergoes qualitative changes, but it suddenly becomes weak. The dragon energy with a shiny luster like jade disappears instantly like ordinary Rayquaza. Woolulu. The strange colored Rayquaza is just like the ordinary Rayquaza, but she is not in a good mood. After all, none of them succeeded in super evolution. Soon both Rayquazas flew back and hovered on the pillar of Sky Pillar. Both looked at the special meteorite that had been picked up by Luo Wen. If you can keep this meteorite with you all the time, you will definitely learn Dragon Ascent quickly. What exactly does this meteorite do to your helping hand? Luo Wen asked curiously. Roar. The alien color Rayquaza briefly explains the role of meteorite. Simply put, special energy will stimulate their special organs, allowing the triangular organs to transform energy and undergo qualitative changes in life. The reason why they fail is because Absorb has too little energy. If Absorb is enough, it will be successful. How long will it take? Roar. Rayquaza nodded and gave an approximate time. Absorb can transform energy into himself in 3 or 4 months. Does Absorb take so long? Luo Wen was a little surprised. Roar. It took such a long time mainly because Luo Wen's colorful meteorite was too small. After the pothole burning shell fell off, the remaining colorful meteorites were only the size of fizz. The energy emitted is limited. If it is big enough, it may be able to surpass evolution in an instant. After obtaining the explanation of the alien color Rayquaza, Rowan thought of the big rock hidden in the Hone region, which was also the huge stone that caused the war between Kyogre and Groudon thousands of years ago and contained huge natural energy. As soon as the stone appeared, it immediately attracted Rayquaza. After getting close, Rayquaza instantly completed the super evolution. After Kyogre and Groudon sensed the boulder, they were also awakened and moved towards the boulder wanting to compete, and immediately completed the original return after approaching the boulder. It is conceivable how terrible the energy that huge rock contained, but now this huge rock is now being impervious and it is not that easy to find it. After all, the original huge rock appeared, and the process was that the leader of Team Flare came to Steven and took a lot of effort to find it. It's not a matter of overnight. However, Luo Wen thinks it will be easier to find the Team Flare and Hone Alliance now. After all, Kyogre and Groudon suddenly returned primitively, and the situation where Rayquaza did not change was too strange. He suspected that both Kyogre and Groudon had been exposed to things related to the boulders. If you look in this direction, it may be easier to find the huge rock. The colorful meteorites of the fist-sized fist in Luo Wen's hand released limited energy and could only accumulate slowly. 3 or 4 months are not long. After all, Rayquaza relies on herself and it will take at least a year to fully learn Dragon Ascent. Therefore, both Rayquazas are very covetous to colorful meteorite. Of course, this meteorite does not have the attractiveness of a big rock and they will not force it to grab it. Luo Wen looked at the strange colored Rayquaza and said, I can lend you the meteorite, but I hope you can give me a chance to conquer you. Although you can fight forcibly, as long as you win, the alien colored Rayquaza will definitely not resist, but the wisdom of the divine beast is very high, so it is best to ask you follow me. Not only this meteorite, you can see more things and become stronger easily. Look at Reshiram in the past, maybe it is not as powerful as you, but now you may not be your opponent. Luo Wen pulled Reshiram out for reference. Reshiram glanced at him and said nothing. After all, because this is a fact, after entering a different world it is indeed much stronger than before. After saying that, Luo Wen looked at the strange color Rayquaza and waited for the answer. And the answer from the strange color Rayquaza is very simple. Hold head high, come and fight. Chapter 220. Rayquaza joins the team. The attitude of the alien Rayquaza is very obvious. It is okay to follow Luo Wen, but you have to fight. Pokemon World is the most primitive but also the most passionate way to determine the outcome. Luo Wen was not surprised at Rayquaza's request at all. Rayquaza made an agreement with him because she was wary. In the face of a follower battle, it is naturally impossible for her to have no battle link. Therefore, Luo Wen's answer is very simple. Yes, I'm going to fight here. He threw a pokeball out, and as the white light dissipated, a chill appeared. This chill is very familiar with both ordinary Rayquaza and strange Rayquaza. It was this cold air before that easily defeated Kyogre and Groudon. Although the cold air that appears now is not as terrible as before, it is still uncomfortable for them. Faced with Kyurem, who restrained himself, Rayquaza did not retreat at all. His head retreated slid back and then flew to the sky again. Woolulu! The high-pitched dragon roar echoed in the sky again, and the strong fighting spirit could not be concealed no matter what. Qram looked at Rayquaza and the cold air became more and more obvious, and then came to Luo Wen to lie down. Luo Wen understood what Qram meant, so he was not polite and came behind Qram. Go on Qram! Qram's hind limbs turned into a white light arrow. The battle is about to break out. Qram sprint dragon dance roar. After hearing Luo Wen's order, Qram approached the strange colored Rayquaza while dancing. The alien Rayquaza has no command, but because she likes combat and has extremely rich combat experience, she avoids Qram's impact while using dragon dance. Since it has been strengthened, let's strengthen together. Battle cry! Luo Wen gave the command again. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar formed a terrifying airflow impact which surrounded Zhou, the cloud that have been wafted away and the sun is seen. The impact is just a trivial effect of battle cry because Qram itself is brought about by its power. Battle cry sending a terrifying roar to deter the enemy can reduce human attack power and special attack power. The strange colored Rayquaza was undoubtedly seriously affected by Qram's face. K only feels that his energy mobilization has been disturbed and it is not so smooth to use skills. Buzz! The alien color Rayquaza subconsciously condensed energy and wanted to fight back. However, Rowan saw it in advance. Qram a terrible face. A terrifying face after using the skills glaring at the opponent with a terrifying E-Press can greatly reduce the opponent's speed. A terrifying face appeared on Qram's face. Originally Qram was vicious enough, and after using his skills he was like Shura coming to the world. In the real world of Pokemon, speed reduction is never just moving speed but also skill release speed and reaction speed. Shocked by Qram's terrible face, Rayquaza's dragon breath stagnated for a moment and the energy in her body became even more chaotic. And Luo Wen grabbed this moment. Qram Glaciate! Glaciate! Qram Eclusive skill can also reduce the opponent's speed while causing damage. Rayquaza himself has been reduced due to his terrible face speed and now he is affected by Glaciate. I feel that if he wants to use his skills it will probably take 4 or 5 times more time than usual, and this extra time is fatal. In the original Cloud Qram covered with ice and snow, Rayquaza avoided Glaciate's attack at all. Woolulu! Glaciate's attack power is actually not top-notch. However, this is not something Rayquaza can withstand. The dragon system and the flight system are destined to be restrained by the ice system. After Rayquaza was hit, she fell to the ground. However, Rayquaza is a divine beast after all. Without Qram's death he still retains a certain amount of physical strength. On the way down, rest was instantly used. K has extremely strong control over rest. He just fell under the cloud and woke up immediately. Then the K turned into a black arrow and hit Qram at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Extreme speed. Luo Wen didn't expect that Rayquaza would still have a fight. The fighting will is strong, but unfortunately that's all. The gap in strength is difficult to overcome with today's Rayquaza. If it is a trainer with a deep bonds command, there is a little possibility that Pokemon World has never lacked miracle. Qram avoided it and then used Dragon Pulse to end the battle. If Rayquaza in the peak state uses extreme speed, it may be difficult for Qram to avoid it, but this is Rayquaza that has been greatly reduced in speed. Qram saw Rayquaza get closer and closer and easily avoided the attack of extreme speed with a gyration. Rayquaza flew to the top of Qram. Seeing that he missed the attack, he immediately wanted to use the NET skill. Dragon skill Draco Meteor. Large scale attack. However, before the energy of Draco Meteor was condensed, Qram's Dragon Pulse had arrived. The pink and purple dragon energy seemed to turn into a terrifying evil dragon, hitting the body of the alien colored Rayquaza head on. Just the power of Dragon Pulse made Rayquaza fly backwards like a kite with broken strings, and soon it rushed out of the atmosphere. Catch up Qram! Qram flapped his wings and chased towards Rayquaza. In fact, Rayquaza at this time had no ability to resist at all. Why did Luo Wen ask Qram to use Dragon Pulse instead of ice-based skills? One reason is that this is not a life and death battle. Secondly, it is because even if Rayquaza uses rest, it is in a bad state. That Glaciate was not a casual look. Even if Rayquaza is not at the end of her strength, she actually doesn't have much physical strength. When hit by Dragon Pulse, he actually lost his combat ability. If you use the ice type skill, even if Rayquaza is a divine beast, he may be at risk of fainting, which Luo Wen doesn't want to see. Qram has taken protective measures for Rowan since the beginning of the battle, so he can fly out of the atmosphere without any scruples, and the subsequent energy explosion of Dragon Pulse has just happened. There is no sound in space, but the combat damage is real. Seeing that Rayquaza had no chance of continuing to fight, Rowan shouted, "Qram, approach Rayquaza." Qram immediately flew towards Rayquaza. Luo Wen took out a Lu Yuri ball. The black and golden Rayquaza naturally needs to be paired with the black and golden Lu Yuri ball. Lu Yuri ball was thrown out with great force and hit Rayquaza with extreme accuracy. As a red light flashed, Rayquaza was taken into the Lu Yuri ball. Lu Yuri ball was so panicked in space. After a few seconds the iconic red light on the poke ball dissipated. Seeing this, Luo Wen smiled on his face. The strange colored Rayquaza was successfully conquered. Chapter 221 The Origin of the Rayquaza. Go back, Luo Wen said to Qrem with Psychic. There is no need to stay in space after the battle is over. Qrem swirled around and flew into the atmosphere and soon returned to Sky Pillar. Reshiram and ordinary Rayquaza are all waiting. As for the results, they already know. Rayquaza suffered a crushing defeat. After Luo Wen landed, he released the strange colored Rayquaza. Although he only stayed in the poke ball for a while, with the powerful physique of the divine beast, the alien colored Rayquaza has recovered some of her strength and is in a state of awakeness. Roar. Rayquaza was a little depressed. Although the attributes are severely restrained, the defeat is too fast, and it can even be said to be faster than facing the original Kyogre and the original Groudon. Of course, this is also because neither the original Kyogre nor the original Groudon will attack with all their strength but will not attack each other. Seeing this, Luo Wen thought about it and said, Rayquaza, you seem to like to confront each other head on. In addition to Dragon Dance, you also use a rest skill and there is no defense skill. If you encounter an opponent who is weaker than you, of course there is no problem, but if you encounter an opponent who is stronger than you or evenly matched, you will be unable to match it. Just now the two skills of Qram will reduce the speed of using your skills and let me slaughter you. The giant roar and the two skills of terrifying faces are the key to the strange colored Rayquaza just now being unable to resist. Pokemon which cannot even use skills will not even have the qualification to struggle unless his body is so strong that it is terrible. The strange colored Rayquaza first showed a puzzled expression in her eyes. Isn't it right for K to do this? K has always fought like this and won many opponents. Besides, K also likes this offensive method even more. Strengthen attack. I like that unstoppable feeling very much. After understanding the idea of Rayquaza in the alien color, Luo Wen was stunned and then said, you can't say it completely unsatisfactory. If you are strong enough, there is actually no problem. If the alien Rayquaza's strength is far superior to Qrem, even if the speed is reduced, it will not have much impact. For example, the elite level Pokemon is slowed down by the novice Pokemon. Can it easily defeat the elite level Pokemon like Qrem? Obviously this is impossible. With the strength of elite level Pokemon, even if you stand and let the novice level Pokemon fight, the impact will be reduced to the extreme. It's just that it's very difficult to reach this gap in battle between divine beasts. The strange colored Rayquaza was attracted by what Rowan said. Roar. Yes, as long as it is strong enough. Thinking of this, Rayquaza of the strange colored eyes fell on Luo Wen. Luo Wen saw the idea of the strange color Rayquaza. This is a way to ask if there is any way to become stronger. Luo Wen knew that the way to become stronger would definitely not be super evolution, so he leaned against the strange color Rayquaza and asked, are you sure I can help hand you will become stronger? He could sense the confidence in the alien Rayquaza's emotions. Rayquaza looked at Qrem and Reshiram standing on both sides of Rowan. Roar. Both Qrem and Reshiram have seen each other and even fought. Qrem K cannot win, but he will not lose. As for Reshiram, he will not be his opponent at all. Qrem, who can follow Rowan, can easily defeat K, while Reshiram, although he has never fought, in his intuition Reshiram will only become stronger. This is enough to prove that Luo Wen has a way to make the divine beast like him stronger. Anyway, they have been subdued. Please ask the boss. No problem, right? After listening to Rayquaza's explanation, Luo Wen laughed and said, you guessed it right. I do have a way to make you stronger, and you will know it in the future. As long as you enter another world with Rayquaza's talent, becoming stronger is not a problem. If we can establish a sect like Reshiram, we will become stronger very quickly. After all, according to the strength of the Earl Dervish of Rayquaza, it is even stronger than the original Reshiram. Roar. The strange colored Rayquaza seemed a little excited. Sure enough, there is a way to become stronger. This is what I want most. Everything else is a cloud of cloud. Luo Wen continued, the most important thing you are now to digest the energy in the meteorites and learn to super evolution. By the way, can you leave this world? There are two Rayquazas in this world, but Rowan didn't expect it. He was not sure whether the alien colored Rayquaza had a clergy similar to the three gods of the Orange Islands. If so, the alien Rayquaza may not be able to leave easily. Roar. Rayquaza of the strange color pointed his head. You can leave this world. Or K itself is not the Rayquaza of this world. He just came here by accident. Even if Luo Wen did not arrive, he would look for an opportunity to leave. The various worlds of Pokemon basically do not interfere with each other, but they are still connected occasionally, and the interval is very long each time, but for Rayquaza it is affordable to wait. Rayquaza also comes from other worlds, which is a bit surprising to Rowan. Although the three gods of Hone are not as important as the three gods of the Orange Islands, it is not good to leave at will. They are not like Reshiram Zekrom or Zekrom, they will follow the trainer themselves. The strange colored Rayquaza is not from this world, so there is no worries. As for the original world of Rayquaza, he didn't know how long Rayquaza had left, but it must be short. Not to mention whether it could be found or not. Even if it was found, the daylily would be cold. Then Luo Wen looked at ordinary Rayquaza. After this Rayquaza is defeated by the original Kyogre and the original Groudon, it can still call out the alien Rayquaza. The relationship between the two should be quite good. He said to the alien Rayquaza, "We are leaving soon, do we need to say goodbye?" Roar. In fact, Luo Wen was thinking too much. The lifespan of the divine beast can be said to be endless. Rayquaza has recorded that she has lived in ozone for hundreds of millions of years, and there is no concept of distinction at all. Even if you leave for thousands of years, it won't be long for you. I'm overthinking. Luo Wen shook his head helplessly and then said to ordinary Rayquaza, "By the way, Rayquaza, do you need to borrow this meteorite for several days?" Ordinary Rayquaza shook her head. "Either you borrow it for a long time or you don't borrow it. In just a few days it won't have any effect. With this experience, it's only a matter of time before you master the super evolution. Once you get it, you will still be Big Brother Hone." "Okay." Luo Wen nodded. "If you have the chance, I will come back with Yis Liakeng if the bracelet has this function. Otherwise he will need to truly master the power of space." The chapter order was posted incorrectly at the beginning. If something is wrong, please refresh it. Sorry. Chapter 222, Luffy's request for help. After saying goodbye to ordinary Rayquaza, Rowan returned to Pseudo-Poly's city in Hone region and said goodbye to Ruby and others. The last person is Hone's champion Steven. "Are you leaving?" "I still want to wait until the matter is handled before we can entertain you." Steven thanked Luo Wen from the bottom of his heart. "It's just that I have experienced disasters and I really can't take time. It took a lot of effort to deal with the remaining members of Team Aqua and Team Magma. It is not as simple as the organization that can rage in a region. Of course, without the backbone and the divine beast, it was only a matter of time before the Hone Alliance wanted to completely solve it. It was just like dealing with the Unova Alliance with Team Plasma without Kuokasi. It's been several days since I came to your world, so it's time to go back." Luo Wen politely declined Steven's invitation. Steven said helplessly, "Then go slowly. If you can still come, you must come to me." "I will." Luo Wen did not refuse. There was a familiar league championship which was much more convenient for handling services. Then he talked about his last reason to find Steven. "Have you found that boulder?" Steven shook his head. "Now the Alliance is short of staff, so he only sent some people to search for it, but unfortunately there are no clues now." Luo Wen was not surprised by this answer. He just used this matter to draw out what he really wanted to say. "Then keep looking for that huge rock, theoretically the origin of super evolution. Once it truly appears, Kyogre and Groudon will definitely appear again and compete. If the big rock appears in the world, it will definitely attract the three gods of Hone." Steven's face suddenly changed. His voice was serious and he said, "I will ask the league to send additional staff." He doesn't want to go through the battle between the divine beasts again. Encore, but there is no other celebi. Luo Wen knew Steven's thoughts and comforted him. "Don't worry, if the real giant rock appeared, Rayquaza would definitely be able to surpass evolution and suppress Kyogre and Groudon. This time it was just an accident." "How smart Steven is," he immediately said. "Rovan, what you mean is that this time Kyogre and Groudon alone came into contact with the energy of the boulder and Kyogre came into contact with that. Is based on this clue you can find the boulder." "Yes, in fact, even if this huge rock is found, it is best not to find it. As long as it does not appear, it will not trigger a battle between divine beasts. This is the best." Luo Wen pressed his opinion. As for whether this opinion will affect the boss of Team Flare in Kalos region, he is not sure. As a member of the Alliance, he was quite happy to see the conspiracy of a dark organization like Team Flare. "I understand." Steven trusted Luo Wen very much. "Apart from that, do you still remember Price, who was bewitched by an organization called Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket? This organization is terrible. The Hone Alliance must be careful." Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets appeared in the world of the special chapter, which is not good news. What does Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets have to do with Team Rockets active in Kanto and Johto region? As a champion, Steven is still very familiar with the dark organization at the headquarters of the Alliance. Luo Wen replied, "Their boss is still Giovanni, but they are extremely powerful. All the cotters have magical beasts, and those cotters also have your acquaintances such as Archie, who fully masters Kyogre. They come from different world line." Needless to say, Steven also understands that he must be careful of Celadon Rainbow Team Rocket. Every cotter has mastered the divine beast and it is impossible to resist in any alliance. Even the Kanto Alliance headquarters will have to fail in the face of this organization. Anyway, be careful. "I will." After all, Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets have not really appeared yet and all they can do is to be prepared. After saying these things, Luo Wen separated from Steven, went to the wild and activated the bracelet. Although the shape changes, the function remains the same. A A space channel was opened and Luo Wen returned to his own world after a trance, and the location is where he went to the special world. I thought I would be the same as going to another world with a random location which is much more convenient. Then Luo Wen tried to activate the bracelet again. The bracelet did not respond at all. You can only travel through time once, or do you need the right time? He carefully observed the bracelet and soon discovered something unusual. Before he noticed that there was an emerald green gem inlaid on the bracelet, but now the gem has become very dim and has no luster. He immediately had a guess. I'm afraid the energy in it needs to be filled to continue to activate, but he just doesn't know whether it can be charged on its own initiative or does it need to meet certain conditions. After staring at the gem for a while, Luo Wen chose to give up after finding that there was no change. He didn't have that strong covet to the parallel world of Poke World. If you can go, it doesn't matter if you can't go. Forget it, go find Minji. After contacting Minji, he chose to ride a different colored Rayquaza. After learning Minji's location, there is no other meaning. It is to let the alien Rayquaza adapt to the new world. I wonder if it will attract Rayquaza from my own world. Unfortunately, when I arrived at the place where Minji was, no second Rayquaza appeared. Luo Wen didn't have the idea of letting the alien Rayquaza go to taunt specifically. He gave the meteorite to Rayquaza and the divine stone to Qrem so that the two could find a place to improve their own strength. He traveled with Minji for a while, until a month later the chat group's information broke the calm. Luffy, all members, everyone, can you do me a favor? It's better to be someone with more strength. I'm in some trouble. Because of the I was preparing to build a church and I had been communicating with Luffy, and I followed the chat group a lot and responded quickly. Kawama, what's the matter? It can't be the birdcage incident of Dressrosa, is it? Luffy, yes, Doflamingo has activated a capability called birdcage to destroy the entire Dressrosa. My current ability cannot be stopped. Kazuma, in the birdcage there are probably only Luo Wen and Kyan who can brute force crack in our group. Kazuma gave a very pertinent opinion. Luffy did not hesitate. Rao and Kyan, can you help me? I can't defeat Doflamingo in a short time. Luffy felt that he could not gamble on the lives of Dressrosa's residents, so he asked for help. After seeing the news, Luo Wen immediately replied, I'll come here right away. When he had time to help the group member, he naturally would not refuse. The birdcage is very strong, but its power is still much worse than that of the divine beast. Even without using the power of the divine beast, Duolong and the others can easily solve it. Chapter 223 Birdcage. Luffy's request for help quickly attracted the attention of the entire group. They are all willing to support. Just a few words from the truth made them all dispel this idea. If you can't help, it will be a mess in the past. Kyan did not reply to the message, so it was obvious that he couldn't get busy, otherwise with his personality he would definitely come out to join in the fun. After receiving the news, Luo Wen said to Minji, recall Qrem and Rayquaza, and immediately applied to enter Luffy's world. Luffy obviously waited for it and passed immediately. After a familiar trance, Luo Wen came to the pirate world again. Also coming together is Kazuma. Even though he felt that Akia's ability was useless, he still came together. Of course, this is also his ability to trust Luo Wen and Pokemon. Just as he came to his senses, Luffy came to the two of them. Rovan, Kazuma, Akia. Luffy, what's the situation? Luo Wen didn't say nonsense and asked about the situation directly. He knew the general direction of Dressrosa's story, but the specific details were not very clear. In order to control the pirate, the world government of Pirate World came up with a 7 Warriors Sea system, selected 7 powerful pirates and gave them the qualification to legally use pirates to control pirate. No one knows how effective it is to govern pirates, but how many people in the 7 Warriors Seas will cause great harm to the world. Dressrosa is controlled by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, and all those who resist are turned into dolls. After Luffy arrived after a series of events, he discovered the conspiracy hidden deep in Dressrosa and opposed Doflamingo. Doflamingo chose to directly destroy Dressrosa. The demon berry he ate was called Line Berry. He can freely control thin lines that are so thin that the naked eye cannot see through the subtle control of his fingers. Borrowing this line can control the target you want to control. At the same time, this kind of thread also has extremely terrifying cutting ability, which is extremely powerful. The demon berry can awaken and become stronger. The line berry is the Superman demon berry. The unified feature after awakening is that it can affect things other than himself. For example, when berry awakens, he can turn everything around him into controllable thread. The so-called bird cage is actually Doflamingo's use of his own silk thread to cover the entire Dressrosa. The shape of these threads is very similar to that of the bird cage. At the same time, the line that forms the bird cage retains its terrible cutting ability and will continue to shrink. When shrinking, it is extremely difficult to cut the entire Dressrosa. In the story, Fujito, the new general, could not stop him and could only resist the contraction of the bird cage. Of course, Fujito was very thoughtful. Some people guessed that he was betting that Luffy could defeat Doflamingo. Abolish the 7 warriors system. Even if you can't beat the pirates, how can you rely on the 7 warriors sea to restrict the pirate? Otherwise killing Doflamingo directly can actually remove the bird cage. After Luo Wen asked, he looked up at the sky because the bird cage had a wide coverage area and the silk thread was very thick, which was visible to the naked eye. However, the thin line did not gain anything at this time. At this moment, the history researcher on Luffy's ship Robin came forward to explain Doflamingo's bird cage has been blocked and stopped by us, but Luffy was worried that it would start, so he asked for help. I want to defeat Doflamingo. Luo Wen roughly knew where the matter had reached. The story of Dressrosa is coming to an end. In fact, people in the group rarely ask for help unless they have no choice. Luffy did not ask for help as soon as the bird cage opened, either in a coma or could not pull out the action. Although Luffy can win every time, the pain he endured is extraordinary. Luo Wen withdrew his gaze, looked at Luffy and said, the situation is probably understood. I will help lift this bird cage. Will Brother Doflamingo want me to solve it? Brother Ming is not weak, but he is still much worse than his Pokemon. Take the destruction of Dressrosa for ample Aegis / can do it with just a few swords. Luffy immediately said, Brother Ming, I will solve it myself. As for the bird cage, I'll ask you. Have seen Dress, he must solve Doflamingo with his own hands for Rosa's affairs. Luo Wen nodded. No problem, go ahead, don't worry. Luffy trusted the group members very much, nodded and moved towards the predetermined goal. Luo Wen looked at Robin and said, let's go to the edge of the birdcage to see what's going on. Okay, then I'll ask you, Mr. Luo Wen. Robin nodded. She had seen Rowan's island and trusted Rowan's strength very much. Kazuma and Akia also hurriedly followed and stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Wen. Why didn't Huai and the others come? Luo Wen asked curiously as he saw that only Akia was net to him. They went out if they had something to do. Akia was not there either. Who knew that she was not around, so Akia would still follow her? Kazuma plain. So that's it. It seems that the devil's contract is somewhat inferior to the relationship between you and Akia after all. Who knows, but this is also a good thing. Kazuma thinks this is pretty good. Akia is definitely qualified as a nurse. Akia, who was originally a little talkative, was a little dazed. Luo Wen understood what was going on from the smell of alcohol she smelled. Not being by Kazuma's side, it turns out that he is going to drink heavily. He shook his head and he didn't care much about other people's private affairs. Soon the three of them followed Luo Bing to the edge of the bird cage. This place is not ordinary lively at this time. All the Dressrosa people shrouded in bird cages gathered here. Some of them have strange appearances and are very conspicuous. Even if they don't know each other, they know that they are important roles. One of the middle-aged men had their eyes closed and had 2 scars on their faces that started with the left eyebrow and spread to their cheek. The most important thing is his clothing, which is the clothing of the Navy General. The new Navy General Fujihu. Fujito's eyes were blinded by himself, but his eyes were blind. The moment Luo Wen and Kazuma appeared, Fujito sensed their instant. It's a terrible person here. It seems to be coming with Luffy's companion. When did it appear? After his eyes were blind, his perception was extremely powerful. He could feel the terror of Rowan Aegis / and Dolong beside Rowan, which was even more terrifying than the sea kings that dominate the sea. They were not big but contained terrifying power. There are still hidden dragons and tigers on the sea. He himself became a general and knew how many strong men were hidden in the sea. Of course, he could also feel that these people were not evil people. So he came to Robin with a cane and asked, who are these friends? Robin replied, these 3 are Rowan, Huma and Akia, and the other 2 are Rowan's partners. They are all friends of the captain and they are here to help solve Ming Ji's bird cage. Chapter 224. Chop the bird cage and communicate with Fujihu. Oh, is the solution to the bird cage that I want to solve? Fujito's tone was surprised. He knew very well that since Robin brought the man here, the solution was definitely not to defeat Doflamingo and let the bird cage solve it naturally, but to force it to crack it. Fujito could understand that pirates who were hiding in the sea could naturally understand them, except for some others. Can this thread really be cut off forcibly? Someone asked. This is a question in everyone's mind. They had tried to cut off these threads long ago, but all of them were in vain. Therefore we can only rely on brute force to stop it. Although it has been blocked now and the crisis has been temporarily lifted, who knows whether the bird cage will start again. Now that the bird cage has contracted to a certain extent, they have no way out. Therefore, while questioning, we also have some expectations. If the bird cage can be completely broken, it is naturally the best choice. Robin looked at Rowan, who had already shown his strength. Luo Wen was not nervous when facing everyone's eyes. He walked to the front and said, since I am here, there is no problem. As a divine envoy of the Aku Truth sect, these are extremely fragile to me. While everyone was still thinking about the so-called Aku Truthic sect, He Zhen had already reacted and immediately stood up and said, that's right, he and I are both divine messengers of Aku Truthic sect. They were inspired by the god and came to rescue them. Dressrosa. He understood that Luo Wen was building momentum for the sects to be established. Although the sect they chose is headquartered in the Seven Waters capital, it is also good to be able to promote it in Dressrosa. After all, Dressrosa is also one of the rare and rich places. As for Akia, Kazuma dare not introduce it at all now and wants to hide it. Who would have the best gods who are drunk? He could only look at Luo Wen. Brother, you must be powerful. Luo Wen gave Kama a reassuring look. If the Pokemon on his body cannot be solved, he has 3 divine beasts on his body. Anyone can easily sink Dressrosa if you come out. Things went smoothly and everyone present remembered the name of Aku Truthic Buddhism, but he was still skeptical about whether Luo Wen could forcefully break the bird cage. After all, there is a general here that cannot be broken by force. How many people can be stronger than generals in this world? With these questioning eyes, Luo Wen came to the edge of the bird cage. It's really a magical ability. Sure enough, every world has its own characteristic. Aegislash, who had been floating beside Luo Wen, immediately turned into a sword form and fell into Luo Wen's hands. Are you confident? Aegislash moved lightly. This intensity is a little bit. The people present could not understand Rowan's actions. Only Zoro, Robin and others knew what this represented. The island that was destroyed last time seemed to be right in front of you. Luo Wen didn't say nonsense, raised the Aegislash in his hand and shouted, Holy Sword. At the same time, Doflamingo, who is currently at the highest point in Dressrosa, has a bad feeling. Beside him, a sloppy uncle with a hunched body holding a golden witch stick and wearing a bit like a snot said, I said, Brother Ming, are you angry? It's okay, as long as you want to have a bird cage you won't be caught. Destruction is just a temporary stop. This person is named Toripol, a cotter of the Minga power, and just made a big mistake. He thought he had made a mistake and the bird cage was blocked. Doflamingo was in a bad mood, but although Doflamingo was tyrannical by nature, he was very tolerant of himself. For him, as long as he was a cotter, he was his family. At least he showed that he was like this. Even if Torpol made a big mistake, he could forgive him as long as it was not betrayal. Brother Ming's forehead bulged with blue veins and he didn't say his worries. At this moment, Minga and Torpol both saw a dazzling sword light. The sword light spread through the sky and the earth, and the terrifying power made the entire Dressrosa's people tremble. In everyone's eyes, the sword light swept casually. Click click. The bird cage that no one could break on the entire island was easily broken. It's over. People close to Luo Wen were shocked. The bird cage was as fragile as paper in front of the sword light. Where did this come from? The great swordsman. More people are surprised when the bird cage is destroyed and they can escape. The situation just now was really scary and it was almost cut off by the silk thread of the bird cage. Luffy was rushing to the road and saw that the bird cage was destroyed. He couldn't help but speak out, that's great, Luo Wen destroyed the bird cage. Beside him is the master of Barry's surgery, Luo. The two met halfway through. Luo also knew the strength of the bird cage. He was extremely shocked when he found that the bird cage was destroyed, especially after hearing Luffy's word. Do you know Luffy, the man who destroyed the bird cage? Of course, that's my friend. Luo was silent for a moment, then said, it's very strong. More than just strength. This strength is at least at the level of the 4 emperors. I will introduce it to you later and I will find Brother Ming first. Luffy never thought too much. For him, his friend's excellence is just a happy thing. Luo was a little helpless, but it was Luffy's personality that he was willing to become an ally with Luffy. It is better to make such friends than to make scheming friends. Doflamingo and Toripol were silent when they saw the bird cage being easily destroyed and did not know what to say. Especially Torpol. He just said that Ming Ji's bird cage would not be destroyed. I said, Brother Ming, should we leave? Toripol gave a suggestion. The person who can break away from Ming Ji's bird cage is absolutely terrible. Let's go. Why do you have to leave? I want to see how strong he is. Doflamingo did not plan to leave. Of course he had no way to leave. Just as he was about to go to the place where the sword light appeared, Luffy and Luo arrived and the battle was triggered instantly. At the same time, Luo Wen showed extremely terrifying strength after his sword bird cage was destroyed and not many people dared to contact him. At the same time, they also remembered a name, Aku Truthic Buddhism, deep in their heart. With such a powerful divine envoy, this sect will definitely not be simple. Just when Kazuma was planning to take Luo Wen to discuss the establishment of a sect, Fujito came to Luo Wen and asked, Mr. Luo Wen, you are very powerful, but I want to know what your purpose is. I want to know one will emphasize the sect they are in for no reason. General Fujito, isn't the answer very clear? We are just reaching. This should not be illegal, right? Luo Wen replied fearlessly. Is that true? Thank you for helping me. I hope you won't use sects to do evil. Fujito said his purpose directly. Kazuma was very polite and replied, do you do evil? You can solve the problem of the Tianlong people first. Chapter 225 Plan. In the pirate world, I can only say that although pirates are evil, they are not as good as those of the dragon. Therefore he Shen directly confront Fujito. Kazuma said this and he could not refute a word, because because he knows the evil of the dragon people. After a while of silence, Fujito continued, sorry, I have limited abilities and can only deal with some things. Humkama didn't continue to say more. No matter what, Fujito the Navy General is indeed righteous, and no matter how bad the Navy is, it is better than most pirate. Without a Navy, the civilians in this world would be extremely miserable. Both sides had nothing to say and the topic did not continue. At this moment a terrifying explosion came from the highest point of Drey's Rosa. It seems that Luffy has started fighting with Doflamingo. The crew members of the flying crew were very worried and went to support immediately. Only Luo Wen and He Zhen did not move. Since Luffy said that he wanted to solve Doflamingo himself, they would not interfere. Ignoring Fujito, Kazuma gave Luo Wen a wink and then the two of them came to a secluded place where no one was. Luo Wen, I'll make up the time. It's not long since the storm surge broke out in the Seven Waters capital. For the World Conference, based on Luffy's current progress, based on the time of your world, it may take 2 or 3 years. I'm almost ready and can't continue to wait. It explains your thoughts with the real world. Luo Wen had a chat with He Zhen and became famous by using the World Conference, but it is obvious that after calculating the time, Kazuma felt that it had been a bit too long since he became famous by the World Conference. I guess Akia has given him strength again. Of course 2 or 3 years is indeed a bit long. So Luo Wen nodded and said, since that's the case, then choose other event. There are still many major events in the pirate world. What are you going to choose to make a name for yourself? He Zhen smiled mysteriously and said, there are indeed many ways to make a name for the pirates in the world. For example, defeating the Navy General, defeating the 4 emperors, etc. will definitely become famous instantly, but these methods are not as good as one thing. What's the matter? Luo Wen asked curiously. Breaking the head of the Tianlong people. He Zhen replied very seriously. You plan to kill the holy land of the Tianlong people directly? This method is not bad either. It directly pushes the holy land of the dragon and man. Their sects are guaranteed to become famous in the pirate world and instantly become the largest sect. Kazuma shook his head and said, it is not a good thing to praise too much. You can really do it by pushing the world, but without a set of methods to manage people, the world will only be more chaotic than when the Tianlong people were there. After all, you can't guard it all the time, right? Luo Wen was very surprised and he naturally understood these principles. This is why he did not help Naruto unify the Naruto world directly, but instead allowed Naruto to develop little by little, and it would be natural. He was just surprised that He Zhen was able to say these words. Isn't this in line with his personality? Seeing Luo Wen's unpected look, Kazuma hummed and said, I have recognized a sister during this period and learned a lot when chatting with her. The sister he mentioned is actually the princess of his kingdom. Originally He Zhen naturally would not talk about these topics, but because of the matter in the pirate world he deliberately asked, since that's the case, what is your goal? Kazuma did not answer but showed off. If it were you, what would you choose as your goal? Luo Wen smiled, not caring or showing off. No matter what, Kazuma is only a 18-year-old boy, so it is normal for him to think this occasionally. He thought for a while and said, since you have to attack the Tianlong people, you can't tear your face apart. There is still a lot of noise. If it is mine, it may copy what someone did in the pirate world. Did who? Former Sun Pirates leader Mermaid Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger as a pirate has only more than 200 million Baileys in the pirate world. Before the bounty is ponded, this number is not low, but it is definitely not the top one. However, his popularity is not low in the pirate world because he was the first person to attack Mary Joa, the holy land of the celestial dragons, or the mermaid. He attacked the holy land of Marikoa and released thousands of slaves. One of the 7 warlords, Hankook, known as the Empress, is one of the rescued people. Attacking the holy land Marikoa and releasing slaves is not a famous event. The most important thing is that even if the Tianlong people do this, they will not lose their minds and fight to the death. At most you can give a wanted order. You should know Fisher Tiger. How about He Zhen? What do you think we learn from him? Attack the holy land of Marikoa and release slaves. In this way the dragon people will not fight to the death, and at the same time to be famous. Not only that, but also to do good deeds and rescue slaves. Luo Wen looked at Hema but found that Hema was a little stunned. He knew it in his heart for a moment and said with a smile, it seems that our thoughts are the same. He heard his words, nodded and said, it's true, I thought of Fisher Tiger. It must be a good thing to liberate slaves, and many of the slaves of the dragon man ate the demon berry. He said, maybe I can fool a few people into joining the Aku Truthic sect. Obviously Kazuma thought about a lot of things and even wanted to use the slaves of the Tianlong people as a talent pool. The two have the same idea, so there is nothing to argue about. The only thing that needs to be considered is the details. The time is set after we solve the storm surge. Build the framework of the sect and go to Mary Joa, Hu Zhen suggested. Yes, during this period we can find someone. Luo Wen had no objection to time, but he had details he wanted to add. Who? Morgans, the man who calls himself the News King of Pirate World. Luo Wen said a name. An albatross image automatically appeared in Washima's mind. Morgans, one of the emperors of the underground world of Pirates World Economic News Agency. The president's main business is to inquire about various news and then publish newspapers, which is called big news. He is not a real albatross but a birdberry, the capable person in the form of an albatross. Most of the time he is shown in the form of an albatross, which has a lot to do with the news he reports. He dares to report any news. If he shows his true face, he may not be destroyed soon. What this person likes the most is reporting big news. After recalling Morgans' message, Kazuma immediately said, "Do you want to spread your influence on him?" Luo Wen nodded and analyzed little by little. Isn't this very obvious? What Fisher Tiger did was definitely a big thing that shocked the world, but in fact his influence was not great. Perhaps there was Fisher Tiger's own meaning and he didn't want to implicate the mermaid family, but there must be information controlled by the Tianlong people. After all, it has lost a lot of face. If we attack, the information will probably be suppressed. The effect of becoming famous may not be good at that time. If Morgans participates, the transmission of information will not be controlled by the world government, and with Morgan's personality I'm definitely willing to report it. Kazuma frowned and said, in this way the world government's wanted war on us will definitely not end easily like Fisher Tiger, and it will probably be targeted for a long time. Luo Wen replied, isn't this just right? It's necessary to be famous in terms of strength. We don't have the worries of Fisher Tigers, so don't worry about revenge. As long as we can stop the Tianlong people a few times, revenge the dragon will not fight to the death. When the position of the sect is posed, I'm afraid that the demon slaying order will come. He Shen seemed afraid, but in fact he was extremely relaxed. In the pirate world, even without Rowan, Kazuma would not be afraid of the world government demon killing order. Then see if your warship support quickly, or if Akia controls the sea water and destroys you quickly. Just take what Luo Wen said. Net, if you have time we can go to the Seven Waters capital to start preparing first. When it is ready we will contact Morgas. Of course there is time. When establishing a sect, even if it is a sect with true gods, the process of deceiving is inevitable. First go to the Seven Waters capital to fool people. As long as you successfully stop the storm surge, the establishment of the Aku Truth sect will be natural. When Luffy finishes the battle we will go to the Seven Waters capital. There was no accident in Luffy's battle. Doflamingo was very strong. Berry had already awakened, but he was no match for Luffy after all. Luffy's strength to eat Nika Berry was still too high. That was Berry who easily defeated Kaido as soon as he woke up, and he belonged to the world's top fantasy beast species Berry. Even if Luffy has not learned a domineering advanced application now, Doflamingo will not be an opponent. Only after Doflamingo fell Dressrosa truly recovered his freedom. Luffy was not seriously injured, but the chat group gave him a powerful healing potion from time to time. By the time Luo Wen and Huma met him he had become alive. Because Rowan and Kazuma Fujito directly escorted Doflamingo to leave Dressrosa and seemed not to want to stay for too long. Of course Fujito didn't want to let go of the many pirates in Dressrosa. Many naval warships remained in the waters around Dressrosa. At that time you can catch as much as you can. The pirates who stayed in Dressrosa were basically attracted by Doflamingo and were forced to intervene in the Dressrosa incident. If it weren't for Luffy, many people would probably have to plane it here. Therefore, according to the original timeline, after the incident these people were rescued by Luffy because of thanks for their gratitude, and all drank the adopted sun wine. They joined Luffy's command and established the so-called Straw Hat large ship, which was considered to be a road. The power of flying. Of course, as a pirate the majority of people do evil. There are many cruel people in the so-called Straw Hat ship, and several of them even came out of the Propulsion City prison. Luo Wen is consistent with Hejin's views on these people. The best destination for these pirates is the Navy prison. Therefore the two decided to try to stop the Straw Hat cruise if it was set up. He believed that Luffy would definitely be willing to follow their opinion, because in the original story Luffy himself did not realize what this means at all and did not use this so-called Straw Hat bucket for a long time. The ones who defeated Kaido and cooperated the most were the few people who were called the extremely evil generation. Anyway, they are all optional things, so they simply disappear. Of course things have not happened yet. Neither Luo Wen nor He Shen will speak. They ate with Luffy and talked about the Seven Water capital. By the way, of course it was not about Luffy but about Frankie the mechanic on Luffy. Frankie, we will go to the Seven Waters capital net, establish a sect and completely solve the storm surge. Do you need to go back? You can really solve the threat of storm surge. What you said to Luffy is not a joke. Frankie's tone was disbelief and surprise. After saying it he immediately realized that his words were wrong and continued to say it. Sorry, I either doubt you, I am just too excited. If my hometown can solve the threat of storm surge it will definitely be a great thing. Although the residents of the Seven Water capital have led to many activities due to the storm surge. But these are nothing more than happiness in suffering. Who wants to suffer from disasters once a year? You should know that even if the Seven Waters capital has a mature defense system, people still disappear and die every year. Resolving the impact of storm surge is definitely a huge profit. Therefore, when Francis would repeatedly confirm when he heard Luo Wen and Kazumaki's word, he was afraid that the matter would be fate. Of course it's true. Frankie, you have also seen the Pokemon's abilities around me, such as Aegislash. Luo Wen looked at Aegislash, who had been by his side. He doesn't need to eat food. Life energy is his favorite. Frankie nodded. Of course he knew the power of Aegislash. It's not his suspicion that Aegislash's strength cannot solve the storm surge. Before Luo Wen could speak, Kazuma immediately said, "Don't worry, Luo Wen and I have the favor of a true god. The sect we established really has the existence of a true god. This is not a nonsense. Whether it is Akia or Lacey Ram, they undoubtedly belong to the true god. To solve a storm surge, I can only say that I hold a handful and pinch it. I believe you." Frankie calmed down and did not continue to question. After all, both Luo Wen and He Zhen have shown their combat power. There is no need for friends from another world to deceive them on this. So have you decided? Do you want to go back with us? Kazuma continued to ask. Wait for me to ask Luffy. Frankie did not make a decision immediately. Since he chose to board Luffy's pirate ship, he naturally had to respect the captain, Luffy. There is a reason why Kazuma and Rowan want Frankie to go back. Although Frank left the Seven Waters capital, his reputation in the Seven Waters capital was not cleared. Having a local help will reduce a lot of trouble. Luffy was eating, but he also heard Frankie's word and said directly, if you want to go back, go back. We will stay in Dressrosa for a while. There is no problem." Chapter 226, Recruiting Fujito Hancock. After asking Luffy, Frankie planned to follow Kazuma and Rowan back to the Seven Water capital. No matter what, it was his hometown and he wanted to go back. Like the original development, the pirates stayed in Dressrosa, wanted to move closer to Luffy, who rescued them and set up a Straw Hats group. The time is earlier than the original storyline. Luffy didn't care about these things, but perhaps because Rowan and Kazuma often spoke about helping hand group members, he asked for some advice. Luo Wen's opinion was naturally rejected. Luffy is a typical example of helping his relative and not helping him. It is a stigmatization that he may be the one who made a big fuss in the city prison and released many pirates who committed many evil deeds. But even without Luffy, it would be difficult to promote the city prison. After all, there is also a Blackbeard who causes trouble. If these people are taken, Luffy will definitely be stained. These pirates are not as moral as Luffy, nor do they oppress civilians. The same idea as the real one is Rowan. The Straw Hat Big Cruise is useless to set up, so why are you still set up? So Luffy chose to refuse directly. The many pirates present naturally could not understand. You should know that this is a good opportunity to expand your power, and you can get the allegiance of a large number of pirates in one go. This opportunity does not mean that you can have it as long as you want. Luffy's answer was even simpler. There is no reason, I just don't want it to be true. He did not say that this was Luo Wen and the real opinion. Luffy said this. What else can many pirates say? Others have refused. They can't lick their faces, right? Of course there is no face. When I came to Dressrosa, one of the pirates was a fan of the Straw Hat pirate. Luffy refused. Not only did they have no objection, but they also thought they were very handsome. It can only be said that the star-chasing people are incomprehensible in any world. After being rejected, the pirates dispersed. After all, they were still surrounded by the navy and tried every means to break out of the siege. Luo Wen looked at Luffy and asked, "Do you want me to helping hand? Do you rush out? If you stay for too long, it will become more and more difficult to get out." Luffy grinned and refused. No, being surrounded and intercepted by the navy is not something that the pirates must encounter. We can go out. For Luffy, how can such an exciting adventure make others help hand? Then it's up to you. Luo Wen naturally would not object. Frankie planned to help hand Luffy escape from the navy's pursuit before leaving. The final result has not changed much. The pirate formed a team to break through the defense line. Fujito, who originally thought he had left long ago, appeared again and used Barry's ability to stop the pirate. Of course, his blockade is basically equal to none. As the owner of Gravity Berry, it shouldn't be too easy for him to keep these pirates. Luo Wen, he and Hejin witnessed the whole process and also came to Fujito. "General Fujito, you are really a conflicted person." Fujito naturally knew that Luo Wen and Kazuma were coming. When he heard Luo Wen's words, he said, "No matter what, Dressrosa was saved by Luffy and you, and I can feel that Luffy is not an evil person." "What about the other pirate?" Luo Wen asked. "No one of the pirate who are extremely guilty can escape." Fujito's meaning is very simple. Luo Wen smiled, and it seemed that these pirates were able to escape successfully, but Luffy's fortune was still benefiting from Luffy's. Fujito wanted to let Luffy go in a reasonable way, but the others just took the lead. Luffy successfully left without the navy chasing, but others were different. "I hope that any time we and General Fujito you will be defeated will let us us go. Luo Wen joked. The expression on Fujito's face instantly became serious and he said, what do you want to do? Luo Wen said directly, we are going to attack the holy land of Marikoa. Do you believe it? Marikyo is not as simple as it seems. Teng Hu frowned even deeper. Haha, it seems that General Teng Hu doesn't want to stop us from attacking Marikyo and he is even looking forward to it, whether to do big things with us. Luo Wen directly looked at the brink of poverty. There is no need to say much about Fujito's strength to become a general. If they want to establish a sect, the local strongmen in the pirate world must be recruited and Fujito is one of them. Strong strength and righteousness. Kazuma immediately said, yes, the world government is not a good place now, so why not join us? Fujito didn't expect the two people in front of him to jump so much and then said sorry. He has just joined the navy for not long, so how could he join other forces? Moreover, this force is likely to be in opposition to the navy and the world government. Don't rush to refuse. It's not uncommon to withdraw from the navy. Aokiji, the former general, withdrew from the navy. Maybe a general will join the pirates in the future. In fact, this general who joined the pirate was Aokiji. He still directly joined the pirate group of the four emperors Blackbeard at that time. General joins the pirate. Mr. Luo Wen, are you joking? Luo Wen smiled and said, who can explain the future clearly? Did General Fujito think that he would become a navy general 10 years ago? Fujito was silent for a while before continuing, I will not join you. We won't force you. General Fujito, you have many opportunities. Maybe any time you meet you will have changed your mind. After saying what he wanted to say, Luo Wen turned around and left. General Fujito, think carefully. The world government is a broken ship and will sink sooner or later. After Kazuma said that, he also pulled Akia away. After catching up with Luo Wen, he asked Luo Wen, do you think Fujito will agree? Who knows, just leave an impression on him. When he wants to leave the navy, the first thing he thinks of is naturally us. Let's go pick up rank and then go to the Seven Waters capital and leave the fooling things. I've given it to you. What is fooling around? We have a sect of true god. Okay, then I'll leave the mission to you. By the way, the gods of the sect may have to add too. Luo Wen thought that there was more than one divine beast on him now. Kazuma immediately thought of something and said, add 2 more. Have you convinced the divine beast again? Luo Wen nodded. Why are you just a cool script? He Shen thought of his teammates and wanted to cry in an instant. He struggled to survive, but Luo Wen pushed forward all the way. Maybe I'm more handsome than you? I don't want to admit defeat by this, Kazuma said in a very firm tone. It is impossible to admit that others are more handsome than themselves. By the way, which two should I add? Qrem and Rayquaza. These two are becoming more and more jealous of you, but joining Qrem can be said to be the two sides of Reshiram. Rayquaza may not be that simple. If the core gods make believers feel inconsistent, there will definitely be big problems. Hejin said, it's still very serious to do things. Luo Wen also knew that this was the truth, so he did not force it. It's okay, then add Qrem, Rayquaza, etc. I'll find a way. Kawama nodded. Then there is no problem, just add it directly then. After a brief discussion, the two found Luffy's pirate ship, took Frankie with him and advanced towards the Seven Waters capital. Reshiram, they are definitely unwilling to take anyone other than Rowan, so they can only take a boat to travel. Of course, with Akia here, their ship speed is not ordinary. However, there are not many things in the sea in the pirate world, especially pirate. In order to take a shortcut, they walked without wind. Not to mention the Aquaman you met in the middle of the journey, it would not pose a threat to them at all. As a result, they did not expect that they would encounter a pirate ship in Wufeng. Kazuma immediately thought of the owner of the pirate ship and said, Rao, when the pirate ship in the Windless Belt can only be the Seven Warriors. See Poyohan Cook's Hydra pirates, right? No need to guess, I've seen Poyohan Cook himself. Luo Wen looked at the person standing in front of the pirate ship not far away. He is tall and beautiful with a very good figure and has long dark hair and a combed style of G. The slightly wider forehead is smooth and flat with dark blue eyes, long and elegant corners of eyes, a little coldness in the almond eyes, a high bridge of the nose, a small nose and a soft lips without a trace of wrinkles. He wore a pair of snake-shaped golden earrings under his ears, shining brightly under the sunshine. He often wore Cheongsam style clothing to show off his beautiful figure. This is not Boya Hancock himself. Who else could it be? It can only be said that he can be called the #1 beauty of One Piece by the troublemaker. Boya Hancock's beauty is undoubtedly better than in the animation. Even from a distance you can feel a sense of charm. This is the effect of Boya Hancock. Demon Berry, Sweet Berry. Most of the abilities of Tien Tien Berry are related to charm. Once charmed, they will be petrified, which is very similar to Medusa. In fact, the prototype of Boya Hancock is Medusa. Kazuma was also LSP. When he heard Luo Wen's words, he immediately looked over and said, it's really beautiful. Don't be charmed. I don't know why she appeared here. You can't just want to rob us, right? Frankie immediately said, everyone, do you want me to come forward? The Empress has a good relationship with our captain and knows me, so she should not attack. Boyan Hankook had only Luffy in his eyes, but he still knew Luffy's crew. Seeing Frankie standing on the bow of the boat, Hankook asked his crew to be calm and then let the boat approach. I remember you are Luffy's crew. Why did you betray Luffy on someone else's pirate ship? Could it be that I would have to clear the portal for Luffy? The reason why Hancock appeared was actually very simple, because he discovered that a strange pirate ship approached their country. Because of her unspeakable experience, she was extremely sensitive to some things, so she brought people here in person. As long as there is no reasonable explanation, she will definitely attack. Who knew that I saw Luffy's crew here? When Frankie heard Hankook's word, he immediately became an ES and said, no, I did not betray Luffy. I followed Luffy's friend back to my hometown and do something. Luffy's friend, are they the three people over there? They were not conquered by my beauty and were qualified to be Luffy's friend. Hankook seemed very arrogant. She believes that all opposite SE should be conquered by her own beauty. Of course, if someone is not obsessed with her beauty and is also Luffy's friend, she will appreciate it. Luo Wen and Kazuma both knew Hankook's characters, so they didn't care. But Akia clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. Who is this person? It's so annoying. Kazuma immediately comforted her and said, okay, that's what she is. After being held down by Kazuma, Akia did nothing. Afterwards, Shuangshi introduced himself to each other. Hancock said, our island does not welcome outsiders, even Luffy's friends, but I can give you some supplies. If you know Hankook and her country, you will know that this is already the limit. No need, we have sufficient supplies. Luo Wen did not accept Hankook's kindness. You are indeed very extraordinary to be able to refuse me. The charm of Sweetberry can be said to be always there. Being able to avoid being charmed is definitely not a simple character. In fact, Hankook didn't know that except Frankie Rowan had the extremely powerful psychic of the three people present. Akia is mysterious and he came to life and death countless times. He also has this god Akia. How can one be easily charmed by a deep connection? Since I don't have supplies, I can ask you about your purpose. Maybe I can help. For Luffy's friends, she is willing to help as long as they are within the principles. The elder Net to her did not persuade her. First, it was difficult for her to interfere with what Hancock decided. Second, Luffy has a good reputation in the snake human race, so there is naturally no need to object to helping hand Luffy's friends. Luo Wen wanted to refuse, but Hara suddenly came over and patted him, whispering, are you not going to recruit people? Hankook is actually not bad. She has a great hatred with the Tianlong people. Maybe she can recruit them successfully. Luo Wen didn't know whether he was tempted by SE, but he had to admit that this was indeed a good choice. As the Sea of Seven Warlords, Hankook is not in the top tier in the pirate world, nor is he the first tier, and he is not as evil as other pirates. Hankook became the Seven Warlords purely to protect his country. So Rowan changed his mind and said, what we are going to do, Ms. Hankook, are you sure you want to listen? But it's very dangerous. People like Hankook couldn't stand the excitement and immediately replied, of course I have to listen. I am so beautiful, there is nothing I can't listen to. So Luo Wen smiled and said, then tell Ms. Hankook, one of the things we are going to do is to make a big fuss in the holy land of Mary Choya in the Dragon Man and release slaves. Do you dare to help hand? As soon as these words came out, Hankook's face changed instantly. She thought of those humiliating and painful memories. Chapter 227, Conquer the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The pirate Empress Boya Hancock was one of the seven warlords recognized by the world government, the current emperor of the pirate country of the Nine Snake Island, the current emperor of the kingdom of the Amazon and Lily. The pirate empress, who is glamorous outside and is sought after by countless people, actually has a humiliating past. She was captured by slave merchants in her childhood and sold to Tianlong people as slaves. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that a certain dragon person will be killed by a deity and no splash will splash at all. Now that I can stand here, there is naturally an accident. This accident is that the mermaid hero Tiger makes a big fuss about Mary Joa freeing countless slaves, and Hancock is one of them. Of course, as long as you have become a slave to the Dragon Man, an unplainable mark will be planted on your body called the Dragon Man's hoof. The main reason why Hancock is obsessed with Luffy is that at the critical moment Hancock blocked the hoof of the Dragon Man. The time when he was a slave to the Tianlong people was the most humiliating, and the time when Hancock was the most unwilling to recall. Now that Luo Wen said he wanted to liberate the slaves, she had to suspect that Luo Wen knew something. Hancock's two sisters were once one of the slaves. They knew Hancock Thunder Point and stood up when they heard Luo Wen's word. The green-haired sister Sanda Sonia shouted with a calm face, are you taunt us? Luo Wen shook his head and said, of course not, it's a sincere invitation. I don't like to persuade others to be generous, so let's put it another way. Don't you want to revenge the Tianlong people? As soon as these words came out, both Hancock and her two sisters understood that Luo Wen must know their past, but this calmed them down. Because Luo Wen did not tell their experience, he just made it vaguely. I have to say that Luo Wen's words are very captivating. captivate. Hankook didn't show her charm at all times and she fell into deep thought. Does she want to take revenge? I dream of it. All the dragons deserve to die, even if it is a lighter way to scatter the bones and raise the ashes. But why has she basically hiked on the island over the years and even become the 7 warlords appointed by the world government? First, she wanted to use this identity to protect her country, and second, she knew very well that she did not have the strength to fight against the navy or the world government. No matter how you want to save the country, you must compromise. But today I met someone and actually said I would make a big fuss about Mary Joa revenge and liberate slave. To be honest, her first idea was that this person was whimsical. She didn't hide her emotions, so she asked directly, do you have the strength to make a big fuss about Mary Joa, or do you just invite me to die? Luo Wen smiled when he heard this. Obviously Hankook was moved, just worried about their strength. But this is understandable. Forget it, if you offend the navy, all pirates are enemies of the navy. But if you offend the Tianlong people, the consequences will be extraordinary. The most basic thing is to make a big fuss about Mary Kyo, kill the dragon man and the death order. If you don't have some strength, you are just seeking death. But strength is the least thing that needs to be worried about for Luo Wen and Hejin. Luo Wen glanced at Kazuma and asked, are you coming or I'll let Akia come. If she wants to establish a sect, she can't do anything without any strength. Kazuma glanced at Akia holding a bottle of wine with a black thread on her head. These days Akia was sailing on the sea, either eating or drinking, extremely decadent and did not look like a goddess. Kazuma walked over, knocked Akia in the head and said, let me wake up immediately. As the goddess of water that can purify all water sources, as long as Akia thinks it is impossible to get drunk. Now when she is drunk, it is mainly because she wants to experience the feeling of being drunk. Only in this way can drinking be interesting. If it was in her own world, Akia might have started to go crazy, but in another world Akia still gave her real face. With the help of her vague consciousness, she completely purified the alcohol. Hama, is there anything wrong? Kazuma didn't plain and directly directed Akia to do things, control the water and make a huge wave for me, but don't really let the huge waves hit me. Keep it safely for more than 10 seconds. Do you understand? For a god like Akia who has a pitfall in his head, this kind of command is actually the best. On the other hand, Hancock saw that Rowan had no movement, frowned his small thin eyebrows and said in a proud voice, what, are you really cheating me? If you admit it directly, you are Luffy's friend, I can let you go for a while. Seeing that Kazuma had finished communicating with Akia, Luo Wen said, don't worry, it's already started. In an instant, because it was in a windless belt, the sea, which had always been calm, suddenly surged, causing both ships to start shaking. At the beginning it was just a small wave and Hankook and others didn't care too much, but under Akia's control huge waves of more than 100 meters appeared in the distance, and the huge waves were still growing and the sea water continued to increase. In a blink of an eye, huge waves blocked the entire sea area and could not see the sun. On the 9 snake pirate, Hankook's crew was already panicked. Such a huge wave, as if a giant beast from ancient times, could easily swallow them and could not rise to a certain tent resistance mine. Frankie also panicked. Only Luo Wen and Hejin were very calm. Seeing the right time, Rowan continued, Miss Hankook, how powerful is ours? If not enough, we can continue to strengthen. Hancock then came to his senses and said with a trembling, is this really your power? Of course, don't worry, the huge waves will not fall. As soon as Luo Wen finished speaking, Akia followed Hejin's instructions and scattered the huge wave. In the blink of an eye, the huge wave disappeared as if nothing had happened just now. At this time the 9 snake CSEC group was already silent. The power just now has exceeded their understanding. They were all at Hyman headquarters. Marin Fondo saw the former 4 emperors' whitebeards use the shock to shaking berry to make huge waves. They were also shocked that time, but that time was far less powerful than this time. The sun shines on them again and they feel a little warm. How about it, Miss Hankook, are you going to join us now? Don't worry, even if the 5 old stars of the Tianlong people call, they will not be our opponent. Luo Wen continued to recruit. Hankook took a deep breath, calmed himself down and said, you have such power and you really don't have to be afraid of the world government. It's just that if you attack Mary Joa, I hope to hide my identity. I'm worried that the action will be recognized and the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be affected. As the most beautiful, Hankook actually chose to hide his identity. Obviously he valued his hometown very much. Luo Wen nodded and said, of course you don't have to worry. As long as you do something, even if the Navy launches the extinction order, it will not pose any threat to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. What's the matter? Hankook asked impatiently. If she could ensure the safety of her hometown, she would have no worries. Luo Wen smiled mysteriously and said, don't worry, it's not a problem, it's just to build a temple on the island to worship the gods of Aku Truthism. Kazuma looked at Luo Wen with a ghost look. He admired Luo Wen's ability to take advantage of the situation. If you want to fool Hancock into combat power, you have to fool the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom into a believer of the Aku Aku-Truthic Buddhism. I have to say that this is indeed a good idea. There are quite a few people in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Moreover, with the popularity of the Empress in the pirate world, if she becomes a believer she may have unpected gain. If it weren't for Amazon Lily Kingdom, if it weren't for the closed kingdom of Amazon, Hara would want to use this place as the headquarters of Aku-Truthic Buddhism. Hancock was a little embarrassed when he heard Luo Wen's word and asked subconsciously, what do you mean? Luo Wen said, in fact the power just now belongs to the god that is one of our gods of the Aku-Truth sect, the power of Akia, the goddess of water. With the protection of the power of the gods there will naturally be no accident in your kingdom. To be honest, he is actually quite uncomfortable with bragging Akia like this. Akia was so happy that she was so proud that if he Zhen had not held her tightly she would have rushed to everyone. With Akia's IQ it will only be bad. The power of the god. Hankook repeated Luo Wen's word. In fact there are not many legends of gods in the pirate world, but I still know the concept of God. What do you mean is that the so-called Aku-Truthic Buddhism worships the true God? Luo Wen did not give an accurate answer but said yes or no. I believe Ms. Hankook knows it. We still have a lot to do, so can Ms. Hankook give an accurate answer as soon as possible? Do you join our plan and worship the gods of Aku-Truthism? Hankook was really confused and immediately said, whether you can stay for one more day I need to discuss with the elderly in the country. There is still some time before the storm surge comes, so it is still possible to delay a day. Luo Wen said that as soon as possible, it is just a way to apply pressure. So he nodded and said, it's okay if it takes one day. Okay, please come with me and take a day off on the island. Hankook, who had not allowed Luo Wen and others to get close to his hometown, has now changed his attitude. The reason is that Aqua showed his strength before. They can't resist that kind of power if they want to do something, because the entire sea area will be affected. It doesn't matter whether they know the location of their hometown. Luo Wen and others naturally had no objection. At night Luo Wen and the other two were taken to Amazon Lily and warmly treated her to stay. Hankook and others convened important figures of Amazon Lily to discuss. Luo Wen, do you think they will agree? Kazuma asked curiously. Luo Wen thought about the prescience of the crew member on the daytime 9 snake pirates and said, Hankook has actually agreed, but don't look at her usual saying, I am so beautiful I will be forgiven for anything I do. It's about the entire country. She didn't dare to decide on her fate at will. As for whether I will agree in the end, I'm quite optimistic. Kazuma immediately said, in other words, will they agree? Yes. Luo Wen nodded, thinking it was quite reliable. Kazuma immediately began to imagine, he think about it, I am a messenger, a saint or something like that. If they really built a temple, would there be nuns, a saint or something like that? Think about it, before those religions, nuns and saint. He smiled very vulgarly as if he had thought of something good. Luo Wen ruthlessly interrupted his delusion and said, don't mention the special Amazon and Lily Kingdom. Even if you really serve, do you have such courage? Hejin is a typical example of having a thief heart but not a thief courage and being very timid. In one sentence I was silent directly to Kazumagan. Then it broke out, I hate you. Haha. Kazuma is sometimes quite fragile. Early the NET morning, Hankook took some people to find Luo Wen. Luo Wen looked at their posture and said, it seems that you have made a decision. Hankook nodded and said, yes. So what's the decision? Hancock took a deep breath and said, whether it is a big fuss about Mary Joa or a temple, we choose to agree. When Luo Wen heard this answer he smiled and said, it's a good choice. Hankook said, I hope our choice is not wrong. We really don't want to continue hiding. The Amazon Lily Kingdom is coveted by many people because of its special nature. If it weren't for the windless belt it would have been visited by countless people long ago. Keep hiding, it's just a forced choice. Since they have the opportunity to go out they don't want to miss it. Of course the most important thing to be able to agree to these things is the huge wave. They believe that those who master that overwhelming power can protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom. One of the teachings of Aku-Truth Church is to do what you like and want to go out freely. There is no problem, but there is something that needs to be declared. Hankook was not surprised and said, I know there is no free lunch in the world. Let's talk about it. What are the conditions required to build a temple to protect us? Luo Wen was not polite either. Some things must be decided now, otherwise it would not be that simple to change in the future. So he said, once the temple is established, the nature of the country Amazon Lily must be changed and cannot continue to be a pirate country. Aku-Truth Church pursues freedom and does not allow crime. Pirates will not be allowed. Hankook's country is full of pirates. These things must be eliminated. Hankook was still hesitant and an elderly elder behind her stood up and said, we can agree to this condition, but we need a livelihood. Both Hankook and others were surprised that the elders actually agreed so quickly, but none of them refuted. They discussed last night that they could agree as long as it was not the price of breaking the bottom line. Luo Wen said, we will find a way to solve the problem, but it is just a way to solve your livelihood. At this point Amazon Lily has basically chosen to become a believer country of Aku-Truthic Buddhism, and things have been basically decided. Chapter 228 The Seven Waters Capital. There are many rules in the pirate world, but overall strength is still the most respected. Having enough power can do a lot of things. You can openly occupy a country and openly fight against the world government. Therefore, after Akia showed her extremely terrifying water control ability, Amazon Lily's people highly recognized Luo Wen and his group. Even if it is just a promise and they don't see anything else, they are willing to believe it. Of course, Luo Wen did not deceive Han Cook and the others. It may be difficult to support certain materials for a long time, but it is not difficult to find a way out for helping hand Amazon. Therefore, it was easily recognized by the entire country of Amazon Lily, and they could accept it even if they suddenly made a request. Of course, this is also related to the senior management of Amazon Lily present. They are more rational. If others were there, it would definitely not be so smooth. It's just that the pain of this reform must be spent by Amazon and Lily. Finally, Luo Wen and Kazuma left behind the information of the statues of Akia Risharam and Qrem before continuing to go to the Seven Water Capital. Hancock looked at the ship that was leaving and said, I don't know if my choice is correct. If I accidentally slide into the abyss and destroy the entire country. Her sister immediately said, Sister, this is the decision of all of us. Even if we fail, you won't blame you alone. Hancock didn't say anything. How could she not understand anything except being able to become the leader? Once she fails, more than 90% of her anger will fall on her, not to mention that this is indeed her. After a long time, Han Cook said, no matter what we choose to join, just do what Luo Wen and the others said. Suspend the pirate business and build the statue of the gods immediately to worship. The ability to ensure safety is naturally the top priority. Hancock's sister also knew the importance of the matter and asked, I immediately asked someone to carve it, but my sister. After the carving, who will put the three gods in the main position? They did not expect that the so-called Aku-Truthic Buddhism actually believed in three gods. If placed in the same temple, there must be a distinction between primary and secondary. This question made Han Cook hesitate. If it is another sect, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the so-called god most of the time it doesn't exist and can be arranged at will. But it is really hard to say about Aku-Truth Church. She felt that that kind of power might really be the power of the god. Recalling the information of the three gods, she finally made a decision and said, put the statue of the water god in the center. The water god has a very special position in this world that no one can ignore. Yes, Amazon.com will change little by little according to your plan, while Luo Wen and others will enter the Seven Waters Capital. There are usually many ships approaching in the Seven Waters Capital, but the pirates approached immediately attracted a lot of attention. On the sea, the reputation of pirates is not good at all, and it will bring disasters anywhere. Luo Wen was also helpless when he saw this. Their ship was stolen directly from the pirates, and when they were sailing at sea, they would avoid it from afar when they were seen by merchant ships. It is normal to have such treatment near the port. So Luo Wen looked at the only local on the ship and said, Frankie, come forward and help E-plane. No problem. Frank's voice was very imposing. When he returned to his hometown, he could not hide his excitement. Soon he came to the bow of the boat and shouted, don't panic everyone, I'm Frank, not without malice. Originally he wanted to say that he was not a pirate, but soon he thought that he was Luffy's crew member, so he immediately changed his statement. Frankie is not an unknown person in the Seven Waters Capital. Even among the people coming were people from the Frank family. The Frank family was once formed by Frank, with shipbreaking as the main profession. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately recognized by the square sisters of the Frank family, Kiwei and Mose. The two sisters squeezed through the crowd and came to the near the boat. They shouted happily, brother, why are you back? Haven't you followed Luffy to take risk? And they liberated Dre's Rosa. People in the Seven Water Capital do not hate Luffy, so Sister Quartz can say it at will. Frankie smiled and said, oh, long time no see you, Kiwei Mose. It turns out that our reputation has been passed back. This time I came back with a few friends. There is something important. When they saw that it was Frank, not the pirate, coming to attack, everyone quickly dispersed, leaving only Frank's acquaintances. Frankie took Rowan and the other two off the boat. The Cube sisters ran over immediately. Frankie immediately introduced Kiwei and Mose. These three are my friends. From left to right they are Rowan, Sato, Kazuma and Akia. Then he looked at Luo Wen and introduced his two sisters to him. After getting to know each other, Frank's sister Kiwei asked, brother, do you have something to do when you come back suddenly? Anyway, it is something that you will know sooner or later. And Frankie did not hide it and said, there is indeed something, but for these three things they have a way to prevent us from being invaded by the gods of water and let the gods of water become the past mode. The gods of water, Aku Lagna, are the names of storm surges that residents of the Seven Water Capitals call for. Calling natural disasters god is actually just a manifestation of powerlessness. After hearing Frankie's words, the Cube sisters did not react for a while. Is it because they did not wake up to complete completely solve the gods of water? What a big tone! Anyone who witnesses the great power of the gods of water will not say that it can be solved. It is the power of the god. Brother, you are really good at joking. Frankie knew it was the result. In fact, if he hadn't seen Luo Wen and Akia's abilities, he wouldn't have believed that the gods of water could be completely solved. He looked at Luo Wen and the other two with apology and said, sorry, my two sisters are a little confused about speaking. Luo Wen smiled and said, it's okay, if it were me I would have doubted it. It's normal to doubt it. It is not a derogatory meaning for people to understand what they know outside of themselves, but a fact. When the storm surge is resolved, then say nothing and do nothing. There will be a large number of believers. Seeing that his sister was a little dissatisfied, Frankie knocked their heads with an iron fist and asked them to shut up, and then continued, sorry, I'll prepare a place for you to live. Let's have some rest. Do you need my help in the future? Luo Wen thought for a while and said, if possible, please contact us for the administrator of the 7 water capital. We need to buy a piece of land to establish the Aku Truth cult. Okay, I'll help you. Contact you tomorrow. Frankie agreed directly. In order to drive away the gods of water, he was willing to help everything he could. Luo Wen nodded, then took Kazuma and Akia to the place arranged by Frankie. After staying, He Zhen found Luo Wen. He was a little nervous and said, do you really want me to give a speech? I have no Iparian. It would be bad if there is any problem at that time. Luo Wen smiled and said, if you have to believe in your eloquence, you really can't ask Akia to give you a blessing such as improving your talent, which is actually of great use. Is this kind of waste skill useful to improve talent? Huma Yi looked suspicious, but he knew that Luo Wen would not talk casually. Akia was quietly aside, but when she heard Kazuma said something, she immediately plotted and said, it's useless to improve her talent, skills and truth. That's because you don't know the good. Look at how good Luo Wen's evaluation is. This is the gap. Kazuma pressed Akia down with a dark face, looked at Luo Wen and asked, Fidelity, you said that lying is a puppy. A puppy is a lie. Luo Wen was also happy and explained, think carefully. Can Akia liven up the atmosphere in any occasion? This is also a kind of ability among which talent improvement accounts for a big factor. In fact, there are also great factors in Akia's abstraction. Of course, it is undeniable that Akia is really talented. Look, Kazuma, you don't know me yet. Akia came up again. He Zhen was speechless. Luo Wen knew their world, so how could he not understand Akia? But Luo Wen said so. Kazuma planned to let Akia give it a try tomorrow, and it would be good to give him psychological comfort. Seeing Kazuma is still a little nervous, Luo Wen said, no need to say anything else, you just need to say how powerful the gods are and can solve the storm surge. Depending on the right time, read the doctrine. To be honest, Aku Truthic Buddhism, the doctrine is quite suitable for the pirate world. There is one of the core teachings of Aku Truth Buddhism. Translated, it means having fun in time and don't regret it. This is what Akia added to them, and this is the Akusis religion in their world. Luo Wen thought about it and found that this was also a real one, and he didn't care too much about it. There is no need to say much about this kind of doctrine's attraction to people in the pirate world. Speaking of the doctrine, He Zhen was worried and said, is there really no problem with this new doctrine, with the doctrine of Akusis as the main body? In order to establish a sect, Hejan's original version of the doctrine was revised by him. After Akia's modification, most of the doctrine content became the doctrine of the Akusis religion. He gave Luo Wen a modification and originally thought it would be greatly changed, but when the doctrine was given to him again, he found that he had added a few more. None of the doctrines added by Akia had been modified. Of course, there is no problem. Asusis's teachings are pretty good. Zion, have you heard of Kazuma? I usually praise me. Akia almost cried with emotion when she heard Luo Wen's word. This is the first time that the teachings of Akusis Buddhism have been recognized by outsiders. Kazushi was so angry that he ignored it. He just took out the doctrine to read it. He felt a little ashamed when he thought of needing to read this thing again tomorrow. But when he reached this point, he was no longer allowed to retreat, so he could only be prepared. The Net day Frank came to him and said when he met him, I have contacted Aspagu. He is the mayor of the 7 water capital. If you want to buy land, you can talk to him. Kazuma was a little surprised and said, do you still need to meet the mayor when you buy land? In his impression, the mayor would not pay attention to such trivial matters. Frank touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, Aspagu wants to see you, but it is actually my reason. I have a good relationship with him, so I said a few more words. He is very interested in you. He felt that the simple things he had made were a bit complicated. Kazuma looked at Luo Wen and asked how to arrange it. Does the publicity need to be postponed? No, you go and promote it. I'll meet this Mayor Aspagu. If you can get the support of Mayor Aspagu, many things will be much more convenient. And speaking of it, let's just reach what we're going to do. Net things also require the mayor's consent. Kazuma thought that they were going to attack Mary Choya and set Aku Truth cult in the 7 waters capital. In fact, they forced the 7 waters capital to tie them together, even if they were all very confident, but in fact it's quite a scam and it really needs to be discussed. Okay, I'll leave it to you over there. Then Luo Wen separated from Hejin. Kazuma went to the most crowded place in the Seven Water Capital to promote, while Luo Wen went to meet the mayor. The mayor of Seven Water Capital is actually the president of Carrera, the largest shipbuilding company in Seven Water Capital. Originally Aspagu owned the most protected mansion on the island, but after a series of events the mansion was burned down by the world government's lackey CP9. Now it is located in the temporary mansion. After Luo Wen arrived, Aspagu wearing a red and black plaid shirt stood up from the chair and said, "Hello Mr. Luo Wen, welcome to the Seven Waters Capital." Luo Wen was extremely polite and said, "Hello Mayor Aspagu, I have heard of Daming for a long time. Aspagu is loved and respected in the Seven Waters Capital." Haha, Mr. Luo Wen is very polite. After the two of them had some polite conspiracy, Aspagu asked Luo Wen to sit down and talked about the important matter. "I have heard of what Mr. Luo Wen and his party want to do. I want to establish a sect in the Seven Waters Capital. The capital welcomes anyone, no problem, but I heard from Frankie that it seems like a small thing to establish a sect. Even helping hand solves the gods of water is a small matter. What is your real big thing? Can we all bear it?" As soon as he opened his mouth, his word pointed directly at the core. Frankie didn't think too much, but as mayor he had to consider it. Seeing that Aspagu was so straightforward, Rowan would not hide it and said, "After we established the sect we plan to attack Mary Jo Ya, save the slaves." As soon as these words came out, Aspagu's President instantly became serious and said, "Does Mr. Luo Wen know that our company and the world government are cooperating? Are you not afraid of me telling me?" Luo Wen's face was flat and said, "Mr. Aspagu doesn't need to scare me. I know a lot. If the cooperation is really so strong, the mayor's mansion will not be destroyed." Chapter 229 Hejin Speech. The Seven Waters Capital has been attacked by the world government's intelligence organization. How could it be 100% trust? When Aspagu heard Rowan's words, he was still in a stable mood and said, "There was a conflict before, but now Frank has destroyed the root cause of the conflict. The world government will not go all out to deal with me, but will only maintain cooperation." Rowan sneered as mayor. "Mr. Aspagu, do you believe what you say? Do you think the world government will really believe that you will completely destroy the design of Karen's? Even if it is true, the world will the government trust? In the pirate world there are three well-known weapons in the world, namely Karen, Elite and Aquaman. Among them Karen is the most evil warship in shipbuilding history. The mega warship built by the capital of Seven Waters can sail freely on the sea. No ship can match it. Its power is so powerful that it can destroy an island with one shot. Senior leaders of the world government have repeatedly expressed their hope to obtain Karen to end the era of great pirates and maintain their rule. The Karen warship that was once built is located in Wano country, but the world government does not know about this news. But the world government knows where Karen makes the drawings. Needless to say, it is naturally in the Seven Waters Capital. The construction drawings left over were held by Frank's master Tom and were later handed over to Aspagu for safekeeping, and Aspagu gave them to Frank. The final result was just like what Luo Wen said, and the drawings were destroyed by Frankie. But even if the people who act as espionage organizations destroy the drawings, the world government may not believe it. Aspagu naturally knew it, not to mention that Aspagu established a shipbuilding company to make the world government take risks, so how could he report it? Aspagu was silent for a while before continuing, "Aren't you afraid? Then I have a slight idea of rumoring the news and you will be in trouble." Luo Wen stared at Aspagu without a positive answer and said, "Mayor Aspagu, have you forgotten our purpose? We want to solve the storm surge." Aspagu was stunned and immediately realized that his mind was not turning around. If there is really a force that can solve the storm surge, so what if you report it yourself? The world government will select generals to come and it will not have any impact on the people in front of you. Others who want to go to Mary Joa to deal with slaves need to carefully plan and make many plans for fear of leaking ahead of schedule and attracting the world government's lackeys. Perhaps the method of making a fuss about Mary Joa is probably different from what he thought. "I'm a little stupid." Aspagu admitted his mistake directly. Raven did not continue to get entangled on this topic but asked, "So Mayor Aspagu, are you willing to support our plan and be an enemy of the world government?" Aspagu did not agree immediately but fell into long-term thinking. This matter is too big and is not suitable for seeking advice from residents of the Seven Water Capital. About 10 minutes later he said, "See if you can really make the gods of water storm surge stop appearing. As soon as we can do it, Mayor Aspagu will support us." Luo Wen asked as he looked at Aspagu. "I'm afraid I won't be able to support you at that time," Aspagu said with a wry smile. Luo Wen did not continue to speak because it was the case. If it can really solve the threat of the storm surge, the prestige of Aku Truthic Buddhism will reach a peak far exceeding the mayor of Aspagu. At that time the mayor's prestige may still be there, but it is unlikely unlikely that he will object to what Aku-Truthic Buddhism wants to do. Then Mayor Aspago, please have a happy cooperation. Let's talk about these things when you do the first thing. Even though Aspago had already believed most of his heart, he would not agree immediately without real testimony. Then please wait until that day, and the arrival of the gods of water will not last a few days. Luo Wen's conversation went very smoothly, and He Zhen had already started his speech right in the most prosperous place in the Seven Waters capital. At this time many people had gathered together and were truly giving passionate speeches. Everyone, the so-called gods of water have brought countless disasters to the Seven Water capital. Every year they must enter the shelter device and take refuge. But even so, many people still disappear every year because of the god they are in. I'm afraid you know more about the so-called missing result than me. They will never come back. If there is a choice, do you want to live such a life? For a moment everyone present was a little silent. After saying this, many people recalled the disaster. Every time the gods of water arrive, they will cause huge losses. Although they will use the sea salt left by the gods of water to make delicious food, ask themselves in their hearts, do they really want this? Seeing this, He Zhen shouted again, answer me, do you want to? This time there was a response. Of course I don't want to go through disasters every year. My father died in disaster. In no mood. What's the use of just talking? We don't have the capital to leave. We can only stay here and endure disasters. If they could, they would have left long ago. This is true. Some rich people in the Seven Water capital leave the Seven Water capital before the arrival of the Seven Water god and wait until they are safe. Is there any way to prevent the gods of the water from coming? He Zhen heard these words and immediately shouted, of course there is a way. The power of the gods of water is not low, but the power of the gods of our Aku-Truth sect is stronger than the so-called gods of water. Our gods are the real god. The gods of water cause great damage and cannot be called gods at all. They are monsters and natural disasters. The goddess of the water of the Aku-Truth sect realized the disaster in the Seven Waters capital, so they sent us to help hand solve this monster. As soon as these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. Solve monsters? No one knows the power of the gods of water better than the indigenous peoples of the Seven Water capital. Are you kidding me? Is it to fool us into joining your so-called Aku-Truthic church? I'm so arrogant. No one in this world can solve the threat of the gods of the water. The scene was very noisy and basically all of them were not recognized. Kazuma was given a buff of talent improvement by Akia and was not afraid at all. He continued, the power of the god cannot be hidden. When the monster arrives, you will be able to see the power of the god and you will be able to see your fear. The gods of water, like tigers, are vulnerable to the god. Come on, all of you, join the Aku-Truthic Buddhism and you can get the protection of the god. There is no strict teaching in Aku-Truth. You just need to remember, Ak-Truth Church cannot commit crime. Besides, everything is true and you need to find the most real self without letting your nature hide it. As long as the believers of Aku-Truth Church are serious, they can do anything. We are people who can do it. Even if we don't do it well, we won't blame us. If we don't do it well, we will blame the world. When facing annoying things, you just need to escape. If you escape, it is not a loss but a victory. When you hesitate, you will regret it. No matter what you do, anyway you will regret it. So choose the easier method now. Don't be afraid of getting old. God doesn't know whether you are happy in the future, so just laugh out loud now. The teachings of Aku-Truthic Buddhism, which is extremely passionate, shouted out. The extremely special doctrine made everyone present know what to say for a moment. After a while, some people began to communicate. Well, no matter whether this sect can really make the gods of the water stop attacking the Seven Water capital, this doctrine alone is quite touching. What should I do? If the teachings are like this, I already want to join. Yes, it's not impossible to do this occasionally. Of course, some people do not agree with it. What a joke. Isn't this completely lack of ambition? How can I listen? If you really learn these things, there will be no hope in life. As expected, the two groups of people started arguing. Why is there no hope in life? Isn't this teaching us to enjoy life? Well, enjoying life is the hope of life. Enjoy life, haha, only you know what you think in your heart. Even if this so-called Aku-Truthic Buddhism can resist the gods of water, I will never join. He Zhenjian started arguing with everyone, but he didn't stop him. He just took out a pile of paper, then came to the small table that had been prepared long ago and shouted, we have obtained the mayor's consent and will be in the Seven Waters. All of them have churches. If you want to join, come to me and fill out the form. Hearing Kazuma said, some people ran over immediately. Please give me one. I want to join the Aku-Truthic Church. Give me one too. This sect is really suitable for me. There are really a lot of people who want to join. Of course, some things and truth must be plain. If the teachings of Aku-Truth Church are too free and without restrictions, there will be great problems in the pirate world. There is naturally no problem to join the Aku-Truthic Church, but I need to plain that our sect has real God. If they violate the doctrine, they will be punished by God. Please be optimistic about the first doctrine, which is the premise of all doctrine. You cannot commit crime. Only by doing this can you act according to the following doctrine. Of course this does not stop the enthusiasm of wanting to join the resident. After all, before committing a crime, who would have thought that he would commit a crime in the future? So in just one morning Heijin received hundreds of applications for admission to the school. When Rowan came back from Aspagu, he saw Akiya holding a bunch of applications for admission to the church and giggling, hee, I have never seen so many applications for admission to the church. My believers want to do it again. It has increased and it seems that it can become bigger and stronger. Maybe there will be more believers than Eris at that time. Aqua was always worried that Eris had far more believers than his own. That's why I kept pestering Kazuma and wanted to establish a sect in another world. I wasn't sure before, but I saw today's grand occasion. She thought it would definitely work. How long has it been since there have been so many believers? Kazuma sat on the sofa beside him and happened to hear Akiya's word and couldn't help but sarcastically said, this is not a believer of you alone, there are two gods in the Luoan world. Then he thought of something, knelt on the ground, folded his hands together and prayed, today I went against my conscience. I actually said so many good things to Akiya and beautified so much. God, lying will not be struck by lightning. Bar. Akiya was indeed detonated by Kazuma and immediately rushed up and shouted, Hamama, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? I am obviously such a god. When you say these words, won't you feel guilty? Heizhen did not show any weakness. Luo Wen just watched them fight. Now I don't dare to let Akiya take to the street, because Akiya's statue will be established soon. If Akiya is recognized and Akiya's behavior is known, he himself cannot be sure of what the Aku Truth Church will develop. Therefore, if you can hide it now, you can hide it. Soon the two who were fighting discovered Luo Wen. Facing Luo Wen, both Heizhen and Akiya were still relatively restrained. The two quickly sat down. Ahem, Luo Wen, when did you come back? Kazuma said with anticipation. When you pray. Luo Wen has never liked to lie. Kazuma's heart was finally dead. Didn't it be seen? But he still wanted to struggle for a while and said, Law, you know it was Akiya's move first. No, who told you to call me? Akiya felt that she would occasionally need to pay attention to some imagination when she was around the spokesperson of the gods in another world. Seeing this, Luo Wen smiled and said, okay, don't you know you yet? No need to do this. Let's talk about the results today. Speaking of the serious matter, Kazuma will not lose its chain and said, the method of propaganda is more useful than imagined. Before I can solve the storm surge, I have already gained so many believers. When I promote it in the entire Seven Waters capital, believers there are probably thousands of people. It seems that the result is good. I need to continue asking UNET. I will preside over the construction of the temple. The effect is so good. Luo Wen naturally wants to let Kazuma continue. No problem, leave it to me. Heizhen tried it all day today and felt that he was quite suitable for this kind of work. It feels very good to be sought after by believers. The establishment of Aku Truthic Buddhism was smoother than expected. Although there is not even a temple church, it has attracted a large number of believers. Once the storm surge comes, the number of believers will explode. So the following days Hirashi gave speeches everywhere and Luo Wen found a suitable place to start the construction of the temple. When the temple was built on track, Rowan handed over the matter to Frankie for supervision. Although Frankie built a ship, there was still no problem with the supervision, and he himself went to an unmanned sea. After so many days in the pirate world, there is one extremely important thing that has not been done. Qrem and Rayquaza have a different color, but she hasn't really seen another world yet. Chapter 230. The storm surge is coming. After coming to the unmanned sea, Luo Wen threw 3 poke balls out. Come out, Risharam, Qrem, Rayquaza. Hold head high. 3 high-pitched dragon roars echoed behind the sea. In an instant the sea was surging, causing huge waves. Under the sea, countless marine animals began to escape, and they could not withstand the pressure of the divine beast. Rowan stood behind Risharam, looked at Qrem and Rayquaza and said, how does it feel in this world? Whenever Pokemon comes to another world, his power will be liberated. Risharam has long been accustomed to changes in power. This is the first time for the other two, so it naturally takes time to adapt. Roar. The answer to Luo Wen is the more powerful dragon roar. Whether it is Qrem or the alien Rayquaza, they are adapting to the changes in their own strength. They have never felt such a powerful force. Of course, because Luo Wen was by his side, the people quickly restrained. The alien Rayquaza's emotions were very obvious and she was excited. Kay felt the way forward. It turns out that I can become so powerful. Qrem looked at Risharam. It turns out that you boy became stronger like this. It is not surprising that you have such a place to become stronger than yourself. Fortunately, this time we came with each other. If we came later, even if we digest the benefits of the divine stone, we might not make the gap minimize, but will become bigger and bigger. Roar. Risharam, we will definitely have a battle later. Roar. Risharam was not willing to be outdone. If you seize the opportunity, can you still let Qrem catch up? What's more, there is the instance of truth. The Truth Church in the pirate world joined Qrem, but the Truth Church in the other two worlds only is itself. himself. With so many advantages, Qram should not try to catch up. Luo Wen didn't care about the communication between Risharam and Qram. Anyway, the same was true for both of them before they came to another world. He used aura to connect with the alien Rayquaza and asked Rayquaza, in this world can you helping hand you can master Dragon Ascent? The strange color of Lycong did not affect it before, and after being reminded by Luo Wen he began to try it. A conclusion was soon reached. The power has been enhanced and the mastery of the triangular organs has become stronger. In this other world it is indeed possible to help Hand K master the super evolution faster. Luo Wen got the answer, thought for a while and said, since that's the case you can practice outside during this period of time and master the super evolution as soon as possible. By the way, this meteorite is also given to you. Meteorite of course is the colorful meteorite that can help Hand Rayquaza learn Dragon Ascent. The strange colored Rayquaza did not refuse and took the colorful meteorite into her mouth. Fly as high as possible and don't be discovered. Roar. Rayquaza moved her head to show that she knew. Then go, come here every 3 days. If you want to go back I can notify you. The storm surge in the 7 water capital has not arrived yet and cannot go back in a short period of time, so Luo Wen can only arrange this. Then Rayquaza, a strange colored body, moved and disappeared into the cloud. After arranging the strange colored Rayquaza, Luo Wen looked at Qram again and asked Qram, do you want to find a place to digest the divine stone? Roar. Qram did not refuse either. Now that the strength has been greatly enhanced, the time to digest the divine stone can be reduced. Only by shortening the time can you have the chance to catch up with Risharam and regain the dignity of Big Brother. Okay, you don't need to leave, just find an unmanned island near the 7 water capital to digest it. Qram is not like Rayquaza learning Dragon Ascent. It requires a big place and only a quiet place is enough, so naturally it cannot be too far away. Qram has no objection to this arrangement. Helping Hand, Qram found an uninhabited island closer to the 7 waters capital. Luo Wen looked at Risharam. I don't need to just follow you. Risharam didn't expect to leave KK, but there are not as many things as Qram or Rayquaza. Since that's the case, stay by my side. There is a divine beast around you, and Luo Wen is also more confident. After that he returned to the 7 waters capital again to prepare for the arrival of the storm surge. Time passed little by little. Less than half a month before the storm surge, and more believers in the Aku-Truthic Buddhism were. From the initial few hundred people to now there have been more than 2,000 believers, and the number of believers has been increasing. At the same time, the statues of Akia, Risharam and Qram have been carved. The master of craftsman carving, even Akia himself, was very satisfied. This is the statue of the god in my mind. It is carved so well. I want to take one back to our world. When the time comes, you the envoy need to pay a visit every day. As more and more believers, Aqua also became more and more proud. Hearing these words, Kazuma knocked Akia's head directly. Don't even think about it. If you still want me to help you establish a sect, then be honest, otherwise I will leave directly. No, Akia said that she could not accept it at all. Now she can no longer abandon the believers in this world. Luo Wen waited until the two of them had finished fighting and found Kazuma and said, we can start contacting Morgan. Kazuma was a little surprised and said, didn't you say you should wait until Marikoa's action before contacting him? Luo Wen explained, I originally thought so, but I thought, isn't solving the storm surge a good publicity opportunity? It's just right to work with Morgans to see his abilities. Kazuma nodded but still had some doubts. It is true. Solving the storm surge is definitely a big deal for the pirate world. Even if it is not as good as making a big fuss in Marikoa, the effect will not be bad, but Morgan will si come. After all, even the believers of Aku Truth Church, some people do not believe that the gods will really descend on their power. If it really doesn't work, just reveal our future plan. If you know the plan, he will definitely come, even if he thinks it is fate. Then let's do it like this, but I'll ask you for this. Kazuma is very busy now and has no time to contact Morgans, a news maniac. Leave it to me. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency in Morgans is not easy to find, but it is still easy to contact him, as Morgans, who is determined to report big news, hides his headquarters to better report news, but it is impossible to hide himself. After all, he needs to find news. Of course, it is still a bit difficult to contact Morgans himself directly, but with the help of money everything becomes easy. This is true. Luo Wen contacted him soon. World Economic News Agency. Of course, it was not the President Morgans himself who answered the phone, but a secretary. After the phone worm was connected, Luo Wen did not say anything nonsense and said, I have a big news. I believe your president will be interested. The secretary was very calm. She didn't know how much she heard of such words. Of course, she could not easily hang up the phone number of the person in charge of the headquarters. The secretary could only ask, what's the big news? Do you know the 7 waters capital? A sec called Aku Truthsa came here and said it was to completely solve the threat of storm surge. Coincidentally, it won't take long to come, and I don't know your world is the economic news agency interested in reporting? The secretary did not react for a while. He naturally knew that the Seven Waters capital was a world-famous shipbuilding center. She also needs to find some information for the storm surge. And at this moment a hand with white feathers took the phone worm over. President, the secretary greeted respectfully. It turned out that the president of the World Economic News Agency heard the conversation and was interested and wanted to have a conversation in person. After getting the phone bug, Morgans said directly, you should be the so-called Aku Truth cult. Do you want to use my news agency to become famous? Seeing the change of people, Luo Wen smiled and said, President Morgans, isn't this very obvious? However, your reporting on this matter is a matter of mutual benefit. I don't believe you are not moved. Morgans was very calm. If what you said is true, this is indeed a big news that caused a sensation in the world, but I know very well that the storm surge in the Seven Waters capitals is not something that can be solved by manpower. Luo Wen said, President Morgans, you should be clear that since we want to become famous we must be sure, otherwise we will not look for you. What's more, you don't think you know the news and report it in advance. For you, the news maniac, say, isn't it very interesting? Report the news in advance. Morgans changed. This does have a lot of captivate power for him. So Morgans said directly, ha ha ha, okay, I've answered the news from the Seven Waters capital. I'll help hand you the so-called Aku Truth Church to create momentum. If you succeed, you will immediately become the sect with the most believers. If you fail, you will also become a joke to the whole world. Luo Wen never thought about failure and said, then let's wait and see, President Morgans. If your result can satisfy us, I'll send you another earth-shaking news. After saying that, he hung up the phone bug. NET is to look at Morgans' abilities. Early shocking news? Interesting. It's really interesting that someone said such words in front of me. Morgans developed a strong interest in Aku Truthic Buddhism. After putting down the phone bug, he gave a direct order. Prepare, go to the Seven Water capital and let me see how big this so-called big news is. The World Economic News Agency started to move. Luo Wen found Hejin again and said, Hejin, you can prepare for it. The president of the World Economic News Agency will probably come to you for an interview NET time. This time he will appear in the entire pirate world, but you must perform well. Leave it to me. He has been promoting these days and the orders have been refined, so he is very confident. A day later, Morgans came to the Seven Water capital and interviewed Kazuma. In a few days the information of Aku Truthic Buddhism spread throughout the pirate world. Morgans dares to report anything, so he has seen many people. The title of the newspaper is eye-catching. Solve the storm surge? Becoming a god or a joke? Navy headquarters. The current Marshal Aquino looked at the newspaper he brought and said, another unstable guy. Marson, what should we do? How to deal with it? Don't worry. If the storm surge was so easy to solve, it would have been solved long ago and these people would only become joke. What if it is solved? If it is solved, it is a good thing. As long as they are settled, I can tolerate it. If they are restless, haha, Aquino dislikes this restless factor. He felt that this so-called Aku Truth Church would cause a big mess. The world government 5 old stars are also paying attention to the news. What do you think of this sect? If it can solve the storm surge, it means that they have mastered the power beyond the weapon named God and they must be prepared. What about now? Let CP0 monitor it. It's best to get in. The time is right and you'll get the secret. For the world government, everything that may threaten their notification must be eradicated. In addition, a large number of pirates have noticed the teachings of Aku Truth. They deliberately ignored the first key doctrine and saw the second one, pursuing truth and nature. Obviously, the nature that most pirates understand is the animal nature they release everywhere. Therefore, there are many believers among the pirates of Aku Truth. Rowan got the news from Morgan. These pirates do not meet the standards of your believers. What should you do? Morgans already knew that Luo Wen was the one who spoke to him before, so he was very interested. Luo Wen's response. Luo Wen sneered, then they would better not really believe in the mystery of Aku Truthic Buddhism. If you really believe in them, can you solve them? Morgas became more interested. The more he understood, the more he felt that the Aku Truth Church was mysterious. This sect suddenly emerged. It's fine if you suddenly appear, but you still have extremely powerful power. He, the president of the World Economic News Agency, didn't know at all and had no information. The most important thing is that there was no clue at all the gods they believed in. Luo Wen still smiled, but with a stern smile. In this smile he said, if you really believe in it, they know the consequences of violating the doctrine. Morgan's Aku Truth Buddhism is truly a god and I have always been emphasized. Haha, do you think I believe it or not? Morgas obviously didn't believe it. He only believed that Aku Truth Church had a special demon berry that could solve some pirate. After all, the demon berry has all kinds of abilities and it is not impossible for the demon berry to eat that he has never seen before, just like this Aku Truth sect. Of course, he was able to be sure that with the emergence of Aku Truthic Buddhism, the sea was about to become lively. He likes this feeling because there is news everywhere. Whether you believe it or not, the storm surge surge will come soon and you will know when the time comes. Just like that, time passed little by little. The sea near the seven water capital gradually became uneasy. A storm surge is coming. Chapter 231 The Power of God. The sea area of the seven water capital gradually became turbulent. The port, which was still very prosperous a few days ago, has become extremely quiet and no one dares to stay in the capital of seven waters when the storm surge comes. At the same time, residents of the seven water capital have begun to take refuge. They experience this kind of thing once a year and they seem to be familiar with it. It's just that this year is a little different and some residents have not left. These residents have one common characteristic, that is believers of Aku truth, because they believe that God can definitely curb disasters. Aspagu found Luo Wen and Kazuma and said, if you are lying, thousands of people will die. Do you know? We are all here, don't worry, we will handle it. Luo Wen replied. Aspagu ignored Rowan's promise and continued, I have sent people to persuade them to take refuge. When the gods of the water really disappear, it is not an exaggeration to believe in them, but no one is willing to obey. I want to take coercive measures and they will even fight back. I finally know the terribleness of religion. If you develop, you will definitely become grave diggers of the world government. There are also religions and pirate world, but not many, and they have not really developed. The world government is still the absolute hegemon. Aspagu didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning, but in less than a month Aku Truthic Buddhism had so many loyal believers, which made Aspagu realize the terror of religion. That is a more intelligent control method than the world government's control by force. Control and faith is unreasonable. When Luo Wen heard this, he looked at the temple in the distance and said, Mr. Mayor, we are actually very surprised. Do you know? Accident? What accident? Of course it is the number of unpected believers. Mr. Aspagu, in fact this is not the first time we have established a sect. Therefore we have discovered some rules, that is, the more desperate the believers gather, the faster the believers gather, and the firmer the faith of the believers. Luo Wen said slowly. Aspagu immediately understood what Luo Wen meant and said, what do you mean? Is that the residents of the seven water capital are not doing well? Luo Wen shook his head and said, Mr. Mayor, you can be loved, which means that the seven waters capital has been well managed, but the believers who are left behind are not all residents of the seven waters capital, and there are many other places where there are dire straits, but there are also many residents of the seven water capital. Aspagu cares about Luo Wen's words very much. Only by despair can he easily become a crazy believer. Isn't this saying that he can't work? Luo Wen replied, those people have lost their closest relatives, wives, husbands, parents and children. They hate the so-called gods of water in their heart. Therefore a sect that says it can solve the gods of water. It is easy to believe that this is psychological comfort, because it is important to draw the sword. Of course there are some people who think that we are lying, but it doesn't matter to them. They can just accompany their relative. They didn't dare to do so before, but now they just give them the courage to take all their own bet. Aspagu completely understood the reason, and after a long time he said, sure enough, religion is very card-like. This time Luo Wen did not refute and said, it's true. Why do gods need faith in many settings? Because the power of faith is really terrible. I hope you can succeed. Aspagu did not go to take refuge. It's not because he is strong enough to protect himself under the storm surge, but because he thinks that if Luo Wen and the others fail, they can save more residents. Wow, the wind and waves on the sea are getting heavier and stronger. More guns has left. He will not stay here. After all, the shelter is not omnipotent and he doesn't want to gamble. But he left behind a phone bug that could be broadcast live for 24 hours, live broadcast of the situation in the seven waters capital. Looking at the surging sea, Morgens was looking forward to it. I hope you can succeed. He naturally hopes to succeed in building momentum for Aku Truth Church, because this is the real big news. In addition, he was extremely interested in the big news that Luo Wen said. In the end, the storm surge arrived as scheduled. Luo Wen, Hejin and Akia came to the dock. Akia's power has begun to work. Even though several meters of waves have been set off on the sea and are getting bigger and bigger, the position they stand is still calm. Akia takes action, or let the divine beast take action. Luo Wen asked Kazuma. I take action. How could such a thing be so popular that I can't miss? Akia immediately stood up and volunteered. She knew that this was going to show up in front of many people. How could she let go of this opportunity to expand believers? Kazuma did not stop him, but said, this time Akia wants to take action and Risharam and Qram also want to take action. However, in our teachings, Qram and Risharam are both one and two sides. Just let one of them take action. No problem. Since that's the case, let Akia settle the storm surge and let Qram destroy the storm surge. Luo Wen recognized Hejin's opinion and made some supplement. Okay, Kazuma nodded, then looked at Akia and began to instruct Akia about something. Others don't understand Akia, but she doesn't understand yet, and she always loses her links at critical moment. This time Morguns is broadcasting live, so this cannot happen. Akia was a little impatient impatient, but fortunately Kazuma could still control it. As time goes by, the waves get bigger and bigger. Between the sea and the sky, dark clouds were covered with dark clouds, as if a heavy lead curtain covered the sky, oppressing everything, making it difficult to breathe. In an instant the strong wind roared, rolling up thousands of huge waves. The waves were as majestic as a mountain, and rows of waves were surging like rages, giant beasts roaring as if the giant beasts of mountains and seas were coming. And the sky was lightning and thunder, and the thunder was rolling deafening, and lightning struck the sea like a divine whip, and lightning and shadow intertwined a chaos. All of this is a change in just a few breaths. The storm surge comes too fast and too fast. Hejin said no wonder the residents of the seven water capital would call this storm surge the gods of water, which is indeed very similar to the power of the god. Only gods can do these things when they are bored. Akiya, a serious god, immediately retorted, as a god she will not bother her believers. She often blesses. Neither of them paid attention to Akiya, who had some IQ problems, but waited for the storm surge to develop to its limit. After all, the two have a purpose. If the storm surge has not reached its peak, 100% people think that it is the storm surge that has not arrived. At the same time, many people around the world watched the scene of the seven water capital through Morgan's live broadcast. Is this a storm surge? It's just beginning, and I feel the pressure through the phone bug. Under this kind of power no one can change the result, right? This is the sea. I'm really angry, and there is no power to fight against. Navy Headquarters Marinfondo. Akainu is also very concerned about the seven water capital incident. He wanted to see how powerful this restless power was. At the same time, let's see how terrible the so-called storm surge is. I hope I can show some real skills. No matter what people from the outside world think, a storm surge is still brewing. The storm has covered the entire seven waters capital. The trees on the island sway in the storm, but they also seem fragile and powerless, as if they will be uprooted in the net moment. Countless bullet-like raindrops hit the land ruthlessly. All things lost their color at this moment, leaving only the whistling of the wind and the roar of the rain. The houses in the seven waters capital trembled in the storm as if they would be destroyed by this invisible big hand at any time. The waves hit the breakwater on the shore again and again, making a dull and powerful sound of tackle. The sea water splashed in the tackles, turning into countless tiny water droplets drifting with the wind. The sea water had already surged up, trying to swallow the entire seven waters capital, just like what I had always done. In the face of this natural power, any building seems so small, like a toy that breaks at a touch. Those who watched the live broadcast by using the phone bugs all look solemn. Many of them have heard of the power of storm surges, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. Even with the demon berry under this power, he seems to have no ability to resist. The residents of the seven water capital in the shelter all prayed in their hearts, hoping to survive this disaster smoothly, but listening to the strong winds outside, they had no confidence in their heart. There is only one place that seems calm: the temple of Aku Truth Church. A large number of believers gathered here. After the storm surge came, they all came here to pray for the protection of the god. The gods responded to their request. The blue light flashed by, covering the temple of Aku Truth and a large area near the temple. There was no strong wind or heavy rain nearby, just as calm as before the storm surge came. All believers fell to their knees and kept thanking the god. This is the god who protect them. The gods of the water are not god but disasters. The real gods have arrived and they should be destroyed. The power of the false god is vulnerable to the true god. God, let's end these countless years of disasters. For a time all sentient beings have all their appearances. Some people even knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. All of them died in the storm surge. The shelter measures in the seven waters capital were still very effective, and there were not many deaths each time. No one cares about the deaths of some people except those close to them. Now I finally see hope to end it all. Aspago is also here. He was so shocked that he was extremely shocked. There were storms outside and there was no impact here at all. Is this the power of the god? He looked into the distance where Luo Wen and the other two were and said, maybe it's really going to end. At this time the huge wave had reached a height of hundreds of meters, and the subsequent waves were even more terrifying. Seeing this, Luo Wen said, okay, let's end all this. The sea surface has spread and the huge waves seem to be able to destroy everything and can end. Kawama nodded and said to Akiya, start gather the shadow of the god. In the pirate world the power of the god Akiya has also been unblocked and many things can be done. A blue light appeared on Akiya and then a mysterious and beautiful figure appeared on the sea. This figure was wearing a blue robe and feathered clothes, looking extremely holy. It can make people's hearts pure by just one glance. When you want to see the true face clearly, you can't see it clearly no matter what. As a god, Akiya knows very well how to keep it mysterious. At the temple a believer saw this figure and shouted, this is the goddess of water. The goddess of water has brought his power to his descent. For a moment a large number of believers knelt down and the prayers in their mouths did not stop. At this moment in the eyes of everyone the goddess of water stared forward with a sacred glory shining in her her eyes with supreme majesty. With a wave of his hand, a scepter emitting a mysterious light appeared. Then the scepter moved and a brilliant light passed through the sky. In an instant the storm surge that was originally like a giant beast stopped. The rolling sea surface seemed to be held by an invisible big hand, and the powerful force suppressed it in place as if the pause button was pressed. This scene was broadcast live on the phone. All the strong men who saw them looked solemn. The natural disaster was stopped in an instant, and this power was seriously beyond expectation. Could it be that there are really gods? At this time many people have common ideas in their minds, but it is not over yet. Qram. As Luo Wen shouted Qram's name, Qram's figure flashed and then his whole body became extremely large and appeared beside the goddess of water. The believers shouted again, the legendary dragon has also arrived. This is one of the true natures of the legendary dragon, God Qram. The believers shouted their voices as if they wanted to go beyond the storm. The rewards of the two gods pushed the faith of believers to the peak for a moment. Qram actually felt that his power had become stronger, but K did not forget the serious matter. The cold air spreads on his body and the entire sea surface is frozen in an instant. The waves that were already stagnant are naturally no exception. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar appeared and the entire sea began to tremble. Click click click. The huge wave frozen by the cold air instantly shattered. Boom boom boom. The ice fell on the ground and made a loud noise. Looking at the frozen sea surface, Luo Wen thought for a while and contacted Risharam. So two rays of light appeared from the temple. One rushed into the sky and the other covered the sea. The light that came to the sky dispelled the dark cloud and shone the sun again, covering the entire Seven Waters capital. The light shrouded the sea area, melted all the ice and returned to its original appearance. Everything has returned to peace. The capital of Seven Waters is extremely quiet, as if the storm has never come. Aspagu felt the warm sunshine and murmured to himself, it's over, it's really over. It's great. Regardless of whether there are real gods in the Aku-Truthic Buddhism, there are gods from now on. The storm surge that had troubled them for a long time was easily solved. Is this the power of the god? At the same time, countless people watching the live broadcast were shocked and silent at first, and then suddenly realized that the pattern of the sea seemed to have changed again. Chapter 232 Blessing. The terrifying storm surge stopped like this. The figures of the goddess and the dragon also disappeared, but no one can forget these two images. Such a powerful force will inevitably change the world. Navy Headquarters. Marinfondo. Akainu had a gloomy face and was in a bad mood. Originally he didn't like this sect because of the power of Aku-Truth sect and thought that this sect was restless. As a result, this restless sect has such terrible power. Once you want to do something, it will be even more terrifying than pirate. Come, go and investigate this so-called Aku-Truthic Buddhism for me. Investigate all the information of their god and important members clearly and cannot be missed at all. Yes, Marshal Akainu. Faced with such a powerful force, they must be prepared in advance. The 5 old dars of the Tianlong people did not know the news as soon as possible because they didn't pay much attention from the beginning. Many years have passed and they have seen countless clowns jumping. The oath is very grand, but none of them are truly successful. Even if you succeed, you will inevitably be defeated by them. The most exciting thing is naturally Morgath. He was laughing at the headquarters. Ha ha ha, it's really big news. The big news. The storm surge in the Seven Waters capital has become a past trend. A sect that can truly influence nature will inevitably cause countless events. My news agency can depend again. No matter what he does, just reporting on what happened in the Seven Waters capital can make the newspapers sell out. If we can add fuel to the fire, a larger sensation will be simple. But just when he was about to call his subordinates to ask his subordinates to simply polish the incident, he thought of a serious problem. Now it seems that there are gods in Aku-Truth Church. Will you be punished by God if you report it at will? More guns. This news has caused him hesitation for the first time. He doesn't recognize that he has a small relationship with Luo Wen and Zhen which can affect the decisions of the god. Therefore he finally gave up this tempting idea and planned to report the news truthfully. Anyway, the truthful report of this incident can also shock countless people. He asked his subordinates to work overtime to publish newspapers striving to pass the news as soon as possible. At this time the Seven Waters capital became the focus of attention of all parties. All forces are sending people to test. Some pirates who were concerned even drove the pirate ship to the Seven Waters capital. They all want to see what is special about where miracles appear. There is a pirate that is very special. She is watching from beginning to end and paying attention to it. That is Boya Hankook's 9-snake pirate. During this period they have been dealing with matters in Amazon. Lily. As predicted, many people oppose the establishment of temples and even more oppose the abandonment of their pirate identity. The situation was in a deadlock for a moment until today. I watched the live broadcast of Phone Bug. Looking at the shocked opposition below, Hankook said directly, did you see the strength of Aku-Truth sect? They can ensure our safety and our survival. Facts have proved that I am so so beautiful, everything I do is right. This Han Cook has nothing to do with it. But now no one can object to the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. The situation has changed. The establishment of the temple became a foregone conclusion. The residents of the Seven Water Capital were even more jubilant. Old John Schuyler is the elder of the Seven Waters Capital. He has experienced dozens of times the arrival of the gods of water and knows what movements will happen in the outside world and what kind of accidents will occur when he takes refuge. The refuge device is damaged and the gods of water stay for longer than expected. This time he took refuge just like before without any accident. Originally he was waiting for the disaster to pass, but in the shelter except for the storm at the beginning it was a sign that the gods of the water were about to arrive, and the subsequent situation did not appear at all. Just when he was confused, Aspago's employees found him and the first sentence was, the gods of the Aku-Truthic Buddhism have defeated the gods of the water. No, it should be said to be a terrible disaster in the future. No need to hide anymore, no need to worry and be scared. Old John Schuyler felt the bright sunshine, looked at the calm sea and murmured to himself, is this all true? The employee smiled and said, of course it's true, but you must thank the gods of Aku-Truth. Whether you believe it or not, even if you thank it, go and pay a visit to the statue of God. The gods are kind and do not ask us anything, but we can't pretend to not see it. After hearing this, old John Schuyler said, yes, I will go. From then on there was another believer in Aku-Truthic Buddhism, and this situation is not the only one who is old John Schuyler. On this day more than 9 residents of the Seven Water Capital became believers of the Aku-Truth Church. Even if others do not believe in gods, they will maintain basic respect for the goddess of the water and the legendary dragon of Aku-Truth. At this time Luo Wen was communicating with Aspago. Mr. Mayor, do you believe in our abilities now? Aspago said with a smile, can you still not believe it now? Mr. Luo Wen, Mr. Kazuma, thank you very much for bringing the power of the goddess and the dragon. Helping hand solves the problem that has plagued the Seven Water Capital for countless years. Thank you very much. NET, the Seven Water Capital will support your actions. With the power shown just now, it is not difficult for Aku-Truthic Buddhism to preserve the Seven Waters Capital under the world government and the navy. Naturally he had no worries. When Luo Wen heard this he laughed and said, then I would like to thank the mayor for his cooperation. Aspago shook his head helplessly. Cooperate? So what if you don't cooperate? The Aku-Truthic Buddhism with this power can easily solve him. Active cooperation may make a good decision. After a brief conversation, Aspago left and handled the follow-up. Although the storm surge has not arrived, the trouble caused by Aku-Truth Church is not at all low. Since he decided to support Aku-Truthic Buddhism, he naturally had to make some preparation. After Aspago left, Kazuma brought Akia and said, Rovan. Akia said she seemed to be able to bless the Seven Waters Capital. Luo Wen looked at Kazuma and Akia with confusion. Blessings can be said to be a basic ability for a god, but as Akia was brought down from the realm of Heijin Pit, her power was greatly limited and many things could not be used, so blessings were one of them. When he arrived in another world, Akia's power was unblocked a lot, but his ability to bless him seemed to be more severely limited. As a result, I can now bless you again. What's going on? Of course it must be difficult to express Akia in its entirety, and it requires a real translation. Kazuma didn't keep it in secret. According to Akia's own meaning, it seems that the Seven Waters Capital believes that her intelligent life has exceeded 90%, so she can carry out some transformations of the Seven Waters Capital which are called by Akia himself to bless. I would like to explain first. At first I thought this was not a blessing at all, but it was hard to deny it. In addition, Akia had to make trouble, so I also called this transformation a blessing. Luo Wen was even more curious and asked, is there any blessing? Can you give me an example? Speaking of this, Akia was instantly excited and snatched Kajashi's words and said, there are a lot of blessings. For example, I can make a natural hot spring appear in the Seven Water Capital. As long as I soak this hot spring, I can eliminate fatigue and treat diseases, and even have a series of functions such as whitening and beauty. As long as these are available, I believe that the Seven Waters will become as famous as Alkanrisha. When he heard the city of Alkanrisha, Kazuma seemed to recall some painful memories. Rowan can understand it because Alkanrisha is the base camp of the Acusis religion with the real world. People are full of epilepsy and will use all kinds of methods to promote the Acusis religion. You fill out the teaching application form. There, even a child of a few years old cannot believe it. All members are fanatical believers of Akia. If the Seven Waters Capital became like that, Luo Wen dared not even think about the scene. Of course, there is one thing he must admit. Akia's hot springs do have this effect. It's a blessing. As the goddess of water, this is simple for Akia. Kazuma, who was standing by, couldn't help but nodded to admit it, but soon he shook his head and said, but besides the hot springs, her blessing can also make edible shampoo and soap. In short, she must not be blessed. He remembered painful memories again. Having never experienced e-Parian sales. Personally, Luo Wen actually thinks that the soap and shampoo they can use are pretty good, perfectly solve the problem of accidentally entering the shampoo. So he thought about it and said actually it's a good thing, and the Seven Waters city may not become like Alkan Risha. After all, they are not the same world. Look at it, even if you leave you, I have to admit that Alkan Risha is a good place, right? Faced with this, He Shen has to admit it. Most of the people in his world know about the situation of the Acusis religion, but every year there are still a large number of people travel there because the tourism resources are really good. Even he wanted to go back to take a hot spring bath again. Seeing Kazuma nodded, Rowan continued, look, you think so, right? Think about it, a normal place with Alkan Risha resources, you can still come here at any time. Isn't it great? It seems yes. He Shen was moved, thinking that this was not bad. Deep down he also thought Luo Wen's statement made sense. This is the pirate world, and the sect is also the Aku-Truthic religion, not the Acusis religion, and most likely it will not become the second Alkan Risha. Thinking of this, Kazuma looked at Akia and said, I promise you, first don't be too much to bless you. Akia was happy in an instant. Since she followed Kazuma to the lower realm, she has not exercised the power of the god for a long time. Here it seems that I can experience it. If He Shen hadn't threatened to give blessings at will and go back directly, she would have tried it long ago. Now that she has agreed, she doesn't want to restrain herself at all. Soon when I arrived at the temple of the Aku-Truthic sect, I planned to thank the gods. I saw the statue of the goddess of water glowing blue light. Then a gentle voice came to everyone's mind. You are the residents of the Seven Water capital. You have suffered disasters for countless years and experienced pain. Therefore I have given you blessing. One is the spring of life. The spring of life will flow out of the hot springs and enter the hot springs, which can eliminate fatigue, treat diseases. The second is the technology that can make edible soap and shampoo, which needs to be used by yourself. Finally, remember that hot springs and soaps should be shared with everyone, and they should not be exclusive, otherwise they will be punished by God. To be honest, if you don't talk about hot springs, the edible soap and shampoo are full of incongruousness, and they don't seem to be something that a god can say. Luo Wen and Hejin didn't expect Akia to say it casually, and it was too late to stop it. I hope there will be no accident. Both Hirashi and Luo Wen had some headache. However, the facts have proved that a god who has just shown a miracle, no matter how outrageous things he did or how outrageous things he said, would believe it. Faced with the technology of edible soap shampoo, many believers did not understand it at the beginning. In the end, he was the most intelligent person in the Seven Waters capital. Aspagu saw through what is giving us this technology. This is for us to make it to lay out the household use and not to let down the good intentions of the gods. So that's the case, the mayor can figure it out. Edible soap and shampoo are such a good thing. I will sell it to them any time someone comes, maybe it will be a bestseller. At this time Aspagu's words had not stopped. He continued to shout, what else has been given a hot spring on the island, and the gods cannot exclusively occupy it. I will drain the hot springs and everyone can go to soak. In addition, several hot spring hotels need to be built so outsiders can experience them in the hot spring hotel. As mayor, Aspagu's ability is unquestionable and he will arrange his work soon. After Luo Wen and Kazuma returned to the town, someone caught them and began to sell soap and shampoo that had not been made yet. Kawama, what if it was agreed that it would not become Alkan Risha? It feels like a clue has appeared. Luo Wen remained calm and said, isn't this only one? That person is selling things, so it's normal to sell them. Kazuma reluctantly believed it, but I don't believe what happened. Things have developed to this point and are basically irreversible. Finally he could only sigh and said, let's go. I've been busy for a few days. Go back and rest. Just go soak in a hot spring. This waste goddess is not good. The hot spring is still very powerful. Who are you talking about? Is the useless goddess. You are not allowed to go to the slut. Akia was furious every day. Luo Wen didn't participate when he saw that he really wanted to experience it, so he said, then go and take a day off before implementing the subsequent plan. Net is the highlight, attacking the holy land of the dragon man Mary Joa. That is the big thing that caused a sensation in the world. Chapter 233 Fraud. The leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, with the push of Morgans, the capital of Seven Waters quickly became the focus of the sea. People from all forces sent people to the Seven Water capital. World government, navy, and even pirate. Everyone is interested in the god. In addition, something big happened. One of the seven warriors sees the pirate Empress Boya Hancock chose to withdraw from the Seven Warriors Sea or no longer serve as a pirate. Not only that, he also put the Amazon Lily Kingdom, where he is located, in the open. Amazon Lily said to be a kingdom, but it is not actually recognized by the world government. There are so many such countries in the pirate world. Generally speaking, the world government will not pay attention to it, but Boya Hancock's situation is unusual. Betrayal of the Seven Warriors Sea. In fact, both the world government and the navy have the idea of abolishing the Seven Warlords Sea, but they cannot tolerate tolerate direct betrayal. Of course this is actually understandable. I give you privileges but I don't do it if I say I don't. How can I do such a good thing? After the world government learned about it, it immediately prepared to let someone deal with this so-called kingdom. However, at this time the Amazon Lily Kingdom announced that it would define the Aku-Truthic religion as the state religion, and the entire country believed in the Aku-Truthic religion, believed in the goddess of water and the two legendary dragons. The afterglow of the Seven Waters capital is not over yet and the world government has hesitated. Let CP0 investigate whether this Amazon Lily is really involved with Aku-Truthic Buddhism, or is it a tiger skin that is pulled out. Now no force dares to ignore the Aku-Truthic, even the world government, and these news were brought by Morguns. So does this country really have something to do with you? Morguns thought this was big news, so he was eager to know the answer. Just as you think Amazon Lily decided to cooperate with us before that. Luo Wen was not surprised by Hanko's choice. Even if this is not the case, whenever Hancock attacks Mary Joa, as long as he goes and uses his abilities, he will inevitably be opposed. It is just a matter of time. It seems that you want more than you think. Can you reveal your NET actions? You told me that it will be something that shocked the whole world. It seems that solving the problem of the Seven Water capital is not enough. In Morgans's view, suppressing the gods of water is already a great thing. The result seems to be something even more amazing. Luo Wen shook his head and said, I can't tell you now that with your integrity you will reveal the matter 100%. Although we are not afraid we will break the plan. Seeing that Rowan had no choice but to say, when the plan starts I must tell me that I will set up the camera in advance. Of course I will pay you and continue to promote it for you sec. No problem, happy cooperation. Luo Wen naturally would not refuse. There are many people in the pirate world. With Morgan's propaganda it may become the place with the largest number of believers. Although Akia shares his faith, it is for the divine beast. It has nothing to do with Daft. As long as you have faith, your strength can slowly increase. After Morgans left, Kazuma came up and said, Rovan, when will we attack Mariko? In fact, with the current reputation of Aku-Truthic Buddhism, it is also well known all over the world without attacking Marikoa. But neither Luo Wen nor He Zhen plan to give up the plan. There is nothing else, it's just that people who are not happy with Tianlong. Luo Wen had a long thought and said, it's okay at any time, but we need the information of Mariko's slaves to ensure that the slaves can be liberated quickly. Kazuma was not surprised by Rowan's decision. After all, they planned to attack Mary Joa, and one of the important reasons was to liberate the slave. If the slaves cannot be liberated, attacking Mariko is pure destruction. Aku-Truthic Buddhism will not do such a price reduction. How do you plan to inquire or go there in person? Luo Wen said, there are many methods. For example, there is a person who knows the dragons very well in the Seven Waters capital. Most of them know a lot of information. Hu Zhen was a little curious. Revolutionary Army Dragon. The Revolutionary Army, a revolutionary organization in the pirate world, aims to overthrow the unequal rule of the Tianlong people who dominate the world government. When Kazuma heard this name, he was a little surprised and said, the Revolutionary Army is here too. Luo Wen nodded. Of course, in fact Risharam has similar abilities to Akia's blessing. The entire Seven Waters capital is shrouded under the power of K. If you enter someone who exceeds the cordon, you will remind you that it will not appear unpected. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to come too. It's normal, it's not surprising that they appear anywhere. Luo Wen, are you going to meet them? Of course, why would I tell you these things? If you don't say anything else, do you just tell me if the Revolutionary Army knows about Mary Kyo's information? Luo Wen said with a smile. Should you know? He Zhen said with no certainty. Whether you know or not, it's good to see the Revolutionary Army, right? Kazuma was stunned and nodded. So half an hour later, a person wearing a grey hood and a strange pattern on his face was invited to the temple. Are you the ones called God's messengers? I didn't expect that I would be so honored to be invited in person. Long's tone was very plain and he was not panicked. No one who does the revolution will be simple. Luo Wen said bluntly, we naturally want to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the most important thing is to ask for some information. Do you know the Revolutionary Army? Long was a little surprised. Why don't you know? You are a celebrity wanted by the world government. Dragons are not hidden names. He is not a pirate, but he also has a wanted warrant. I have to say that Luffy's family is very magical. He is a pirate himself. His grandfather is a naval hero and his father is a Revolutionary Army. After hearing this, Long laughed and said, ha ha ha, I forgot about this. Judging from your attitude, it should be that the Navy and the world government don't care. Tell me, do you want to know? Luo Wen didn't hide it. It's very simple. I want to know the specific location of Mariko's slaves, especially those with many slaves. Long immediately guessed Luo Wen's thoughts and said, do you want to liberate the slaves? So do you Revolutionary Army have information on this? Luo Wen did not refute. Of course I know, I can tell you, but it will take a few days. After all, the slaves are very scattered. Long cooperated very well and didn't even ask much. Luo Wen was very satisfied with the final result and he said then thank you for your information in advance. If you want to investigate by yourself it will definitely take a lot of energy. Long didn't care about this information and said it would be great if you can help and you can liberate your slave. Actually I have a problem. Luo Wen was a little curious and asked what's the question. Long asked directly. Everyone said that there are gods in your Aku truth cult. I want to know how do you view the revolutionary army, or how do the god behind you view the revolutionary army? Luo Wen said you still care about these views? Long said you Aku truth sect is very special. After entering the temple I actually felt that there was a god in my heart, so I had this question, so can I give me an answer? Of course, if not don't care. So that's it, it's okay to answer. Gods have no opinion. They are God and don't care about these things. As for my opinion, your revolutionary army is pretty good, but unfortunately it's hard to accomplish anything. Luo Wen is not polite at all. Criticize. Long was extremely surprised by this answer. He thought he would be criticized, but he did not expect it to be so harsh. The expression on his face became serious and he said please give me advice. Luo Wen was not polite and said the revolutionary army, formerly the brave army, you and the Shimale king Ambryo Ivankov led the brave army to liberate the kingdom of Salbi in the South China Sea and Epel the king Bikoli who carried out tyranny. More people joined the establishment of the revolutionary army in the future, and in these years they gradually liberated many countries and did a lot of things. It's really good to liberate the country, but I wonder if you have ever thought about a question. Liberation is not difficult. This world with the demon berry there are many domineering powers. As long as you are strong enough you can liberate any country, including the Tianlong people standing above everyone's head. This is the difference between the ordinary world and the world with supernatural powers. The same is that both require powerful power, and the difference is that a world with supernatural power can form an army by one person. This is how pirate revolutionary army is. They have top-notch powerhouses so they can overthrow a country with dozens or hundreds of people. In the ordinary world it is impossible for a slightly larger country to do it. Long was a little confused and asked, is there anything wrong with this? Is it wrong to overthrow the rule? Luo Wen continued, of course it is not wrong, but it is useless to just overthrow unequal rule. I ask you, have your revolution ever thought about what the country that you changed will become after you leave? Long didn't expect Luo Wen to ask such a question at once. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. After thinking for a while he said our revolutionary army was wanted by the world government. After doing the work he dared not stay too much. After saying this he knew the problem. After they leave, if the world government sends people, the results will probably be overturned soon and the original royal family may be restored. Seeing this, Luo Wen said again, it seems that you have understood that I still have another question. Suppose you overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people, how to govern the world? You must be clear that although the world government is unequal it can still maintain the most basic, the balance. If the original balance is overturned and there is no new balance, then the world will be more chaotic than the era of the great pirate. This is why Aku Truthic Buddhism has the power to easily overthrow the world government, but it still needs to be done slowly. Unless you don't want governance and peace, violent overthrow is useless. Countless experiences tell him that a revolution without a program is just a castle in the air and will inevitably lead to failure. When Long heard this he finally understood why Luo Wen's evaluation was not good. If the revolutionary army overthrew the Tianlong people and wanted to come up with a more appropriate governance method, it would definitely not be able to do it in a short period of time. We are no match for the world government now. Even if we want to stop in one place and try and develop, there is no way. Once they appear for a long time they will definitely be attacked by the world government. When Luo Wen heard this his eyes flashed out of his eyes and said, in fact there is a way. Long immediately became energetic. After hearing Luo Wen's many thoughts he felt that there must be a solution. I'll ask me. In any case he really wanted to change the status quo and pull the dragon man off the altar. It's very simple. Your revolutionary army first works under the banner of Aku Truthic Buddhism. Every time a place is liberated a church will be established. At that time, even if the 5 old dars of the world government come together, we can ensure that there will be no problem. Luo Wen swears to the sky that he absolutely had no idea at the beginning, but Long asked him what he thought of the revolutionary army. As he talked he thought the revolutionary army was very good. Aku Truthic Buddhism will sooner or later face the world government and its purpose is similar to that of the revolutionary army. The same goal can solve a lot of troubles. In addition, the ability to liberate so many countries has been proven. Because of the wanted military, it is difficult for the revolutionary army to take care of the country's follow-up after it is liberated. More than not wanting but not being able to do so. Now the statue of the Aku Truthic Buddhism can help fill the gap in this regard. Where there are statues of God and faith, Risharam's power can be rewarded at any time. After liberation no one one can change the result. And once the world government is really successfully overturned, the people who can still use the revolutionary army directly, even if it doesn't work now, there is still time to train. Thinking of this, the revolutionary army is really suitable for the Aku-Truthic Buddhism. It can not only help expand the scope of faith but also solve your worries. Therefore I got the invitation just now. When Kazuma heard this, he remembered that when he was in Dreyse Rosa, Rowan also said this to the current Navy General Fujito. He finally understood why he subconsciously let Luo Wen take over. Just talking nonsense, it's not as good as you can. After hearing this, both eyes almost turned into bean eyes and my mind was a little crashed and I couldn't think. If he remembered correctly, he was talking about intelligence issues a few minutes ago. Why has the revolutionary army been recruited now? That Luo Wen interrupted Long's thoughts and continued. Long, think about it carefully. Is it very appropriate? Anyway, you can't protect it yourself. As the same thing, you only have the protect one territory to make the revolutionary army truly powerful. His words were very tempting. After hearing this, Long said with great difficulty, I need to ask the partners of the revolutionary army and we cannot make decisions alone. No problem, our Aku Truth Church has always been here. You can come at any time if you think about it. Luo Wen knew that Long's answer was actually shaken. And what I fear most about this kind of thing is that you will not waver. As long as you have this mind, you can't escape it. Chapter 234 Megare Kwaza. Long didn't expect that he would come to the Seven Waters capital and not fool others, but he was fooled by others. After he left Luo Wen, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that things were feasible. There is Aku, the protection of the Truth Church. They can do more. Of course, even if he is the leader of the revolutionary army, he cannot make a decision casually and he must discuss it with other senior executives of the revolutionary army. In addition, he has seen the state of believers in Aku-Truthic Buddhism. Fanatic. This is a double-edged sword. Fanatic believers can defend their country and fight to the death. It may also cause the country to be disastrous. Therefore he asked Luo Wen to give him a month. At that time he will come with reply and Mary Joa's intelligence. Mary Joa's intelligence will be more detailed by then. Luo Wen, do you have to wait for a month? Kazuma now attaches great importance to Luo Wen's opinion because he found that he was far worse than Luo Wen. Should wait for a month. It would be easier to take action if the information is detailed. Don't just use the power of Akia and the gods to directly destroy the world government. They never worry about how the world government is doing them, but about the world government dying too quickly and no one maintains order. Then I plan to go back. After so long, Hawaii and darkness must be worried. The pirate world has been in 1 month and it is not short of the time to convert to the true world. Of course I actually plan to go back. Luo Wen also had the idea of going back. He didn't forget that he was still elite from Unova region. If there is an emergency mission, it will be embarrassing that the Unova Alliance cannot contact him. What's more, there are also peeping Celadon Rainbow Team rockets in the dark. It has been a long time for a month and I have to go back no matter what. Then let me explain the matter. Don't be messy when you come back. Kazuma still cares about the Aku-Truthic sect that he built with his own hands. Now the basic framework of Aku-Truthic Buddhism has been built. As long as the explanation is done, it is not a big deal to leave for the time being. But what should we do if the guards are gone? Without us, a seven-war world can destroy the seven-water capital. How much can Luo Wen and Risharam affect other world? In the past it could only affect the interior of the temple. Now it may be wider, but it should be a little bit outside the temple. Luo Wen frowned and realized that this was a problem. The seven-water capital without their protection can be said to be extremely weak. Of course outsiders may not dare to take action when they defeated the storm surge. But you are not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of if. After thinking about it, Luo Wen finally said, I'll leave a Pokemon. Kazuma said, is that okay? Luo Wen nodded. No problem. Garchomp is also in the Naruto world now, and in another world it is actually beneficial to improving his strength. In another world improving strength is actually faster than in Pokemon world. Therefore as long as Pokemon is willing, Rowan is also willing to stay in his Pokemon for a short time. Okay, then you can arrange it. Hishen naturally had no objection. The only reliable power he has in the pirate world is Akia. The most unreliable one has become the most reliable force. For some reason Hishen felt a little sad. When Kazuma went to explain the matter, Luo Wen also released his Pokemon. In addition to Garchomp in the Naruto world, there are also divine beasts, namely Dragapult, Metagross, Aegis / Hatterene, Haorus and 2 Diaces. Luo Wen briefly told them about the matter. All Pokemon hesitated for a while, then Haorus stood up. Roar. He is willing to stay and this world is very suitable for him. Currently he is at the 2nd level of elite, thinking of tempering his body in this world and breaking through to the 3rd level. At that time his normal outrage state will be more lasting. Okay then, please Haorus, I will pick you up in January at the latest. You can help protect the safety of this city. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, don't force it and go directly to the temple. After After Elite 2nd level lifted restrictions, it is the top strong man in the pirate world. There is no big problem in protecting the safety of the Seven Waters capital. Of course Luo Wen didn't want Horus to be stubborn. If you can't beat it, go to the temple. When it reaches the temple, all the top strong men in the pirate world arrive together. It is useless. The temple of Aku Truth Sect is protected by Risharam and Qrem. Roar. Horus nodded to show his understanding. After making a decision, Luo Wen took Horus to meet Aspagu to explain the matter. Now Aku Truth Cult is very famous in the Seven Water capital, but Aspagu is still the mayor. You are going to leave for the time being? Aspagu immediately frowned after hearing Luo Wen's word. Yes, the NET plan will be in a month and we will have our own business. If you leave, will the power of the god come? This is what Aspagu cares most about. The power of the gods is the key to ensuring the peace of the Seven Waters capital today. Luo Wen told the truth. After we left, it was safe to have 500 meters inside the temple and near the temple. In other words, no other place can be guaranteed. Aspagu grasped the point. Yes, but don't worry, I will leave enough strength. Horus, come in, Luo Wen shouted outside the door. After the word came to an end, the office door was opened and Horus walked in. Is this the owner of animal berry abilities? Aspagu guessed. In his perception, only the animal type demon berry can become like this. Luo Wen did not refute, saying, just think, he can't speak, but he is very strong, so there is no problem in protecting the Seven Waters capital. Mr. Luo Wen, you should know that the Seven Waters capital will definitely have the power to watch at the level of a general. Aspagu did not say it clearly, but the meaning was obvious. He did not trust Horus' strength. I don't think Horus can deal with general level figures. Luo Wen heard what he meant and said, don't worry, he is one of my important partners. I will not leave him here to die. The combat power of the general level. Horus understood it and released the dragon power on himself. How terrible is the dragon power with lifting restrictions? Just a little bit made Aspagu feel scared. He apologized and said, Mr. Luo Wen, I am abrupt. There is no doubt that his strength is very strong. I am afraid that I am no different from a child in front of him. With such powerful strength, it is more than enough to protect a capital of Seven Waters. Luo Wen nodded. Since that's the case, there is no need to continue to show. He signaled Horus to restrain his dragon power and said, since that's the case, I'll take him to the temple. If something happens, you can go to the temple to call him. Mr. Luo Wen, let me go with you. Speaking of which, Aspagu is also a believer of Aku Truthic Buddhism and is not the kind of believer who pretends to behave, and his faith is not low. After arriving at the temple, Horus, like Garkomp, joined the temple as a messenger and was worshipped by the temple. Horus, remember what I said, don't do anything, don't force it, I will be back soon. Roar. Horus nodded, indicating that he had remembered it. After sending the double Ae Zhong Long to the temple, Luo Wen first found Qrem. Originally I wanted to call Qrem and left, but Qrem asked him to stay for a few more days, because after Qrem lifted the restrictions, he digested the power of the divine stone very quickly. In a few days he will be able to completely digest the power of the divine stone and be able to freely convert into flame white Qrem or dark Qrem. After a few days, Luo Wen was naturally able to wait, so he did not continue to disturb him but asked Risharam to take him to find Rayquaza. I originally thought that Rayquaza would be difficult to find, but in fact it was simpler than I thought. As soon as he arrived above the clouds, he saw the emerald green light. That's Rayquaza trying dragon ascent. Can it happen? Luo Wen said subconsciously. Actually, K has succeeded. After hearing this, Risharam gave him an answer. Has it been successful? Luo Wen was a little surprised. You will see it soon. Hearing Risharam's words, Luo Wen stopped asking but looked at Rayquaza in the distance. Rayquaza was wrapped in emerald green dragon energy, sprinting like a meteor as if she wanted to break through the sky. After flying for a long distance, the green light on his body converted into colorful light and the momentum increased significantly. Soon the light dissipated and a brand new Rayquaza appeared, or it should be called Mega Rayquaza. Rayquaza's image after super evolution is even more handsome because it is a different color. The black skin shines like obsidian. A pattern similar to Delta was added to the smooth forehead and the gum tissue turned golden, which made it even more dazzling against the black skin. A pair of corners below the teeth tends to the front of the mouth, which is a arch-shaped shape, and there are long golden objects similar to ribbons at the upper corner, lower corner and tail ends. The tentacles connected to the lower corner have patterns similar to infinity, which seems to be infinite. The power of the body was originally a ring-shaped pattern, but now it is inlaid with glowing golden jade. Powerful and noble, this is the current Mega Rayquaza. Even though it is a long distance, Luo Wen can feel the power of Mega Rayquaza. Risharam, how strong is Mega Rayquaza compared to you? Risharam answered quickly and said, it's stronger than Epected, but it's still a little worse than me. The super evolutionary Rayquaza is still a match for Risharam. Luo Wen had no doubt about this conclusion. He didn't want to lie like a divine beast like Risharam, but it's stronger than Epected even even if Qram digests the power of the Divine Stone, he is most likely to be the same as Mega Rayquaza unless he stays in the temple for a while. Before he spoke, Reshiram said again, in other words, after Rayquaza's super evolution, is it already stronger than the current Qram? That's right, Reshiram replied. Luo Wen smiled after getting the answer. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, he still knew that Qram had the intention of being the boss of 3 divine beasts. As a result, let alone the boss, it's a bad thing, and even the second brother can't be. The strange colored Rayquaza after super evolution also discovered the instance of Reshiram. Her body moved and she came to Reshiram in a flash. The moment he came over, Luo Wen felt a turbulent flow in the nearby high altitude and the strong wind gradually rose. He understood that this was the power or characteristic of Mega Rayquaza. The characteristic of Mega Rayquaza is called Delta Airflow. It will be activated as long as Mega Rayquaza is present. When activated, the weather will turn into turbulence and make the weakness of the flight attribute disappear. This is definitely a huge improvement for Rayquaza. Of course, this turbulence did not affect Luo Wen under Reshiram's protection. Hold head high. The strange colored Rayquaza is reporting good news. I feel like I am following the right person. It took only a long time since I was no longer comparable to that before. The power of super evolution is more powerful than that of K. If I had faced the original Kyogre and the original Groudon before I could do a super evolution by myself, it would be impossible to lose. Luo Wen felt the joy of Mega Rayquaza and said, Rayquaza, have you now perfectly controlled this power? Mega Rayquaza nodded. The dragon whistle drifted with the wind and one of them came to Luo Wen and was caught by Luo Wen. The feel is pretty good, cool and smooth. In fact, Mega Rayquaza successfully entered a super evolution more than 10 days ago. Unfortunately, that time did not last long, so she never said that she wanted to completely control the super evolution. Now K has been able to control it perfectly. If you want to surpass evolution, you will be more evolution, and if you want to eat it, you will be more evolution. It's very good. The NET thing is to keep the super evolution longer. Mega Rayquaza nodded again. Now it's not long to be able to make it last anyway. It's not as good as the time when Kyogre and Groudon's original return. Take it slow now, you have achieved super evolution. The biggest problem has been solved and other problems are not problems. Mega Rayquaza also knew this, so she didn't worry much. Then she looked at Reshiram carrying Rowan, her eyes full of fighting spirit, and the meaning was self-evident. After mastering new powers, he couldn't wait to try it. The best target to try is naturally Reshiram. Luo Wen smiled and asked, do you want to fight Reshiram? Yes. Reshiram chose to agree. Luo Wen released Metagross so that Reshiram could concentrate on dealing with it. 2 divine beasts flew directly out of the pirate world, come to fight outside the world. Luo Wen could not determine the specific process of the battle. By the time the 2 came back, Rayquaza had withdrawn from the super evolution form and had some burns on her body. Reshiram also had some injuries on his body, but it didn't matter. The result is very obvious. As Reshiram said, the current Mega Rayquaza is still a little worse than K. Even if it depends on the injury, there are not only a few of them but a lot of them. Rayquaza, you have to keep working hard. Chapter 235 Horus takes action. Rayquaza's mood was also a little depressed, but she recovered very quickly. If you can't beat it now, you can't beat it, and there will always be a day when you fight. Afterwards, Luo Wen took Rayquaza back to Pokeball. Then there is Qrem's business. In the end, Qrem spent 1 day less than predicted. The NET day, Qrem digested the Divine Stone and was able to freely change the form. Of course, the form converted through the power of the Divine Stone is not powerful after being merged with Reshiram. The independently converted flame white Qrem is similar to Mega Rayquaza and is a little weaker than the current Reshiram. Of course, now that Qrem has entered the temple, his strength will increase rapidly. Maybe there is a chance to catch up later. Wait until Qrem's. After the matter was over, he chose to return to Pokemon World and planned to come back a month later. However, after he left, the storm of the 7 Water capital had just begun. People from Pirates Navy and World Government all came to the 7 Waters capital. The Navy is Ghastly Mog and his position is Lieutenant General of the Army, and his natural smoke berry ability is. After the war, he was a little out of the Navy and became a lone maverick who often disobeyed his superiors' orders. Until this time he received the order from the Navy headquarters, he set out immediately. It can be said that he was the most obedient one. In fact, if the Navy headquarters did not issue orders, he would find a way to come, because he was very interested in the so-called god. During the voyage, he looked at the people around him and said, Dashki, do you think this so-called god is an extremely powerful demon berry power or a real god? Dashki, a female swordsman under Smogur, is not low in strength and is more stable than Smogur. Hearing Smogur's word, Dashki said, no matter what it is, be vigilant. That kind of power is not something we can resist. Haha, don't worry, I'm not causing trouble this time. I just want to investigate the situation and figure out the details of of the Aku-Truthic Buddhism. To be honest, this name is really hard to pronounce and I feel that there is no connection between the two words. Much complain. You'd better not cause trouble. I feel that the Navy headquarters just want you to cause trouble to test. Dashki felt that she saw through the Navy headquarters ideas. Smaj is more impulsive. If something happens he won't care about the so-called god. Haha, I care a lot about my life and I probably won't be my turn to cause trouble. The world government and pirates will definitely arrive faster than us. In fact, I don't need to test it at all. Smog, the key things are still very reliable. Dashki frowned and said if Aku-Truth Church does not have the means to deal with it this time, it may be destroyed in an instant. We are driving a little slower. Although I am interested in this so-called godly church, I don't want to die. Yes, the navigator responded. However, Smog slowed down and the world government did not. This time the world government sent out superior of their intelligence organization CP0 Rob Lucy and the Demonberry ability animal system Catberry and leopard form. His strength is not as top-notch. He may be very capable and is very suitable for detecting intelligence. And Loki also has a special identity. He was once a member of CP9. He came to the Seven Water capital and wanted to seize the drawings of God's weapons, but the final mission failed. Now the world government has sent it back again. After entering the Seven Waters capital, Lu Chi did not take action immediately but investigated the information. Soon he collected a lot of information. Haha, interesting. It turns out that there were two divine envoys before the Aku-Truth sect. The power of the goddess and the legendary dragon were summoned by the divine envoys, but in the past few days no trace of the divine envoys has been found. Luo Wen and He Zhen left was deliberately concealed by Aspagu. It's just that I have seen Kazuma but I haven't seen it for a few days, so I have a lot of guesses. The biggest guess is naturally that the god's envoy has left. Will the god envoy leave? Can he still have the power to defeat the storm surge before? Lucy was very suspicious, but if he wants to act rashly he still dare not. Since that's the case, I need to find someone to test. Haha, just wait for those idiot pirates to arrive. I remember that a big pirate has come down. Those pirates have no restraint in their minds and will probably take action. You can see the result. The big pirate is the pirate of the four emperors. Their subordinates are not simple. If you take action it will definitely cause huge casualties in the Seven Waters capital. If it was the original Seven Waters capital it would have no ability to resist. Loki didn't care about the death of civilians at all as long as he could achieve his goals. After all, he once killed 500 soldiers who were held hostage by pirates and the reason was absurd. These soldiers were caught by pirates so easily, which led to a national crisis. Maybe the same thing would happen in the future. This even made a very extreme statement that such a weak soldier has no right to survive. To his opinion, taking some civilian lives as a test is nothing. Even if the pirate don't take action, he will find a way to get the pirates to take action. After confirming the plan, Lucy went silent. As a spy, what he lacks the most is patience. In order to seize the drawings of God's weapon, he was undercover in the Seven Waters capital for a long time. Because Smog slowed down, the second of the three forces was the pirate, and he was not an ordinary pirate. There are countless pirates in the pirate world, but there are always some pirates standing at the top. For example, the seven warlords recognized by the world government are the top pirate. But if you really want to show that the strongest person on the surface must be the four great pirates known as the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors today are red-haired Shanks. None of the crew members on the ship eat the demonberry. They are all domineering, powerful people. Blackbeard Marshal Deetik killed during the siege of the Top War 2 years ago. Whitebeard gained the ability to shock berry, and for the sake of purpose he could do anything. Kaido, the animal type demonberry, the owner of the fishberry, the phantom beast species, and the blue dragon form is basically the animal type berry. Aunt Charlotte Lingling, the demonberry, occupied a kingdom for the Superman soul berry. The strength of the Four Emperors is comparable to that of the generals, and their core subordinates are also extremely powerful, and each of them can cause disaster in the world. The first pirate to reach the Seven Waters capital was one of Kaido's three important disasters, known as the Drought Jack, the owner of the elephant berry, the ancient species, the mammoth form. It is said that because the place where you step on is as dry and rotten as if it is drought, it is called drought. He is tall and strong, with golden hair tied with a ponytail and two braids, with metal jaws on his mouth and two ivory-shaped decorations on his head and shoulders, wearing a willow nail covered with spikes, a fur coat, and a belt with the logo of the Pirates of the Beast. In addition, his teeth are very special and jagged because his race is not a land human but the deep-sea fishman. Looking at the Seven Water capital not far away, Jack showed an extremely cruel smile. The governor is very interested in the power of the god. He specially asked me to come and see it, hoping not to disappoint me. He was originally going to perform other tasks, but after receiving news from Governor Kaido, he respected the governor, so he immediately turned the bow of the ship and came here. Governor Kaido is very interested in powerful forces. If this place disappoints the governor, then there is only destruction. Captain, you're approaching soon. What should we do? Net. Jack said directly how to do it. We are pirate. Do I need to teach you what to do? His men instantly understood. Jack thought, burning, killing, looting, doing everything evil, this is the pirate. In an instant the subordinates became excited. The robbery is very in line with their appetite. Jack's pirate ship did not restrain himself at all and rushed straight towards the Seven Waters capital. Therefore many people saw his pirate ship. This includes Lu Chi, who has been staring at the news. Is it finally here? The pirates are here. How will the so-called temple deal with this situation? These days, in order to prevent accidents, he did not approach the temple at all but just investigated from a distance, but unfortunately he did not get more useful information. The pirates who can test the temple are finally here and he can see more. In addition to him, residents of the Seven Water capital in the port saw the pirate ship. When they saw the pirate ship, someone immediately reported the news to Aspagu. Aspagu also saw the style and flag of the pirate ship at the highest point. As mayor, he learned more information and immediately recognized the identity of the person. Mammoth, why did the three disasters under Kaido come here? Aspagu's face looked very bad. The Seven Waters capital has no power to deal with Kaido's three disasters. He has heard of Jack's reputation as the Mammoth Captain Drought. If you get ashore, it will definitely be a disaster for the Seven Waters capital. Therefore he did not hesitate and chose to go to the temple of the Akutruthik sect. I didn't expect that the pirates would come with such a powerful pirate for the first time. The Seven Waters capital would definitely not be able to resist, so I could only hope for the power left by Mr. Luo Wen. That's right, he just wants to find Horus. Jack cannot stop him from the Seven Waters, but the power left by the divine envoy must be good. Not long after he came to the temple, found Horus and said, Ameng of God, there is a powerful force that may attack the city. I hope you can get your help for him. Horus was also a messenger. Roar. Horus stood up directly. Luo Wen had explained to him before leaving that the Seven Waters capital might attract a lot of attention and he needed to ensure the safety of the Seven Waters capital as much as possible. Naturally he would not refuse such a request. Besides, he has been bored these days and now he is finally here to fight. He just hopes that his opponent is not too weak. Aspagu couldn't understand Horus' meaning but could understand body language and know that this was letting him lead the way. He was happy and without any hesitation he took Horus to the port as fast as possible and would stop here according to the direction of the Mammoth. Aspagu and Horus appeared, calming the people on the scene. Of course they were not too nervous at first and they felt that the gods of the Akutruthic Buddhism would protect them. The mayor is here. That pirate ship should not pose a threat, right? What is Net to the mayor? Why have you never seen it before? Aspagu was not in the mood to explain now but shouted, everyone please leave as soon as possible. A big war may occur here later and may accidentally hurt your life. Even if there is the Akutruthic Buddhism, the residents of the Seven Water capital still believe in the ancient Ispa word and have no doubt about the authenticity of these words, that is, they will most likely be in danger of life if they stay. And when it comes to your own life, no one is in a bad way. Soon there was no one left on the dock and they were all thrown into the interior. Lucy, who followed the crowd, looked at Aspagu and Horus. He is not afraid of exposure and knows how to restrain his ice, and it is not just yourself to do so. Aspagu, the mayor of the Seven Water capital, has a strange creature. Is this going to let the strange creature stop Jack? Why didn't I investigate any information? The information of Horus was not disclosed and only a few believers in Akutruth Church knew it. Lucy did not collect any information before this, so he immediately caught his attention when he saw Horus. As the crowd left, he did not go far but hid in a place again, wanting to see the details of Horus and record the subsequent collisions. Is it the ability of the animal type Demon Berry? Speaking of which, there is a god who is suspected to be the ability of the animal type Demon Berry who can use the power of frozen. Lu Chi kept guessing in his heart, and at this moment Jack's pirate ship Mammoth landed. The moment he landed, a large number of pirates immediately surged from the pirate ship. Kill. Haha, this place will soon become the territory of our beast pirate. Kill all the resistors. No one is left. All the women are left. I have been holding them in the sea for so long, but I have to enjoy it. These pirates seemed to be afraid and some people even ignored Aspagu and Horus standing in front of them. Of course there are also notices. Haha, there are two here. Kill them quickly and give them blood. I saw that we didn't escape yet. I must punish them. Aspagu immediately wanted to take action. He dared not let these pirates enter the Seven Waters capital. It would be a disaster. And at this moment Horus moved. The terrifying dragon power on his body instantly covered the entire port. Then a blazing energy bomb was fired into the sky. The energy bomb dispersed in mid-air and landed like a meteor and fell among these pirates in an instant. Boom boom boom. With the huge roar, the terrifying explosion affected all the pirate. After more than 10 seconds, all the pirate who were still in high spirits were lying on the ground not knowing their life and death. And at the same time Jack came out. Chapter 236 The possibility of a new top war. Draco Meteor. Horus defeated all the pirates rushing down from the pirate ship with one skill. Just the aftermath. The pirates of the 100 Beast Pirate could not bear it. The mammoth pirate ship was also hit by several meteors and was hit hard and became indestructible. Who is it? How dare you attack my pirate ship? Jack's drought has increased greatly and his voice is even louder. As soon as he got off the ship he locked on the Horus and Aspagu were still standing. After taking a look at Aspagu he looked away. A weak man with no momentum could not cause damage to his pirate ship. Then his eyes fell on Horus. It should be you, and he is also the ability of the animal demon berry. Like other people in the pirate world, Jack believes that Horus is a capable person in the animal berry. Although there is no battle, I can feel that you are very strong. Should you join the beast pirate? If you join, I cannot pursue you for destroying my pirate ship. Jack is extremely cruel to the outside world, but he loves the beast pirate very much. The 100 beast pirates are basically the animal type demon berry abilities, so he wants to recruit them, but his idea is naturally impossible. Roar. Horus takes a step forward. Jack couldn't understand Horus' word, but he could guess the meaning. Don't you? Since that's the case, then pay your life. Without any hesitation, Jack immediately used the ability of the demon berry. His demon berry is an animal type elephant berry, ancient species and mammoth. He was originally huge in size and instantly turned into a huge mammoth. Red colored skin is as if it is burned by flame. Hold head high. The mammoth roared, causing the air to tremble. Once it moved, the entire ground would shake like a small natural disaster. What a terrifying momentum. Aspagu felt Jack's momentum and his face became even more ugly. This kind of power is not something they can resist. But he did not retreat, but instead wanted to help hand Horus. Roar. Horus stretched out his claws and stopped Aspagu's movement. Just leave this opponent to him. The mammoth that Jack transformed into used a terrifying momentum all over his body, giving no room for communication at all. It was like a giant chariot that could crush everything, carrying endless power and running towards Horus. Every step it fell, the ground was overwhelmed and terrifying cracks broke out as if telling the coming destruction. Faced with this surging offensive, Horus not only did not retreat at all, but instead became enthusiastic about fighting and met without hesitation. He did not start the strongest outrage state, relying only on pure physical strength. Face this natural disaster like impact. Boom! A loud bang shook the world as if the air was stagnant at this moment. The unstoppable mammoth was stopped in place by Horus and could not move forward any further. And Jack Rage's roar sounded. Do you think this can stop me? It's simply a delusion. As he said that, his muscles were tight and his strength plotted. Even the surrounding ground was saying. He vowed to push Horus away, crush it and let it turn into powder and disappear without a trace. How could such intimidation affect Horus? He changed his body, then his arms tightly grasped the two huge ivory of the mammoth, and then his strength gathered on his arms, and with a dragon roar he turned the mammoth was lifted up. Jack never thought he was treated like a toy, but he was not afraid of any strong man. He could not move his body and waved his thick elephant trunk frantically. The elephant trunk cut through the air, making a sharp whistling, and whipped heavily on Horus' arm. Try to break free from Horus' clamp. The mammoth elephant trunk was wrapped in the whistling wind, thrusting heavily on Horus' arm, making a dull sound. But Horus was as stable as Mount Tai, standing firm. The net seconded force with its arms, smashing the mammoth transformed by Jack to the ground. Boom! A loud bang was deafening and a terrifying impact spread wildly around, with the landing point as the center. Aspagu and Lucy, who were watching the battle from afar, felt the ground under their feet tremble violently like the surging wave. With a small boat, the two of them swayed and almost stood unsteadily, and the mammoth transformed by Jack made a sound of growl and resounded through the sky. It has to be said that Jack's physique is terrifying and his ability to resist strikes is extremely perverted. He suffered such a violent fall but was not greatly affected. But Horus' attack had just begun, and above it purple energy quickly condensed. The light was dazzling and the air around it was distorted by this energy. Dragon Claw. In the blink of an eye, Horus suddenly swung the Dragon Claw, and with an unstoppable momentum it hit the mammoth heavily. This attack was amazing. In an instant, light splashed everywhere and the air around it was pushed away, shooting around. With a painful groan, Jack was directly knocked back to his original form from the mammoth form and fell in a mess on the ground. How could this be so strong? Jack gasped heavily, and every breath seemed to be pulling the broken internal organ. He was in a very bad condition and was hit by the terrifying Dragon Claw inside his body. It was almost broken. If he hadn't been a top animal demon berry capable person with a strong physique that was beyond ordinary people, he would have died long ago. But even so, his current tragic situation is no different from death. The severe pain in his body came wave after wave like a tide, making him unable to move at all. Who are you? Jack asked, gritted his his teeth, his voice full of reluctance. A man who had never heard of him shattered his pride and was knocked down in the collision of his proud flesh. Even when facing a general who dared to attack him, fear actually arose in his heart. This question is not only Jack wants to know, but Lucy, who is hiding in the dark, is also eager to know the answer. Jack, a capable general under Kaido, is highly valued by Kaido on weekdays and is also well known in this sea. But who would have thought that today I was easily defeated by this mysterious strong man in front of me? Lu Chi's eyes were deep, staring at the mysterious man in the field. He knew in his heart that this man had not used all his strength from the beginning, otherwise Jack would not have lasted for so long. When did such a terrifying strong man appear on this sea? And it is very likely that he is from the Aku Truth sect. Lu Chi murmured in a low voice with a serious expression. In this vast ocean, any new powerful man needs to pay attention. Lucy knew very well that this news was crucial and must be conveyed to the world government as soon as possible. Even if the Aku Truthic sect does not have the power of the gods, it is definitely not a powerful sect that can be provoked at will. At least he can defeat Jack the Drought so easily. He has terrifying combat power at the level of a general. Thinking of this, Lu Chi didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Horus confirmed that Jack had completely lost the power to fight again, so he ignored him and turned his eyes to the broken pirate ship, the Mammoth. Dragon pulled. Swish! In an instant a majestic energy gushed out like a surging torrent, as if it turned into a flying dragon, hitting the Mammoth with an indomitable momentum. Just now there were many pirates cheering and shouting for the Drought, but when Jack was defeated they were instantly panicked and ran around like headless flies. Some wanted to support them and more the one wants to escape. However, it was too late. The dragon pulse issued by Horus is amazingly powerful, directly smashing the Mammoth and wood chips flying everywhere. The pirates on the pirate ship can no longer complete the purpose. The one with the least injuries was also the one from Dragon Pulse. The aftermath shocked the coma. Jack was Drought and was willing to conquer this sea area when he came, but who could have expected that it was less than half an hour since he set foot on this land the entire pirate group had been wiped out. After solving the problem of the pirates, Horus found Aspagu. Roar! He let out a low roar. Although Aspagu couldn't understand what Horus was saying, he vaguely understood its meaning from its expression and movements and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I will handle the subsequent matters. The enemy has been successfully resolved, so there is naturally no problem for him to deal with these aftermath." Horus nodded with satisfaction. He was about to leave, but he thought of something. He looked at Jack and signaled to Aspagu again. This time the body language was a bit abstract and it took a moment Aspagu to fully understand. "What do you mean? Is to fish Jack and hang it on the beach?" To be honest, he doubted his understanding was wrong. However, Horus nodded. Can Aspagu refuse to agree to the request of the god's envoy? Besides, this is indeed a good way to shock some people. That's right, those who offend the goddess of water need to be punished by the sea. I immediately go to find the Halo stone chain and tie Jack to the beach. Horus was stunned, but he didn't say anything behind him. But it doesn't affect it, just catch this person. After pressing his meaning, Horus chose to leave. He still accidentally heard about hanging up the person, and it is said that it can shock the enemy. This method should be good. Of course things are simple, but Aspagu is very distressed to deal with them. Jack was not alone in the Drought, and there was also the giant beast pirate behind it. If Kaido knew that his subordinates were so humiliated, he would definitely come to the door. I can only hang Jack closer to the temple. There is a protection from the temple near the temple, and even if someone wants to cause trouble, there is no way. Then Aspagu used the phone bug to call his subordinate. Now neither Jack nor Jack's pirates have the ability to act. If they don't handle it well, it will be another trouble when Jack recovers. There was action here, and after Horus returned to the temple, he felt that it was not enough. He did not use outrage and even took the initiative to suppress his strength. He collided face to face just to use his opponent to temper his body and practice domineeringness. The battle just now touched him, but it was still not enough. He also needs a stronger opponent. If he has more opponents, he can undergo the NET transformation and reach the third level of elite, as Luo Wen mentioned. I just don't know if the NET opponent can put pressure on him who suppresses his strength. Since the establishment of Aku Truthic Buddhism, Morguns has sent people to stay. The news that Jack the general under the 4 emperors of the New World was defeated by Drought and was hung by the beach was immediately spread. The strange strong man who defeated the Drought was suspected to be a person from the Aku Truth sect. For a moment all forces did not dare to act rashly, especially for pirates. They choose to stop as long as they receive the message. All Droughts have been planted, but they have no confidence to surpass Drought. Of course, now more eyes have fallen into the Seven Waters capital, because everyone knows that after Kaido knows the news, he will definitely come to the Seven Waters capital. After seeing the news, the former Marshal of the Navy thought about what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Whitebeard led the entire pirates to attack Marinfondo in order to save Ace, which triggered a war on the top of the war. Kaido will did Jack lead the pirates to attack the Seven Water capital for the drought. Kaido's beast pirates is not weaker than the Whitebeard pirate. If a war really occurs, it will definitely be earth-shaking. Once a war breaks out, ordinary people will still suffer. Therefore the warring state period was a little worried. When thinking about this, it is naturally not just him, the former Navy Marshal. There is never a shortage of smart people on the sea. But except for a few people, including the warring state period, many people are looking forward to a war, because only in this way can they have the opportunity to gain benefit. For a moment it seemed that there was nothing big happened except for Jack, who had fallen into drought. The sea was undercurrent. The Seven Waters capital, which was originally the center of the storm, is now like a powder barrel that may implode at any time. Of course the residents of the Seven Water capital, who are protected by Aku Truth and Horus, did not notice this, because in their opinion no matter what crisis it cannot happen under the nose of Aku Truth Church. Luo Wen, who left the pirate world, naturally didn't know what Horus did. After he returned to Pokemon World, he first went to find Minji. I thought it would be easier for a few days. As a result, I received a call from Alder. If nothing unexpected happens, we are here to arrange the task. Have a senior Team Rocket Cotters entered Unova? Alder on the other end of the phone was helpless and said, according to the information from the Johto Alliance, this is indeed the case. The senior Cotter first went to Wangguan City in Sinnoh, then Unova came again. I don't know what the purpose is. Now you are relatively idle, so you need to investigate. Alder, have you forgotten that I actually have a task? Luo Wen remembered that he was actually assigned a task. Alder laughed and scolded, come on, don't think I don't know your situation, hurry up and do things. By the way, the Johto Alliance said that if you can enforce the law across regions and directly capture the senior Cotters of the Team Rocket. They don't mind. Luo Wen saw through at a glance. I don't mind, I'm treating me as a coolie. Alder said, anyway that's it, work hard. Chapter 237 Iron Mass Marauder and Celebi. Who would have thought that the Alliance mission had just returned to Pokemon World? Luo Wen was not easy to refuse. Not long after accepting the task, Alder sent the complete information. The initial news came from the Johto Alliance. A coalition search officer received a tip that a senior official from Team Rockets left the Johto region. After investigation, it was found that this senior Cotter went to Wangguan City in Sinnoh region. As a result, before the search officer could contact the Sinnoh Alliance, the senior Cotter went to the Unova region again. Therefore the search officer contacted the Unova Alliance directly. Then came Alder contacted him. After reading the information, Luo Wen couldn't help but send a message to Alder to complain just the information of a senior Cotter, and he didn't even know the code name. How did he investigate this? Alder responded quickly, if it is easy to investigate, you will not let Elite take action, and the League also wants to be more insured. Senior Cotters of Team Rockets basically have elite level Pokemon, but the number is high and low. Some senior Team Rockets Cotters only have 1 or 2 elite level Pokemons, so there is no need to send out elite. Some Cotters such as the 3 Beasts are not weaker than elite at all, and only elite can deal with it. When you don't know your identity, sending out an idle elite is the best choice. Even if Giovanni comes in person, the Unova League is not afraid of Luo Wen's failure. After all, Luo Wen has Reshiram followed him. Luo Wen received the reply and was helpless and continued to send the message. There is no specific information for the opponent, there is always a clue to the location. I can't find a needle in a haystack. Alder replied, of course there is actually an Interpol contact and he should contact you soon. Just now I saw the information. Luo Wen's communication software has a new friend application. The handsome guy requests to add you as a friend. Luo Wen was still thinking about who could get such a shameless ID, so he saw the note below the application. Hello Luo Wen Elite, I am an Interpol code named Handsome Guy. Seeing the notes, Luo Wen finally remembered that there seemed to be an Interpol with the code name Handsome Man who appeared in both animation and comic. Thinking of this, he passed the friend application and sent a message. Hello, I'm Luo Wen. Hello Luo Wen Elite, it's not convenient to say it on your phone. Can you meet me? The handsome guy replied quickly. Okay, I'll come to find you. In which city you are in? Luo Wen replied. He is in Hone region now and he has to wait for the handsome guy to come, but he doesn't know how long it will take. The handsome guy quickly sent a location in a small town. After saying goodbye to Minji, he came to a place where no one was around, took Reshiram and rushed towards Unova. Reshiram rushed to the road with all his might. In less than 10 minutes he returned to Unova from Hone and found the handsome guy. When he found the handsome guy, he was communicating with Jenny. Jenny immediately greeted Luo Wen Elite. Hello Miss Jenny. Luo Wen nodded and responded, then looked at another middle-aged man with a buzz cut in a brown coat. This is a handsome man. The handsome guy responded. Luo Wen Elite, I am a handsome Interpol. I am handing over the prisoner now and I am handing over the prisoner now. Please wait for specific matters. No problem, but can I ask what kind of prisoner it is? Luo Wen asked. curiously. The handsome guy tracked a senior team member of Team Rocket. Why did he catch a prisoner in Unova? Especially this prisoner who is very old and has white hair is enough to be his grandfather. Unexpectedly all such prisoners were found by handsome men. As Elite Rowan is naturally qualified to inquire about this matter, so Jenny replied, Rowan Elite, this is a Pokemon middleman who specializes in buying Pokemon from poachers for sale. This person has been engaged in several of his work. 10 years of sales work were our dereliction of duty, but fortunately the handsome guy caught him. Poachers are naturally hunters who use illegal means to capture Pokemon. This type of poacher captures Pokemon, and ordinary trainers to conquer Pokemon is not just a matter of means but the biggest problem, it's really the direction of Pokemon. The trainer subdues them and basically they are served with delicious food and drink. Many people participate in the battle or even do not participate in the battle. Poachers basically sell to illegal laboratories or for members of the Dark Organization to use. It is barely good to give members of the Dark Organization. If I really give it to an illegal laboratory, the captured Pokemon will basically have no way to survive. Therefore the Alliance has been fighting poachers. To put it bluntly, the so-called middlemen are channel dealers which control the channels of contact with illegal laboratories and Dark Organization. This kind of person is hiding in such depth. Unexpectedly the handsome guy caught one as soon as he came to Unova. Luo Wen looked at the handsome guy in surprise. His ability was indeed amazing. Jenny looked at the handsome guy with similar eyes. He has not been caught for decades, but the handsome guy caught him as soon as he came. The handsome guy felt the eyes of the two, felt a little embarrassed and said, Luo Wen Elite, Miss Jenny, it was actually a coincidence that I caught him. I came to investigate the senior cauters of Team Rocket, but the senior cauters found this middleman. Then he was arrested. It has something to do with the senior cauters of Team Rocket. Luo Wen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the middlemen could still contact the senior cauters of Team Rocket. The handsome guy nodded and said, yes, if it weren't for that senior cauter I wouldn't have found it so soon. It's getting weirder and stranger. Mr. Handsome Guy, hand over it as soon as possible. After the handover is finished, let me tell you in detail. Good. The handover was coming to an end and Jenny quickly left with people and a large number of wild Pokemon. These poached Pokemons will be put back to their original habitat. Luo Wen and the handsome guy came to a quiet cafe. After Luo Wen ordered the order, he asked handsome guy, can you tell me the specific situation? Why do senior cauters at Team Rockets look for that middleman? Luo Wen Elite, I have briefly interrogated him. He was very high profile when he was young and liked to show off. The reason why the Team Rocket cauter came to him was from a great man he boasted decades ago. The handsome guy said seriously, when I ask a question mark, it's not that I have a problem but that you have a problem. This reason is really absurd. The handsome guy also knew that his words were nonsense and could only continue to e-plain. If it was a normal bragging it would be forgotten soon, but the bull he bragged was widely spread within the Pokemon poachers at that time and was very famous, even if it's still circulating now. Luo Wen immediately became interested and said, tell me carefully, what did that middleman blew up and could be circulated for decades? The handsome guy didn't hide it. It's actually very simple. Decades ago he made a high-profile announcement that he might get a Pokemon celebi. Some businessmen contacted him and said he wanted to buy it, which caused a lot of controversy. It caused a great sensation and he was at the forefront of the poachers at the time. As a result, in the end he didn't even see Celebi's shadow and he became a joke and was ridiculed by many people, and many people still remember it now. It's related to Celebi. Is the senior cauters of Team Rockets looking for news about Celebi? Luo Wen had some speculation about the identity of this senior cauters of Team Rockets in his heart. The handsome guy nodded and said, yes, Rowan Elite, but to be precise, he came to ask him which poacher he got the Celebi news from. His answer was a poacher from Johto. If nothing unexpected happens, the senior cauter of Team Rockets has returned to the Johto region. After hearing all the news, Luo Wen nodded and said, thank you very much for your information, I understand. The handsome guy said, this is my responsibility. By the way, Luo Wen Elite, will I notify the Johto Li? Luo Wen shook his head and said, I'll do it. I have guesses about the identity of that senior cauter. Who is it? The handsome guy was extremely surprised. He guessed his identity with such little information. Iron Masked Marauder, a madman who wants to capture Celebi. Rowan replied, this man is not as famous as the 3 Bs in Team Rockets, but he cannot be underestimated. Iron Masked Marauder? It turns out that the target was Celebi. No wonder I went to Crown City. The handsome guy understood the previous actions of Iron Masked Marauder. There is also the legend of Celebi in Crown City. Luo Wen had basically known what happened, so he said to the handsome guy, I am quite obsessed with it. For Celebi I'll go around in the 3 regions. Mr. Handsome Guy, I'll trouble you this time. I'll contact the Johto Alliance. The person. The handsome guy is an Interpol who will help investigate clues, but the follow-up matters need to be handed over to the Alliance Elite. After all, the handsome guy is not very strong. What makes him powerful in the intelligence investigation. It's good to be able to help. The handsome guy sneered without any comment on being excluded from the task. In fact, he had a lot of things to do and this time he barely took time. Handsome guy doesn't need me to worry about it, but I did help this time. If there is anything you can contact me at any time. As long as I have time I will definitely help. There is no harm in contacting an Interpol like handsome guy. Haha, sure. The two of them chatted for a few more words and then acted separately. Luo Wen took out his cell phone and contacted Alder. It is confirmed here that it is Iron Masked Marauder, a senior cadre of Team Rocket. The target is likely to be Celebi. An Iron Masked Marauder has returned to the Johto region. Is there any follow-up? After a while Alder replied, Celebi. These dark organizations have a deep obsession with the divine beast. If you know, then go and track it down and see if you can catch him. Alder, are you really not dealing with Jonta's alliance? Luo Wen complained. Haha, how is that possible? And based on my knowledge of you, would you not go? Go. Luo Wen's reply was simple and clear. It was related to Celebi, so he naturally wanted to go and see it. He had something suspected to be related to Celebi. After that Luo Wen did not delay and chose to take Reshiram directly to Johto region. He didn't know where Celebi was, but if he wanted to find the divine beast there was another way, which was to find Ash. By finding Ash you can basically find the location of the divine beast. What's more, when Iron Masked Marauder caught Celebi, Ash really got involved. At the same time, in a wooden house in a forest in a certain area of Johto region, Iron Masked Marauder wearing a yellow hood looked at the white-haired Pokemon hunter, pinched his jaw and said coldly, tell me where you let Celebi go 40 years ago. I've been looking for you for a long time. I hope I won't let me down. The controlled Pokemon hunter was unwilling to surrender easily and said, that's my prey, I won't tell you where it is. When Iron Masked Marauder heard this, the smile on the corner of his mouth became even more cruel. Humph, is that right? Then he pulled the Pokemon hunter directly to the outside of the wooden house. Outside there is an open space with a large number of iron cages which contain all kinds of Pokemon. The most conspicuous one is the quasi-god of Johto region, Tyranitar. Tyranitars in the cage did not look violent at all. Instead he was very cramped and uneasy and seemed a little cautious. Iron Masked Marauder's Pokemon Sneasel came to Tyranitar's cage, went down with his cage and cut off the iron gate of the cage where Tyranitar was imprisoned. Tyranitar saw the cut off iron gate and slowly walked out, but did not escape immediately. He wanted to escape at first, but after many lessons he didn't dare to do so at all. Iron Masked Marauder took out a pure black Pokemon ball. After seeing this, the Pokemon hunter subconsciously asked, this is Dust Ball. You can make the caught Pokemon evil and violent. Go ahead, Dust Ball. Dust Ball hit Tyranitar's accurately. Tyranitar, who had been tortured to the point of being completely energetic, did not resist at all and was easily included in the Pokeball. Then Iron Masked Marauder released Tyranitar's again. Go evil Tyranitar's, destroy it. The evil Tyranitar's released from Dust Ball had a very powerful desire to destroy and began to destroy without a goal. Seeing this, the Pokemon hunter panicked. My Tyranitars, don't do this, I'll tell you the location. He felt fear of the person in front of him. The person who can research this kind of Pokeball is not something he can mess with. Iron Masked Marauder got the result he wanted and immediately laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, wouldn't it be better if this was already happening? I'll borrow your Tyranitar first. The Pokemon hunter dared not resist. Iron Masked Marauder took Tyranitars away. He spent so much effort and searched for 3 regions and finally got the information from Celebi. As long as you get Celebi, even Giovanni will not be his opponent. He is the boss of Team Rocket and the professor far away in Pallet Town. After looking at the calendar, I suddenly thought of something. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth and said to myself, if you think about it carefully, it should be that time. It has been 40 years. That thing 40 years ago was an important reason why he decided to turn to Pokemon research. It can be said that without that thing there would be no Pokemon studies later. I hope you can go well. Chapter 238 Goodbye Ash's Man. Traveling time and space. Luo Wen took the Reshiram and soon arrived at the Johto region. He did not go directly to the area where Iron Masked Marauder might have appeared, but instead contacted the search officer of the Johto Alliance to obtain the latest information. Before coming, he had reported the information about Iron Masked Marauder's information to the Johto Alliance. The Johto Alliance immediately began the investigation. It is very quick to know your identity and find out some information. As soon as he arrived, a search officer from the Johto Alliance contacted him. The two met by the river. Luo Wen, elite, welcome to the Johto region. Originally Lord Lance Crossing wanted to see you in person, but unfortunately he was overwhelmed by the mission, so he could only send me here. A uniformed investigator came forward and said respectfully. Luo Wen nodded and asked, I'm not the one who cares about these things. Just get to the point. Iron Masked Marauder's whereabouts have made new progress. The search officer shook his head and replied, the exact location has not been found yet. I only know that within an area we have strengthened patrols in this area. Once the trace of Iron Masked Marauder is found you will be notified immediately. Luo Wen was not surprised by this result. If Iron Masked Marauder's specific whereabouts can be found so quickly, the Jiantu Alliance does not need to support it. But if Iron Masked Marauder really grasps the clues of Celebi, he will definitely take action immediately. If you don't find it as soon as possible, the daylily will be cold when something happens. Therefore we still have to find key figures. He thought for a while and said to the search officer, can you help me find a trace of a trainer? He is a registered trainer in the league and it should not be difficult. The search officer immediately said, Luo Wen Elite, who is this trainer? If you don't know the name you can have specific characteristic. Luo Wen replied, the name is Ash. Earl Dervish Pokemon is Pikachu. Before he finished speaking, the search officer said in great surprise, Luo Wen Elite, what you are talking about is Ash from Pallet Town, right? Do you know? Luo Wen was a little surprised. The search officer in front of him seemed to know Ash. The search officer smiled and said, Mr. Ash is a celebrity and has solved many crimes of Team Rocket. If Chief Lands Crossing also lets us encounter it, take more care of it. As soon as these words came out, Luo Wen laughed silently. This is very Ash. The dark organization can be accomplished wherever you go. Of course Team Rockets is relatively strong. Facing Team Rockets, Ash has only broken some plan. From this perspective, Team Rockets is indeed amazing. The search officer knew Ash, so things were much simpler. He asked again, so do you know where Ash is? The search officer replied, I don't know the specific location, but as long as he went to the town recently I will be able to investigate his whereabouts soon. When trainers enter towns they usually enter the Pokemon Center. Just check it out and you will know the last town Ash went to. Then please help me investigate. Luo Wen was also helpless. The animation did not explain the name of the town Ash was staying before he met Celebi. Otherwise there would be no need for such trouble. He could track Ash against the map. The search officer nodded and said, no problem, I will reply to you soon, but can I ask, why are you looking for Ash? Why do you need to look for it? Do you believe in fate? Regardless of whether the search officer could understand it, Luo Wen immediately set out to find Ash's trace. After obtaining the information, he came to the dock of a town and learned from the staff that a few hours ago a teenager with Pikachu almost failed to catch up with the round of lands crossing. It seems not too late. At this time Ash is at most the forest where he has just arrived at Celebi's time and space and may even be on the road. He didn't hesitate. Let more. The dragon took him and chased him along the river. Duolong was very fast and soon caught up with a small boat. The boat seemed to be changing shape and wanted to fly a waterfall dozens of meters high in front of it. Pokemon World Black technology is so unreasonable. Luo Wen signaled Duolong and Duolong immediately approached the boat and put Luo Wen down. Ash and his group and the people driving the boat were extremely nervous and Pokemon shouted out. Luo Wen didn't want any conflict, so he immediately spoke, Ash, we're meeting again. After seeing the person, Ash immediately thought of the Silver Conference and said in surprise, Luo Wen Elite. Misty and Brock also replied immediately. Since it is the Alliance Elite it should not be a problem. The man who drove the boat was also surprised and said, Elite Johto region doesn't have this elite, right? Brock immediately explained, this is a Dragon Elite from Unova. Mr. Luo Wen, we met at the Silver Conference last time and helped us a lot. The person who drove the boat was even more surprised. Unova, that's a very far place, why did he come to us? Ash and the other two also looked at Luo Wen and they were also very curious about this question. Luo Wen did not hide the truth and said, in fact I am here to track Team Rocket's cotters. According to the information I have obtained, he is in this area. Team Rocket cotters are in this area. The person who drove the boat was a native of Johto and naturally understood the dark organization that was extremely active in the Johto region. This is an organization that the Alliance has no choice but to come, and cotters have arrived. Luo Wen knew his concerns and said, please rest assured the Alliance has already started to take action. I am responsible for the arrest and will not let that cotter threaten you. I hope so. The person who drove the boat was still worried and involuntarily accelerated the speed. Not long after, the boat flew to a village in the forest, Kui village. Ash, this is our village. If you want to explore it's up to you. Net. After saying that, the person driving the boat left in a hurry. There are Team Rocket's cotters here and he needs to go back and make some preparations to prevent Team Rocket's cotters from appearing and their families are hurt. Thank you. Ash and the other two waved their hands to express their gratitude. Then they looked at the endless forest. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Ash said, the environment here is so good. Yes, there must be a lot of Pokemon living and I don't know which ones he will encounter. Brock was also very interested. If he wants to become a powerful breeder he needs to contact more Pokemon to accumulate Eparian. Only Misty's face was calmer. The scenery here is really good and the air is very fresh. But when she thought that there must be a large number of insect-type Pokemon in the forest, she was in a bad mood. If it weren't for other Pokemons here she wouldn't have come at all. After seeing the scenery, Ash looked at Luo Wen and said, Luo Wen elite, where are you going? Net? Is there any place you need our help? Luo Wen smiled and said, you don't have to worry about me, I'll investigate nearby. Ash actually couldn't help it anymore and immediately said, then let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the depths of the forest. But before he could walk a few steps, an old voice came from the wooden house high above the entrance of the forest with strange face. Are you going to the depths of the forest? Ash and the other two stopped, looked at the wooden house on the high ground and saw a mother-in-law holding a cane with a hoot-hoot shaped walking stick on her head. Yes, we heard there are a lot of Pokemon in it. Before the old lady could continue to speak, a young and crisp voice came from beside them saying, she is my mother-in-law. If you want to enter the forest, you can listen to her mother-in-law's word. It's very useful. Brock saw the beautiful girl and rushed up immediately. Soon everyone learned that the beautiful girl was called Miju. Mother-in-law, what do you want to tell us? The mother-in-law said, after entering the forest, if you hear the sound of the forest, you must stay away and not get close to it. Ash nodded and responded, then greeted him and rushed to the forest entrance, not knowing if he could hear it. Not far from the entrance of the forest, Luo Wen stood on the big tree and watched Ash enter the forest. Duolong stood beside him, very confused, not knowing why he didn't chase after him. Luo Wen smiled and said, there is no need. My purpose is to find Iron Masked Marauder. I don't like to participate in such things. Just ask Celebi when the matter is over. It's really good to form a bonds with the divine beast, but he doesn't think it's meaningless if he forcefully gets it over. He knew that Ash and Professor Oak, who was a child, were drawn by Celebi many times in order to gain Celebi's trust. Asking for himself, he felt that he could not do these things. Since that is the case, it would be better to let it go. Duolong ignored it answer but support Luo Wen's decision and wait with Luo Wen. Not long after, a mysterious sound suddenly appeared in the forest. Risharam in Pokeball said, I felt the fluctuations in space and time just like the fluctuations in space and time I saw last time when I traveled through time and space. Luo Wen nodded and said to Duolong, it seems that Celebi has arrived in this time and space. Duolong, go and look for the trace of Iron Masked Marauder in the forest. Don't act rashly. If you find it, come back and notify me. Duolong disappeared beside Luo Wen and flew towards the depths of the forest. After a while, Ash and the other two came back from the entrance with a coma boy and shouted to Miju, after all, there is only a tree house at the entrance, so I can only ask for help. At this moment, the boy who was held by Brock woke up. He seemed to be stimulated and had a conflict with Ash. Fortunately, Brock and Misty persuaded him to come down. The strange boy also has fluctuations in time and space. He is not a person from our time and space. Risharam could see the boy's abnormality at a glance. Luo Wen said he is indeed from the past and is also a celebrity, the founder of the future Pokemon School Oaksueshin, Professor Oak. Risharam was very dull. Except for Rowan, he didn't care about other humans at all. Luo Wen smiled and said, haha, for us humans we are a very important person. At the same time, after Oaksueshin communicated with Ash and others, Ash learned that Oaksueshin came from the past. Soon Oaksueshin thought of Celebi and Ash immediately decided to save Celebi together. At this moment, Brock suddenly thought of something and said, Sueshin, do you think you were sent to our era because of helping Han Celebi's capture by the Pokemon hunter? Xuecheng nodded and said yes, although the process is a bit tortuous, the result is pretty good. The poacher definitely has no way to continue tracking Celebi, but is there any problem? Brock immediately said, to be honest, before we came here we saw an elite. In the era of Sueshin, the Pokemon Alliance had not been established for long. Brock could only plain well, it's a very powerful trainer. In short, that elite said that he was here to track a powerful criminal. I was wondering why this criminal came here, not for Celebi, right? This is just a guess, but this guess has accelerated Ash and Sueshin. Luo Wen looked at the four people who entered the forest again and frowned. Have you not found it for so long? Logically speaking, Iron Masked Marauder should have come to this neighborhood. At the speed of the dragon, it has not been found yet. Time passed by minute, and not long after the dragon returned, he shook his head and found no trace of the Iron Masked Marauder robot. That's it. Since you can't find it, then wait for the rabbit. No matter what, Iron Masked Marauder will definitely appear as long as he wants to capture Celebi. More than an hour passed. Boom! An explosion came from the depths of the forest. Do dragons go? An explosion occurred in the forest and there is a high probability that a battle occurred. In this situation, it is mostly because Iron Masked Marauder appears. Duolong did not hesitate, grabbed Luo Wen's shoulder and flew quickly towards the explosion. At the same time where the explosion occurred, Ash and others fell into a tough battle. Sueshin only has one Charmeleon and his combat power is not as good as Ash now. Ash's Pokemon was beaten by Iron Masked Marauder's Scizor. Bayleaf had almost no strength to fight back and the two Pokemons were very different. However, neither Ash nor Snow Jonta were strong-willed people and had no intention of giving giving up at all. Especially Ash, he began to encourage his Pokemon Bayleaf. Bayleaf, you can definitely find your true body. Anyone who is familiar with Ash knows that this is his cheating. One of the strongest skills in the world of Poke. I believe in you. However, before Ash and Bayleaf could exert their strength, a figure appeared and instantly hit Caesar, which was moving very fast. Such a change surprised the confident Iron Masked Marauder. Ash and his group were very surprised. Luo Wen elite, this person is a Team Rocket Cotter. He wants to capture Celebi. Luo Wen nodded and looked at Celebi in Ash's arms. Celebi was very weak at this time, so he said, leave it to me, you take Celebi to treat it. I remember there is a very magical lake in this forest. Ash and others also knew Celebi's status, and at the same time they knew Luo Wen's strength, so they did not refuse. Luo Wen elite, please. After saying that, he called Xue Cheng to leave. After a while, only Luo Wen and Iron Masked Marauder were left on the scene. Chapter 239 Iron Masked Marauder arrested. Ash and others quickly evacuated with Celebi, and only Luo Wen confronted Iron Masked Marauder at the scene. Don't try to escape, Sneasel, catch up. Iron Masked Marauder only had Celebi in his eyes. He would never let go of the prey he had finally found. He ignored Luo Wen in front of him and ordered Sneasel to pursue him. Sneasel was ordered and his figure flashed and he was about to take action. However, before it could take a step, many dragons were already blocking it like ghosts. Luo Wen chuckled with a bit of joke in his tone. Hey, don't treat me as air, I'm still here. Pokemon was stopped and Iron Masked Marauder could only watch Ash and others disappear from sight. He suddenly became angry, turned his head to glare at Luo Wen and roared with gritted teeth, do you know what the consequences of offending me? What will happen if you offend you? Haha, you'd better think about the fate of going to the cell first. Luo Wen fought back without hesitation. Okay, very good. A trace of cruelty flashed in Iron Masked Marauder's eyes. Sneasel, Caesar, come on me, don't worry about that dragon, just attack the trainer. There are no rules for fighting in the wild. Iron Masked Marauder knows that as long as the trainer is solved, the threat of Pokemon will naturally be lifted. Pokemon with trainer will give priority to the trainer, which is enough for him to escape. Although Caesar was repelled just now, he still had combat power. Sneasel was in better condition and was extremely fast. Therefore, at the moment the order was issued, the two Pokemons acted at the same time, turned into two after images and rushed towards Luo Wen. However, playing with speed in front of Duolong, it's just a show of success. A cold light flashed in Duolong's eyes. His body looked like lightning and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Dragon Tail. His tail was wrapped in emerald green energy, slashing through the air and thrust towards Sneasel at lightning speed. Although Sneasel reacted quickly, he still had no choice but to avoid it. He was pulled away by a blow and fell heavily to the ground. Duolong kept his body flashing and appeared beside Caesar. Another Dragon Tail. Caesar flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing several big trees one after another, and eventually fell to the ground and completely lost his combat ability. Two Pokemon were solved in an instant. Iron Masked Marauder's pupils shrank suddenly and the original contempt on his face was instantly replaced by solemnly. Even a fool can see that the opponent in front of him is far stronger than him. Duolong, who knows teleport? Who are you? Iron Masked Marauder's voice was trembling and he never dared to underestimate Luo Wen again. He realized that if he handled it improperly today, he would probably find it difficult to get out. Luo Wen smiled lightly and said calmly, I'll introduce myself, Unova Region Dragon Elite Luo Wen. Iron Masked Marauder, if you surrender now, you might be able to suffer less. Unova Elite, how could you show up here? Iron Masked Marauder was shocked. I should ask you this. Luo Wen raised his eyebrows. You came uninvited and ran to our Unova region. Iron Masked Marauder immediately understood and cursed in his heart. No wonder Unova Elite chased him here. It turned out that my whereabouts were exposed in Unova's actions a while ago. He gritted his teeth and his helplessness and anger were intertwined. Damn, I was just staying in Unova for a few days, but I actually attracted Elite to pursue her. It was a disaster. He knew that things today were no longer good. Unova Elite took action personally. Obviously, if she didn't catch him, she wouldn't give up. Since that's the case, I can only try my best. Humph, how dare you stop me if you are just Elite? A trace of madness flashed in Iron Masked Marauder's eyes. As long as you can escape and catch Celebi, let alone Elite. Even in the entire league, he didn't take it seriously. Therefore, we must escape. He suddenly took out two pitch black poke balls from his arms and a grin smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come out, Honchro Tyranitars, tear them apart for me. Seeing this, Luo Wen still looked calm. It's stubborn. Regardless of whether it is Honchro or Tyranitar, they are completely different from the previous Caesar. Both Pokemons were forcibly strengthened by Dusk Ball. The moment they were released from the ball, the aura of tyranny and terror surged out like a tide. Only the instinct of destruction remained in their eyes, as if they were swallowed by endless darkness. Be rational. Rowan clearly sensed through the power of aura that the vitality of Honchro and Tyranitars was rapidly passing. Although Dusk Ball can briefly improve Pokemon's strength, strength it comes at the cost of overdrawing their lives. He decided to fight quickly, otherwise these two Pokemon might die on the battlefield. Duolong Dragon Rush. Duolong's body suddenly burst out with a huge dragon-type energy, and the dragon's power turned into an unparalleled murderous intent, instantly covering the entire audience. Although Honchkrow and Tyranitar's were forcibly promoted to the elite level by Dusk Ball, they are still far from the third level of elite in Dusk Ball. This murderous intent oppressed Honchkrow and Tyranitar's like substance and actually suppressed their violent aura. Even if they only have tyranny in their hearts, they cannot resist the invasion of this murderous intent. Moreover, the murderous intent and overlord color is not only a spiritual suppression but also a shock to the body's instinct. Honchkrow and Tyranitar's bodies trembled involuntarily under the murderous intent as if dominated by invisible fear, and Duolong seized this moment of opportunity. His body was completely wrapped in dragon energy, carrying a destructive momentum, and rushed towards Honchkrow and Tyranitar's like lightning. The speed is so fast that it exceeds common sense, and the terrifying airflow caused Honchkrow, who was flying in the air, to stabilize his body, let alone launch an attack. In fact, even without airflow intrusion, Honchkrow had no chance to fight back. So in this moment Duolong hit him like a black lightning and fell rapidly with him, and then hit Tyranitar on the ground head on. Boom! A deafening sound and a terrifying shock wave swept across the surroundings in an instant. Rocks splashed, the big tree was uprooted, and the ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. After the dust dissipated, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and in the pit Honchkrow and Tyranitar's had completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. All this happened in less than half a minute. On the other side, Iron Masked Marauder, who was about to take the opportunity to escape, had to stop before he could run a few steps. His face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth and cursed bad. He never expected that the two Pokemons which were forcibly promoted to elite level could not even delay for a minute. It has become a Lu Yuri to still escape now, but until the end he will not give up hope. However, Luo Wen would not give him a chance to turn the tables. Many Dragon. Duolong used Dragon Rush to defeat two elite level Pokemons and seemed to be unaffected and appeared net to Iron Masked Marauder in an instant. Binding. Iron Masked Marauder was tied with his tail by Doran and brought to Luo Wen. Luo Wen opened his phone, sent a message to the search officer, and then released Hatterene. Hatterene treat Tyranitar's and Honchkrow to relieve their pain and wait for the medical staff to come. These two Pokemons are mostly controlled by Iron Masked Marauder, and the situation is very poor and need timely treatment. As for Sneasel and Caesar, there is no influence of Dusk Ball and they are unconscious and have little impact. Hatterene nodded, then went to Tyranitar's and Honchkrow to maintain their condition. After doing all this, Luo Wen looked at Iron Masked Marauder. At this time Iron Masked Marauder was strangled by Doran in great pain. I've said that you can surrender and you can suffer less. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Iron Masked Marauder gritted his teeth and said, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you I'd already got Celebi. If I got Celebi, how could I fail? Luo Wen was speechless. I caught Celebi, why didn't you say I caught Mewtwo? Iron Masked Marauder has a strong ambition, but unfortunately he relies too much on Dusk Ball. Without the blessing of Dusk Ball I am an elite level Pokemon. Anyway, stay honestly and make good changes when jailing. Maybe there will be a day left. Of course with your situation you may not be able to get out. Iron Masked Marauder immediately said, Team Rockets will find a way to save me. Luo Wen sneered, you believe this or not, your ambitions are about to overflow. I don't believe it. Giovanni can't see it. One of the purposes of Iron Masked Marauder's goal of subduing Celebi was to overthrow Giovanni and become the boss himself. With Giovanni's shrewdness, as long as Iron Masked Marauder reveals a little, how could he not notice it? Giovanni is full of courage and can tolerate ambitious people, but it does not mean that he will spend time and effort to rescue them. He is not a fool. Iron Masked Marauder fell silent. Before the search officer came, Luo Wen continued, how do you plan to use Celebi when you arrest it? As soon as he heard this Iron Masked Marauder he became excited and said, Celebi has the power to control the forest. As long as he has this power, who can beat me? Although he knew that this would be the answer, Luo Wen was still a little difficult to be nervous after hearing it. Some people dare to conquer the world after stopping for 5 seconds. Some people after stopping for 5 minutes dare to make trouble in the classroom. Iron Masked Marauder is even more powerful. He has mastered Celebi, who can travel through time and space, but he actually doesn't use the most important abilities of Celebi. You deserve to fail. Rao Wen complained and he was too lazy to ask again. About half an hour later the Alliance's search officer rushed over. Also coming together were Johto Region Championship Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing, don't you take time? Luo Wen looked at Lance Crossing and complained. Lance Crossing smiled embarrassedly and said, ha ha ha, it happened to be free. When I heard the news here I hurried over. I didn't expect you to catch Iron Masked Marauders so quickly. This person must have a lot of information. Maybe it can destroy several Team Rockets Rocket's stronghold. Team Rockets are extremely secretive and difficult to deal with, but if a senior coder is caught, there is always a way to obtain information. Then take the person for interrogation as soon as possible. If Team Rocket finds Iron Masked Marauder caught, they will definitely be prepared. Luo Wen signaled Duolong to release Iron Masked Marauder. Dragonite beside Lance Crossing reacted quickly and directly clamped Iron Masked Marauder under his armpit. Iron Masked Marauder was still unable to move. After doing this, he said, "Did you take the medical staff you asked you to take? These two Pokemons are in a bad condition." Lance Crossing followed Rowan's gaze and saw Tyranitar's and Honchkrow, who were being treated by Hatterene. When he saw his eyes, he immediately became serious. At Dusk Ball, Luo Wen nodded. "That's right, you know." "How could I not know? I found a rocket lab before which contained a large number of Pokemon's corpses. Based on clues I learned about the instance of Dusk Ball and Iron Masked Marauder." Lance Crossing's face turned gloomy when he thought of the scene he had seen. The corpses of dozens or hundreds of Pokemon are piled up, and most people will definitely have psychological shadows when they see them. Maybe I can destroy several large Pokemon hunter organizations through Iron Masked Marauder. I have said before, why should we fight against poachers and not trainers? What Lance Crossing is just a microcosm of many events. Luo Wen also sighed and said, "This matter can only be left to you. Leave it to us. You have helped a lot this time. It's nothing. They are all from the Alliance helping each other." Luo Wen waved his hand, not caring, and then asked again, "Does Tyranitars and Honchkrow still have a chance to be treated? If you have the opportunity to treat it, even if your strength cannot be improved in the future, your lifespan may be reduced. The improvement of Dusk Ball is not as safe as Super Evolution. It only consumes physical strength but also consumes vitality. It is difficult to make up for the deficit of vitality. It's good to be able to save it." Tyranitars and Honchkrow probably didn't know anything and were forcibly captured by Iron Masked Marauder to fight. "Don't worry, wait, Miss Joy will come over. They have planned." All information in the Joy family of Pokemon world is connected. It integrates the medical resources of the entire world, and you can imagine how powerful it is. The two were chatting, but not long after the remaining search officer arrived. Joy also took over Hatterene's treatment. Joy looked at Tyranitar's and Honkrow's situation and was surprised. He looked at Hatterene and said, "The situation is much better than expected. Maybe it won't lose too much life." "Did you do it?" Hatterene nodded happily. "It's so awesome, thank you." After everything was taken over by the Johto Region Alliance, Luo Wen also planned to leave. He also wanted to find Ash and the others or search for Celebi. "You are here, it's time for me to leave." Lance Crossing said, "Are you leaving now?" "I also said to entertain you." Luo Wen shook his head and said, "I won't bother you, a busy person. Don't eat at that time, you will be summoned away by the mission." Haha. Lance Crossing could only smile helplessly. It was really possible. "Let go." After saying that, Luo Wen led Duolong toward the direction Ash left. I have to say that both Ash and his group and Xuecheng had excellent physical strength. In just a moment they had already walked a long way. It took about half an hour before Luo Wen found them. At this time they were following an Ursaring. Chapter 240. An unexpected sudden incident. Giovanni appears. Ash and his group took the injured Celebi to leave the forest and go to the Pokemon Center to seek Miss Joy's helping hand. However, before they could go far, a Ursaring suddenly appeared in the dense foggy forest. Pokemon like Ursaring is known for being irritable even if it is not in the breeding period. However, the Ursaring in front of him was extremely peaceful and even signaled them to keep up. At first Ash and others were hesitant because of Celebi's injury. They decided to follow until the weak Celebi also gave a faint sign. As the Pokemon of the forest, Celebi knows much more about this forest than them. Since Celebi also agrees, they believe that this must be the best choice. The group moved towards the lake. Luo Wen originally asked Duolong to go directly to the lake to wait, but he didn't expect to meet them halfway. When Luo Wen's figure appeared from the thick fog, the Pokemon present immediately became alert, and Ursaring even made an attacking gesture. "Ursaring, this is Rowan Elite, not the enemy." Ash and others quickly spoke out to rescue the siege. At the same time, Celebi shouted weakly. It remembers that Rowan helped hand to resist the attacks of Iron Masked Marauder. Luo Wen walked to everyone. His eyes fell on Celebi in Xuechen's arms and asked with concern, "Where are you going?" "Celebi's condition look very bad. I know there is a magical thing in this forest. The lake may help Celebi rejuvenate her spirit." "There is such a place in the forest?" Ash and Xuechen's eyes suddenly shone with hope. Luo Wen nodded and explained casually, "I also heard from a trainer. Although I can't confirm the authenticity, since you have already come here, you might as well give it a try. And the direction you are now not going to leave the forest. Is it the way?" Ash replied, "This Ursaring appeared just now signaling us to keep up, and Celebi seemed to agree with its guidance." Luo Wen smiled lightly and said, "The Pokemon in the forest knows the best of this land. Perhaps they are going to take you to that magical lake. Since that's the case, then keep moving forward. I want to see it." "Wait." After Celebi Celebi recovers, I have something to ask about. In this way Luo Wen joined their team. Not long after he left, Rock suddenly asked Luo Wen, Elite, how is the Team Rocket's Cotter Iron Masked Marauder? As the most mature member of the team, Brock knew that as long as Iron Masked Marauder was still there they might be in danger again, so he was very concerned even if he knew that Elite was powerful. Luo Wen smiled and comforted, don't worry, after Iron Masked Marauder is defeated by me, Mr. Champion Lands Crossing of Johto region will take over. He will not have the chance to chase him. When everyone heard this news they breathed a sigh of relief. That guy deserves it, Misty said angrily. After nothing with worries, the atmosphere of the team has become much more relaxed. On the way Ursaring left and replaced it with another wild Pokemon to continue leading the way. After several alternations they finally passed through the thick fog and arrived in front of a lake. The lake water is clear and transparent and the breeze blows by causing layers of ripple. However, the entire lake is covered by thick fog and the whole picture cannot be seen clearly, making it look mysterious and quiet. Luo Wen looked at the lake and sighed, this is the legendary Lake of Life. The world is indeed full of magical places. Sueshan hugged Celebi and asked hesitantly, what should we do? Net me, Celebi shouted softly as if communicating with Sueshan. Xuecheng seemed to have realized something in his heart and slowly walked towards the lake. The water gradually disappeared from his waist and at this moment the thick fog began to slowly dissipate. Everyone looked along the other side of the lake and was surprised to find that there were a large number of Pokemons gathered on the shore. Among them are Ursaring and Stantler, who led the way just now, as well as many Pokemons who have been secretly following. At this time Celebi's physical strength seemed to have recovered a little. It jumped out of Sueshan's arms and jumped lightly into the lake. The lake seemed to have magical power. As soon as Celebi entered it she naturally floated towards the depths of the lake. When it swam to the center of the lake Celebi's body began to emit an emerald green light. As time passed the light gradually spread and almost enveloped the entire lake. At this time the energy in the lake seemed to be awakened and continued to gather towards Celebi. The thick fog completely dissipated and Celebi completely recovered her strength. It was like a green Pokemon swimming happily in the lake, then suddenly jumped out of the water and flew to Ash looking extremely happy. Celebi flew around the crowd for a few light circles, then stopped by the lake, waved his hands at Ash and Sueshan and signaled them to follow him into the lake. Ash and Sueshan looked at each other, put down their belongings without hesitation and jumped into the clear lake. After the two of them swam in the lake for a distance a blue light suddenly appeared in Celebi's eyes. Immediately afterwards Ash and Sueshan rushed out of the lake under the pull of Celebi's power, flying low against the water with excited smiles on their faces. Luo Wen did not disturb them but just stood quietly on the shore watching them fly higher and higher, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. However, this tranquility did not last long. A harsh engine roar suddenly came from the distant sky and Luo Wen frowned and was confused. How could such a sound appear in the depths of this forest? Before he could think about it, a missile dragged the hot flames at the tail, cut through the sky with a harsh sound of sonic boom, hit Celebi with lightning speed. Boom! With a loud bang, thick black smoke suddenly filled the sky. Luo Wen's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly shouted, Duolong, go and catch Celebi. Ash and Sueshan. Dragapult moves quickly as fast as lightning, however a black shadow is faster than it. It is a beedrill which look ordinary but has an amazing speed. Every time it flaps its wings it seems like teleportation and it instantly draws closer distance. In the end this beedrill caught Celebi, who was hit by a missile before Duolong. Not only that, a dark purple light was condensed on it. Double needles. Poison jab. This is a must-win skill which can cause poison damage to the opponent and has a chance to poison the opponent. Although Duolong was extremely fast he could not avoid this fatal blow. Poison jab hit accurately. Duolong suddenly lost his balance and fell from the air together with Ash and Xuecheng. Duolong let out a painful moan. Luo Wen's face turned ashen and quickly threw out Pokeball. Hatterene, catch them with Psychic. Hatterene appeared from the Pokeball and immediately released the powerful Psychic, steadily supporting Duolong, Ash and Sueshan. Ash, Sueshan, Misty and Brock rushed over with concerns on their faces. They never expected that things would suddenly develop to this point. Hatterene, treat them immediately and stabilize their injuries, Luo Wen ordered in a deep voice. Ash and Xuecheng were hit by the missiles and Pidgeot, while Doran was seriously injured and poisoned by poison jab. If it weren't for the human body in Pokemon world, the explosion just now would have torn them to pieces. Even so, the two of them were in very bad shape. Duolong completely lost his combat ability due to Drill's terrible attack and fell into a state of poisoning. However, Luo Wen had no time to take care of their injuries at this moment. Boom! The roar of the engine and the noise of the propeller were intertwined, breaking the tranquility of the forest. Luo Wen looked up and saw 5 SI black helicopters hovering in the sky with the bright red R-shaped logo on the fuselage being particularly eye-catching. Team Rocket's. Luo Wen gritted his teeth and whispered. At this moment the biggest straight the elevator cab cabin door slowly opened and a figure slowly appeared on the anti-gravity aircraft. It was a middle-aged man wearing a brown suit with meticulous hair and a tall figure, and his eyes revealed unconcealed ambitions and coldness. Giovanni. When Luo Wen saw such a terrible beadrill, he had a guess in his mind, and now he was truly sure of the answer. The boss of Team Rockets actually came here. Beadrill flew back to Giovanni with Celebi and respectfully handed Celebi over. Buzz. Beadrill screamed softly as if reporting the completion of the task. Good job. Giovanni smiled faintly, reached out to pinch Celebi, looked at it casually and threw it to the Team Rockets member behind him. Take it to heal, don't let it die. After doing all this, Giovanni approached Luo Wen and others' positions. Beadrill was guarding him. He saw him sneering on his face and said, "A Nova's dragon type elite Luo Wen, I have long admired the name. Giovanni, why are you here?" The appearance of Team Rocket boss was unpected by Luo Wen. Giovanni got Celebi and was in a good mood. He said, "Thank you more." The search officer of Jonta region took action in secret just to search for the idiot Iron Masked Marauder. Although Iron Masked Marauder deliberately concealed it, he still couldn't cover it up. Purpose. Celebi, the Pokemon that travels through time and space, is really good. Giovanni is obviously different from Iron Masked Marauder. What he values is the power of Celebi to travel through time and space. With this kind of power he can do too many things. Not to mention anything else, it is not a dream to fully master Mutuo, let alone many other uses. You Team Rockets are really fast. Luo Wen also has to admire him. He is worthy of being a dark organization that can survive at the Pokemon Alliance headquarters. His action power is not ordinary. Just after discovering a little clue, Giovanni the boss actually appeared in person. Anyway, thank you very much, Rowan Elite. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known Celebi was so easy to catch. On the other hand, Misty and Brock also looked at Giovanni. They didn't expect to meet the boss of Team Rocket here. This kind of oppression is completely different from the three annoying sperm of James, Jesse and Meowth. Luo Wen heard Giovanni's words and said, "Giovanni, are you sure you can take Celebi away?" Giovanni smiled at the corner of her mouth as if interested and said, "Oh, it seems you have confidence to stop me." Giovanni, now you have to think about being able to leave. As he said that, a black Pokeball on Luo Wen opened. In an instant a terrifying dragon power appeared. Rayquaza suddenly appeared above the forest like a black lightning. K hovered his body behind Ro and confronted Giovanni. After seeing Rayquaza, Giovanni not only did not fear but laughed excitedly. Sure enough, humans can master the power of Divine Beast. Then he was extremely decisive and ordered return Celebi to them. Giovanni, who had witnessed the power of the Divine Beast, knew very well that if they had not prepared in advance they would not be able to pose a threat to the Divine Beast at all. Since that's the case, it doesn't make any sense to leave Celebi. The Team Rockets members who were originally treating Celebi's injuries did not hesitate. Throw Celebi directly in the direction of Luo Wen and others. Hatterene reacted quickly and caught Celebi with Psychic. Giovanni looked at Luo Wen again and said, "You won't be so Ed when you meet again NET time. The power of the Divine Beast is not invincible." As he said that, he turned around and was about to leave. Luo Wen would not let Giovanni go so easily. Rayquaza extreme speed. Hold head high. Rayquaza turned into a black light arrow and appeared NET to Team Rocket's helicopter in an instant. However, at this moment a huge green shield rose from the Team Rocket's helicopter. Protect. Pokemon World conceptual skill can block an attack. The skills of the Divine Beast are no exception. Of course, when the strength gap is too large, the ability to defend against attacks cannot be too great effect. It's just that Giovanni does this so he will naturally have a backup plan. He disappeared into the sky. Teleport. Giovanni was extremely decisive and knew that he was not his opponent, so he chose to escape directly. Why didn't Giovanni bring Celebi teleport just now? If you do this, it will probably be extremely troublesome. NET. I don't know how much effort it takes to find Celebi under Team Rocket. Maybe Giovanni has achieved what purpose with Celebi during this period. Reshiram spoke out. Celebi is a Pokemon that controls time and space. Even if he is already in a coma, it is not possible for any Pokemon to take teleport with him. In fact, after he caught Celebi, he might have tried teleport. No. Luo Wen learned about Giovanni. With Giovanni's personality, he will not choose the escape tactic without knowing the enemy's strength. Of course, when Rayquaza appears, Giovanni may choose this approach. At this time, Rayquaza came back and fell to Luo Wen. Hold head high. K is explaining why he did not hit Giovanni's helicopter just now. Protect skills are an important factor, but there is also a very critical factor. His extreme speed was blocked. If it is not blocked, K can hit before the protect skill is activated. I also saw Giovanni's Beedrill is stronger than I thought. Rayquaza's extreme speed was blocked by Giovanni's Beedrill. From this we can see how powerful Giovanni's Beedrill is. Happy New Year, family. Chapter 241. Good and bad luck are dependent on each other. In this world, Giovanni is probably the only one who can cultivate Beedrill to such a strong point. Beedrill barely resisted Rayquaz's extreme speed attack and bought Giovanni precious time. For the NET period of time, Giovanni should not show up again and Team Rockets will probably be much more restrained. Luo Wen thought to himself, knowing that it was almost impossible to completely ban the Dark Organization. As long as human minds are still active, darkness will inevitably breed. Duolong's injuries are not light and he must avenge this revenge, but not now. At this moment he had no energy to spend all his energy to find Team Rocket's headquarters because there were more important things to be solved. He quickly walked to Hatarine's side and looked uneasily at Duolong lying on the ground. Duolong's face was covered with a strange purple halo and his Zion was in great pain. Every breath seemed to be enduring a huge torture. Luo Wen was uneasy, but he knew that at this critical moment he must not be confused and must figure out the situation as soon as possible. He tried to calm himself down and asked Hatarine, how are their injuries? Hatarine used its unique way to inform Doran, Celebi, Ash and Sueshin one by one. Duolong is obviously poisoned and the twins of Beedrill are extremely special. They are probably specially cultivated and are very difficult to deal with. She tried to use her skills to Deto Ifei Duolong, but she could only temporarily relieve the symptoms and could not completely eradicate the twin. If you want to truly Deto Ifei Duolong, you may have to go to the Poke Center. The Pokemon Center has advanced medical equipment that can quickly analyze the components of twins and then install special antidotes. This is the powerful power of technology and is difficult to compare with other methods. Ash, Sueshin and Celebi have both eternal and internal injuries which are all consequences of missiles. Celebi was hit by a missile head-on and was most seriously injured. At present he was only barely maintaining his vital signs and urgently needed treatment as soon as possible. Xuecheng's situation is not optimistic. A preliminary examination revealed that he had broken several ribs. Using psychic to check, you can find that there were problems with his internal organ. In comparison, Ash's injury was the lightest. He didn't even have a few ribs broken and basically had no internal injuries. He was just shocked by the shock wave and was stunned. It was probably not long before he could wake up. Of course, to be on the safe side, you still have to go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination to ensure there are no potential hidden dangers. Of course, Hatarine also said that when she used psychic for examination, no particularly serious injuries were found. Luo Wen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If an ordinary person is hit by such an attack, the lightest would be the tragic ending of flesh and blood flying everywhere. But Ash took it and didn't say it, but there was no big problem. The same is true for Sueshin. Although his injuries are not light, you should know that they were hit head-on by a missile shock wave. In comparison, the injury was like a minor abrasion. Misty, Brock and Pikachu were all nervous and had no control. Pikachu stood uneasily beside Ash. It was full of worry. It wanted to touch Ash but was afraid that it would aggravate his injuries. It could only worry on the side and kept shouting, pick up, pick up. Misty squatted beside Ash. Her eyes were red and tears fell down. Like Pikachu, she wanted to help, but she was afraid that she would not help. As the most mature and steady person in the team, Brock was also in a state of silence at this moment, rushing through his backpack trying to find something that could help. Rowan took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm, then said to Brock, see if you can contact the Pokemon Center and explain the situation here in detail so that they can prepare items for detoification and trauma treatment in advance. With the backbone, Brock calmed down instantly and quickly responded, okay, I'll contact you right away. After his mind calmed down, he finally remembered the help call he had prepared and could contact the outside world in the mountains or deep in the forest. Soon Brock called the nearby Pokemon Center. This is the Pokemon Center in Musa Town. I am Joy. Is there anything wrong? Joy's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Brock didn't have the heart to chat with Joy at this moment. He said quickly, Miss Joy, we were attacked by Team Rockets in the forest. Now a Pokemon Dragapult is poisoned and the situation is very serious. There is another Pokemon called Celebi who was hit by a missile and 2 others were hit by a missile shock wave. We will soon rush over. I hope Miss Joy can prepare the corresponding treatment equipment in advance. True to be a person who is determined to become a nurturing man, Brock's Zion is still clear and organized under such a tense situation. When Joy heard Brock's words, he was stunned for a moment and secretly amazes in his heart what kind of terrible things he encountered. However, she has extremely high professionalism and quickly came to her senses and said in an orderly manner, I have recorded it and will prepare the required items as soon as possible. Don't waste your time. In addition, be extra careful when transporting Pokemon and people hit by missiles. It would be better if there is a psychic Pokemon to carry it. I understand, Miss Joy. Brock's helper was loud and Luo Wen, who was standing beside him, could hear it clearly. He immediately came to Duolong without any hesitation. Duolong felt Luo Wen's familiar aura and subconsciously leaned his head over. At this time, Duolong was no longer the majestic elite ace but more like a child who urged urgently needed comfort after being injured. Luo Wen gently stroked Duolong's head and whispered, "Persevere Duolong, we will send you to treatment soon, you will be fine." Rayquaza roar. Rayquaza came to Luo Wen and needed to act as a vehicle at this time. However, at this moment a light wind sounded. A mysterious creature that was walking from the Mu realm suddenly appeared. Its body is strong, its lines are smooth, and its whole body exudes a cool and holy brilliance. Its main fur is pure light blue, just like the clear lake water, which is shining with rippling waves under the caress of the sunlight. The hair from the neck to the abdomen is dazzling white, as pure and flawless as the first snow in winter, contrasting with the blue body showing the elegance of his figure. The head is slender, and a gem with a faint blue light is inlaid in the center of the forehead, just like the most mysterious star in the night sky, adding a bit of extraordinary temperament to it. The incarnation of North Wind Suicune. Brock and Misty were also extremely surprised. "Isn't this the Suicune we met before? How could it appear here?" Suicune took light steps and came to Celebi Ash and Sueshin. Wu. Luo Wen used the fluctuation to understand the meaning of Suicune. "Suicune, do you mean putting Celebi Ash Sueshin into the lake?" Wu. Suicune nodded. "Where are so many dragons?" Suicune shook her head. "The lake cannot deto Ifei." Luo Wen was disappointed but very decisive. "Hatterene put Celebi Ash and Snow into the lake." Hatterene did not hesitate at all and used psychic to control the two of them and put them all into the lake. This time the forest was not damaged and the lake water was not polluted. Celebi Ash and Sueshin did not overdraw their vitality. The moment people and Pokemon are put into the lake plays a role. A faint emerald green light appeared and began to treat Celebi and Ash's injuries. Luo, seeing this, Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Then he immediately said, "Brock, Misty, you can watch them. When the treatment is ready, it is best to come to Musa Town for a checkup." "I'll go there first." "Okay, Rowan Elite." Misty and Brock both nodded immediately. They also heard the conversation just now and knew that Duolong still needed Pokemon Center. "Luo Wen Elite, go quickly, we will take good care of it." Luo Wen nodded, and finally, to be on the safe side, he kept Aegislash. With Aegislash's strength, many things can be solved. After doing this, he moved Doran to Rayquaza's head under the helping hand of Hatterene, and then he climbed up himself. Although Duolong can be put into Pokeball, Duolong now relies on him and he will not do so. "Rayquaza, go east." Roar. Rayquaza appeared immediately. Luo Wen stroked Duolong's head and said, "It'll be fine soon, Duolong." He used Aura and Psychic, who had not been in the process for a long time, could sense the situation of the dragon. Drill's tuins are rapidly eroding the body of Duolong. Fortunately, Duolong is a dragon type with a strong physique and a body that has been resisting. The two forces were in a stalemate for a while. Luo Wen only felt that life was like years at this time, but in order to make Duolong feel at ease, he had to maintain his calmness. Rayquaza was very fast. In order to avoid panic trouble and ultimately affect treatment, Luo Wen took Rayquaza back near Musa Town. As soon as he entered the town, he saw Musa Town's Smile and Chansey were waiting at the intersection. This was what he contacted in advance. Joy had already learned about Dragapult in advance. When he saw Luo Wen, he rushed over and said, "This is the poisoned Dragapult, right? Put him on the cart quickly." Luo Wen nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Miss Joy, please trouble you." Joy immediately said, "I will do my best to treat you. You are a trainer, please remain calm." "Miss Joy, I understand." Then Joy and Chansey showed extremely powerful power, pushing the dragon quickly towards the Pokemon Center. 10 minutes later, Duolong had already entered the intensive care unit with instruments inserted into his body, including testing data and restriction to ins to maintain his physical condition. Trainers are not allowed to enter the intensive care unit, but you can check the situation of Duolong through the glass. Pokemon Center can be spread all over the world, so there is no need to worry about its level. Not long after entering the Pokemon Center, Duolong's situation stabilized. At this time, Joy walked over, and before Luo Wen could speak, she asked curiously, "Mr. Luo Wen, right? The call I received seemed to be another person. He said there was also Pokemon who was hit by a missile. And people, what about them?" "She can't care about the injured person. It would be bad if there is an accident." Luo Wen immediately explained, "Miss Joy, they were treated with something else in the forest. The injuries were recovering well, so they didn't come." After getting the answer, Joy nodded without showing any doubt. As a Pokemon doctor, she knows that there are many things that cannot be explained in this world. It is normal for something in the forest to treat eternal and internal injuries. She felt relieved and talked about Duolong's situation. "Dragapult's specific examination report has not appeared yet, but I have made a preliminary judgment on the tuins on my body. This is a tuin that I have never seen before. If it is a normal Pokemon, may die soon after being poisoned, but fortunately Dragapult is powerful. By the way, someone should have handled Dragapult. It handled it very well, saving us a lot of effort. If it weren't for early treatment, Dragapult's state wouldn't be able to stabilize so quickly." "Mr. Luo Wen, did you handle it?" Luo Wen shook his head and said, "It's not me, it's her, Hatterene. I'm the team doctor in my Pokemon." Joy then realized that there was a cute Pokemon hidden behind Luo Wen. She said gently, it turned out that you handled it. It handled it very well, very powerful. Bomb Hatterene felt a little embarrassed. Joy did not continue to ask but looked at Luo Wen again and asked, Mr. Luo Wen, you are from another region. Neither Dragapult nor this little guy belongs to Jiantou region. Yes, Luo Wen replied casually. He was not in the chat at all now. Miss Joy Duolong's situation. Joy was helpless. She just wanted to divert Luo Wen's attention and said so much because the trainer lost his calmness and there might be problems, but the effect was not very good. Of course Luo Wen didn't seem to lose his mind and maybe he didn't need to worry about these things. Mr. Luo Wen, Dragapult situation has been stabilized and there will be no major problems in the future. Please believe me. Luo Wen saw that Joy was so confident and he felt a little relieved. Not long the specific inspection report of Duolong is released. Joy looked at it and frowned. Seeing this, Luo Wen was nervous and asked, is there something wrong with Miss Joy? Joy immediately replied, the Tuins have other changes in Dragapult's body. These Tuins seem to have been absorbed by Dragapult. Is Dragapult's body actually strengthening? When saying this, Joy was a little suspicious of life. This is the first time she has seen such a strange situation. The Tuins that destroy the body are actually strengthening the body. How did this be done? Chapter 242 Eliminate Tuins bring blessings in disguise. Joy stared at the group of strange data in the report, feeling unbelievable and didn't know how to describe it for a moment. As Joy at the Pokemon Center, she has seen various Pokemon diseases, but the situation in front of her is completely beyond her perception. This is the first time she has encountered Pokemon which actually uses Tuins that destroy their own body to improve their strength. At least there has never been such a case in her career. Luo Wen looked even more confused. He couldn't wait to ask Miss Joy, can you tell me in detail? Joy nodded lightly and explained with a serious expression, the Tuins in the Dorado's body are very tricky. It will gradually erode Pokemon's body. If it is not cured in time, Pokemon's body will slowly rot and eventually die. The same was true at first and its body was gnawed by Tuins little by little. Hatterene took measures to stop the spread of Tuins and repair Dragapult's damaged body. The Pokemon Center used roughly the same method, but it temporarily relieved the symptoms. But the examination report shows that after the Tuin destroys Dragapult cells, its body regenerates rapidly and is more powerful than before. The Tuin invades its energy system, which is a similar result. From the current situation, Dragapult seems to be devouring Tuins to strengthen his body. After listening to Joy's explanation, Luo Wen became more and more worried and asked quickly, Miss Joy, there will be no problem like this, right? Can you help it Deto Ifei as soon as possible? Although improving strength is a good thing, Luo Wen felt so embarrassed when he thought of the pain of this process. Miss Joy shook her head helplessly and said there might be a solution before, but it may be difficult now. In Dragapult's body, the Tuin and its own power have reached a state of equilibrium and the Tuin will no longer spread. If you intervene rashly, it may cause a systematic collapse. So you can only watch now. Luo Wen didn't expect such a change to happen at all. I'm really sorry, Mr. Luo Wen, this is the only way to do this at the moment. I will try my best to relieve Duolong's pain. Joy was full of guilt and just swore that there would be no problem, but problems followed one after another. Luo Wen's brow frowned and his worry even more. At this time Joy looked through the report again, suddenly found something and said, Mr. Luo Wen, this may be Dragapult's own choice. The report analyzed that it seemed that it was the one who took the initiative to swallow the Tuin. Now Dragapult is extremely aggressive in both his body and his own energy. Since he has made such a choice, he may try to believe him. Of course you are also relieved. The antidote is always being configured and I am also looking for new treatment. Duolong's own choice? Luo Wen still believed this. Duolong usually looks well behaved and obedient, but he is extremely persistent in some things that concern his own growth. If he noticed the opportunity to improve his strength, he would definitely not let it go easily but would choose to try it. Is it true that I can't do anything now and can only choose to believe in Duolong? No, he would never be willing to stand by and watch, even if it's just giving Duolong some encouragement. On the way to Pokemon Center, Luo Wen tried to contact Duolong's consciousness through aura and the contract signed with the real world, but they all ended in failure. At that time Duolong's consciousness was chaotic and he could not respond to him at all. However, Duolong's inability to respond does not mean that he cannot feel the existence of a trainer. Now Duolong has begun to actively devour the Tuins of Beedrill and perhaps his consciousness has recovered a lot. If you can successfully connect with Duolong's consciousness, you may be able to ask Duolong whether he needs helping hand. Luo Wen did not hesitate at all. He first activated the team's assimilation ability established with the real world but failed in the end. But he was not discouraged and instead tried to use aura. I thought I would return empty-handed again, but I didn't expect that through the glass window he felt a faint connection. Although this connection is intermittent and extremely unstable, it is undoubtedly a glimmer of hope. He immediately turned around and said to Joy beside him, Miss Joy, can I get me into the intensive care unit? I may be able to help Duolong. Joy was slightly stunned, then said yes, but don't touch the instruments on Dragapult. The intensive care unit is usual. Life trainer is not allowed to enter. It has happened that the trainer accidentally pulled off the instrument because he was too e-sighted. The instruments in the intensive care unit are crucial. If anyone is missing, the treatment effect will be greatly reduced and even completely invalid, which is very likely to delay the treatment of Pokemon, so this prohibited entry rule is established. But rules are dead people lives. Seeing that Luo Wen was extremely calm and said he could help Dragapult, Joy decided to open the door and agreed to his request. Luo Wen walked into the intensive care unit smoothly and slowly placed his hand on Duolong's head. Aura, keep it in my heart. When exerting the power of aura at close range, the originally weak connection became much stronger in an instant, and Luo Wen truly felt the existence of a consciousness. How many dragons? Duolong responded, but his voice sounded a little weak and he couldn't seem to say anything more. Luo Wen stopped insulting and asked directly, Duolong, what can I do for you? Duolong responded a little longer this time, but he still responded in the end. It needs someone to help suppress the tuins in the body. It needs to swallow all the tuin. Once successful, it can start the NET transformation. Luo Wen understood that Duolong resolutely chose to swallow tuins in order to improve his strength. Suppressing tuin. The equipment of the Pokemon Center is already suppressing, but it is not enough for Duolong. Other forces need to intervene. But what power should be used? The first thing that came to Rowan thought of was Reshiram, but unfortunately Reshiram's answer was no, my power is not in this regard and I cannot do these things. If I can, I have helped Hand Dragapult solve the tuin in the forest. Not only me, the other two are also difficult to do, but maybe you can try using aura, which is a very magical power combining vitality and mental power and can play more roles than you think. Hearing Reshiram's first half of the words, Luo Wen was still a little desperate, but hearing the second half of the words he raised hope again. Aura. He did not hesitate at all and tried his best to output aura. Soon aura's power covered Duolong's body and entered his body. As soon as he controlled aura to enter Duolong's body, Luo Wen felt the badness of Duolong's body and the terrifying tuins entrenched in Duolong's body. This tuin seems to be like a lifelike poisonous bee raging in the body of Duolong, and Duolong's power turns into a big dragon constantly biting with the poisonous bee and tearing off the power of the poisonous bee. But poisonous bees are not vegetarian. If Duolong wants to devour the power of poisonous bees, they must be attacked by poisonous bees. The result of the attack is that their body is damaged and constantly rotting. Duolong uses his own method to turn the power swallowed from the poisonous bees into his own power, repairing and strengthening his body. This situation creates a strange scene in the report. Without any hesitation, Luo Wen controlled aura's power to come to the poisonous bee. Duolong seemed to realize something. For a moment, Luo Wen seemed to have come to the battlefield with Duolong, and the opponent is the terrifying poisonous bee. Duolong Dragon Dan. Aura's power fell on the energy representing the dragon, and the dragon's energy was immediately enhanced. And this is far from over. Luo Wen's aura still has enough energy. This energy fell on the poisonous bee, and the poisonous bee instantly felt that its power was suppressed. On one side it is suppressed, on the other side the original situation instantly fell into a state of decline, and it turned from an even match to a poisonous bee being beaten unilaterally. Not only that, the poisonous bee could also replenish itself with the power of Absorbs Dragon. Because of Luo Wen, aura's intervention, Absorbs passage was directly cut off by aura, and the poisonous bee became a rootless source. At this point it is only a matter of time before the poisonous bee is defeated. Joy from the outside world was even more surprised when he saw the data feedback from the instrument. The tuins are really decreasing rapidly and Dragapult's physique is getting stronger and stronger. How did this do it? Joy knew that this was Luo Wen's credit, but she couldn't figure out how to do it. Pokemon is really amazing. Even though Joy, who has seen a lot of Pokemon, still finds it magical when he sees what happened today. As time goes by, the poisonous bee has completely become different. With the roar of Duolong's power, it completely disappeared into Duolong's body. In the end, Luo Wen seemed to hear the unwilling voice of the poisonous bee, but unfortunately the overall situation was settled. Duolong not only cleared the tuins in his body but also turned these speeds into his own strength. Luo Wen withdrew aura's power and opened his eyes. At this time he felt as if he was in an immersive battle, extremely tired, but now it was not the time to rest, and he immediately looked at Duolong. Duolong was still lying on the hospital bed. If you look at your face again, you can find that the dark purple on Duolong's face has completely disappeared. This is a manifestation of the elimination of tuins and the result of the war just now. As for Duolong has not woken up yet, it is because he is still using swallowing. The power of devouring repairs itself and strengthens itself. Once all these benefits are digested, you can recover from awakening, and you can also gain huge benefit. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved and walked out of the intensive care unit. Joy walked over immediately. She looked at Luo Wen with surprise and said Mr. Luo Wen, according to the report the tuins on Dragapult body are gone. Luo Wen nodded and said I understand Miss Joy, thank you for your helping hand this time. Joy shook his head and said I don't seem to help me. No Miss Joy, the report you gave has a great helping hand for me and Duolong. Luo Wen knew very well that if Joy had not found out that Duolong was devouring tuins in the report, he would probably not have chosen to contact Duolong, let alone use aura's power to help hand Duolong to suppress tuins in his body. Seeing this, Joy had no choice but to say this is what I should do. As a doctor at the Pokemon Center, Joy's moral standards are not average. She really doesn't want to take credit for this matter. Then she saw the depressedness that could not be concealed on Luo Wen's face and said, Mr. Luo Wen, you no longer need to worry. Yi Duolong's current situation will wake up tomorrow at the latest. I think Mr. Luo Wen seems very tired. Now you can go eat something to restore your spirit. The Pokemon Center has a supply of it. As for Dragapult, here I will watch it. Then I'll trouble Miss Joy. Luo Wen did not refuse. Using aura's power would consume both energy and physical strength. He really needed nutrition urgently. If there is no nutritional supplement and continue like this, maybe Duolong will recover and he will lie on the hospital bed again. Afterwards, Luo Wen came to the cafeteria in Pokemon Center, ordered some things and started eating. The food is Joy's assistant Chinsi, but there is no problem with the taste of the food. After he ate some, he ordered some more. Chinsi seemed very happy that the food he made was recognized. After eating, Luo Wen rested on the sofa and recovered his energy. About an hour later, the group hurried to the Pokemon Center. This group of people are naturally Ash and Pikachu. After entering the Pokemon Center, they immediately looked around. After seeing Luo Wen, his eyes lit up and he immediately walked over. Rovan Elite. Ash, you are here, how are you doing? Luo Wen opened his eyes and looked up to respond. Ash immediately said, we have nothing to do with the blessing of the lake, but on the other hand I heard about the later things. How is Duolong's situation? Luo Wen briefly said the situation, Duolong has not woken up yet, but he is out of danger and there is no big problem, so don't worry. That's good. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Duolong was also injured for helping hand. Fortunately there was no problem. Luo Wen shook his head and said, you can't blame you can only blame Team Rocket Giovanni for being hateful enough. By the way, why didn't you see Celebi? Brock walked over and whispered Luoan Elite because he was afraid that Celebi would be E-posed. He attracted Team Rockets again, so we let Celebi hide nearby and we will pick her up later. It done well. Luo Wen nodded. In this situation it's definitely right to be careful. Then he thought about Ash's previous situation and said, you guys check it too to make sure there is no problem. After all, Team Rockets' the weapon is very strong. Please bring Celebi in and check it out. I'm here, there is no big problem. Misty nodded, immediately pushed Ash and Sueshin forward and said as she walked, you guys hurry up and find Miss Joy to help check and talk about other things. Brock said little by little, okay, I'll pick up Celebi. Chapter 243 NET Destination. Brock brought Celebi to the Pokemon Center with a backpack. Miss Joy is well informed and actually recognizes Celebi. Is this why you were attacked by Team Rocket? But she remembered that when she contacted her not long ago, Brock said she was attacked by Team Rocket, but she was not surprised at that time. Johto region, there are many trainers attacked by Team Rockets every year, but after seeing Celebi she suddenly realized that things were not simple. Can you also ask what are the identity of the Team Rockets members who attacked you? It's the boss of Team Rockets, it seems to be called Giovanni. Misty replied on the side. She followed Ash, but it was not the first time she met Team Rocket's boss. The last Mutuo incident was also the boss of Team Rockets who came here in person. The three of them are not unfamiliar. Joy was silent. Team Rocket's boss? She finally understood that Dragapult's physique is so strong and his strength is definitely not weak. At least he is the main force of the 4 elite champion and even the ace Pokemon. Why was he beaten so badly? Now I finally understand. It is not easy to meet the boss of Team Rockets and be able to escape without any hesitation. Brock also said thanks to Rowan Elite, if it weren't for this we wouldn't have escaped. Team Rocket Giovanni's power is not something they can resist at all. Elite Joy was not present when Luo Wen communicated with Ash and others just now, so he didn't know Luo Wen's identity. The danger has disappeared. Brock returned to his previous appearance and found that Joy was confused. He immediately came over and said charmingly, Mr. Luo Wen is Unova's elite. Miss Joy, if you want to know more. Okay, Miss Joy must know a lot, you don't need to e-plane. Misty left in Brock's ear. Joy smiled awkwardly and then said to Luo Wen elite, it's really rude. It's just an identity, it's not worth mentioning. Ash and the others will ask you, Miss Joy. Their situation shouldn't be serious, right? Speaking of which, Giovanni will appear probably because of his interference, because of his behavior of looking for Iron Masked Marauder. Giovanni discovered the exception and found it directly. That's why Celebi, Ash and Sueshin were bombarded by missiles. If something happens he will definitely not be able to let him go. Joy said said in surprise. Both Ash or Sueshan, from the test results they are very healthy and have no problems. As for Celebi, the test results have not yet appeared, but according to my experience Celebi is very healthy. Luo Wen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's good. Not long after Celebi's inspection was over, as Joy said, there are no problems and are extremely healthy. At the same time it is time to part. Xue Cheng is a person from the past and cannot stay in this time and space for too long, otherwise it may cause considerable chaos. The group found a quiet place near the Pokemon Center to bid farewell to Sueshan. Luo Wen also wanted to take this opportunity to ask what the bracelet that could take him through time and space was. Celebi, me. As soon as Luo Wen spoke, Celebi's movements interrupted him. Green light condensed from Celebi's body and then 5 emerald green gems the size of water droplets appeared. The emerald green gems are extremely magnificent. Seeing the gems is like seeing the entire forest. Subsequently, under the control of Celebi, these gems came to the 5 people present. Ash, Misty, Brock, Sueshan and Luo Wen all have one. So beautiful Celebi is this for us? Misty as a woman has a significantly stronger interest in gemstone. Me, Celebi nodded. This is thanks to everyone present. Thank you Celebi. Misty jumped up excitedly. I will cherish it. Ash, Xue Cheng and Brock are not that interested in gems, but this is a symbol of friendship and they also like it very much. We will cherish it Celebi. Luo Wen looked at the emerald gem in his palm and put all the things he wanted to say back in his heart. I see. All doubts were plain. No wonder he was able to travel through time and space. No wonder he was able to attract the attention of Celebi in that time and space, because this thing itself is condensed by Celebi. Celebi looked very happy when she saw that everyone liked his gift very much and she happily circled around. However, we must be separated in the end. It was soon time for Celebi and Sueshan to leave. Xue Cheng looked at everyone, then came to Ash, took out 5 hand-drawn paintings from his backpack and said, I am not a person from your time and space. Some things cannot be left behind, but these paintings are definitely not a problem. In the painting he himself as well as Ash, Misty, Brock, Luo Wen, Pikachu and Celebi are all there. He gave one picture to draw. I hope you like it. Ash also wanted to search for a backpack to give a gift when he received the gift. However, as soon as he started to act he was stopped by Xue Cheng. Ash doesn't have to give me something, I can't accept it. Why? Ash was very confused. Luo Wen, who was standing aside, said a little thing may cause a huge change. Snow Cheng will not have much impact on giving us something, while things we send Snow Cheng may cause huge fluctuations. Sueshan nodded and said that's it, so terribly sorry. Ash immediately said no need to apologize, as long as you remember each other it's the same. Luo Wen smiled. Ash could always say the key words at some point. Soon time has come. Me, Celebi began to use his power. Buzz. The sound of time and space fluctuations appeared again and Xue Cheng flew up ready to travel through time and space. Just before leaving he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, thank Ms. Miju's mother-in-law for helping me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Cheng and Celebi disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Ash and others were not old and felt a little sad for a while. Seeing this, Luo Wen said, don't be sad. Xue Cheng is probably the past person in our time and space. Maybe one day you will be able to meet him, or even say you have already met him. I have met it, but none of the people we know is called Xue Cheng. Ash was immediately distracted. Sueshan is his name. Do you know what his name is? Take a look at Ash with your heart. Even if you haven't encountered it now, you may encounter it in the future. Luo Wen did not directly remind him, and some things should be compared to Ash himself discovers. Good. Okay, then I will definitely find Sueshan in the future. Ash was full of energy. Misty, who was standing beside him, silently raised her hand and said, Sueshan's actual age is not younger than Miss Miju's mother-in-law. So is Sueshan an old man now? Ash was not affected at all. Then you need to find it too. I really convinced you. Misty had no choice but to hold her forehead. Only Brock looked thoughtful. I haven't noticed it before. After Luo Wen Elite's reminder, he felt that he had heard the name Sueshan somewhere. I have heard of it myself, which means I am a celebrity, but who is it? Brock looked at Ash and a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Yeah, Sueshan, the founder of Pokemon Science. Isn't it called Oak Sueshan? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that Rowan Elite put his finger on his mouth and looked like a shhhh. Then he saw Ash's excited look and finally chose to shut up. Maybe it will be better until Ash discovers it himself. On the other hand, Sueshan returned to his time and space and woke up from the ground. At this moment his mind was in chaos and he felt as if he had forgotten something. At this moment a beautiful sister who wrapped her head in cloth came over and said anxiously, little brother, you have nothing to do, how could you fall here? Xue Cheng recognized this person as the sister who delivered her food before entering the forest, so she didn't have much vigilance and said, I don't know either, I just always feel that I've experienced something important. The eldest sister said, no matter what, you are not in good condition now, so you should go back and have a rest with me first. Sueshan did not refuse refuse. Then he was helped up by his elder sister, and a small gem and a sketch fell from him. After seeing this, the elder sister was very curious. Hey, what a beautiful gem, what a warm painting, little brother, when did you draw it? Does it have any meaning? The moment Xuecheng saw the emerald green gems and pictures, he recalled some things in his mind. These things are a bit blurry and many details are incomplete, but he remembered a lot after all. Facing the big sister's problem, Xuecheng of this time and space and Professor Oak of Ash time and space picked up the sketches and emerald green gems almost at the same time and said, there are just some selfish thoughts hidden in it, maybe this gem is too. After seeing Xuecheng off, Ash and others also stayed in the Pokemon Center. Because they are very worried about Duolong's situation, they must wait until Duolong wakes up before leaving. Luo Wen naturally would not force them but just let them be at will. As Joy said, Duolong himself had no big problems and he woke up from his sleep that night. Luo Wen, who had been guarding Duolong, immediately came to Duolong. Miss Joy was also awakened and came to check for Duolong. The inspection speed is very fast and the results are not long before. Duolong is very healthy and there is no problem, Joy announced with a smile. After hearing this, Luo Wen completely relaxed. Duolong, it's great, you're fine. Duolong also knew that he had made Luo Wen worried for a long time, so he leaned his head over and rubbed Luo Wen's cheek to press comfort. Luo Wen immediately laughed and scolded, you guy, you are about to stick to me as soon as you wake up. Why aren't you brave enough when you're unconscious? Duolong knew that Luo Wen was angry that he had made a risky move to devour drills to In. If it was not handled properly at that time, the condition would be even worse. In order to appease Luo Wen, he immediately told him about his gain. He turned all the Tuins of Beedrill into his own power. The champion threshold, which I didn't know how long it would take to reach, was right in front of me. As long as you settle for a period of time, you will transform again and reach the champion stage that Luo Wen mentioned. After listening to this, Luo Wen still had a stern face and said, although saying that the result is good is that you have gained a lot of benefits, but it does not mean that this matter is right. Remember it in the future. You must never use this method unless you have to. This method has a high risk, but it can also save lives in real emergency situations. Seeing that Luo Wen was so serious, Duolong decisively admitted his conscience and immediately promised that he would never use this method easily in the future. Then he began to change the topic. After being in a coma for so long, he wanted to eat. Luo Wen smiled helplessly and said, I'll prepare it for you immediately. Miss Joy, Duolong wants to eat something, right? Joy looked at the interaction between Pokemon and found it very interesting and had not disturbed her. When she heard Luo Wen's question, she came back to her senses and replied, of course, Duolong is indeed lacking in nutrition now, so she can eat more. Luo Wen carried the exclusive food of Duolong, so it was not difficult to prepare. Soon Duolong swallowed the Pokemon Center, consuming a lot of energy, and he was really hungry. Luo Wen sat on the sofa beside him and watched without interrupting him. Perhaps because of his constant tension, after confirming that Duolong had no problems, he relaxed and fell asleep on the sofa. When he woke up in the morning, Rowan found himself lying on the bed in the center of Pokemon, very energetic. Duolong had a green Aegislash and two Diaces squeezed together, which look very warm. Luo Wen smiled and woke up Pokemon. Good morning, everyone. The Pokemons woke up immediately and came to him, wanting to get close to him. He was helpless about this and could only shout, okay, I'm just tired and now I've recovered my energy, okay. After comforting Pokemon with Duolong and others, Luo Wen took them to the backyard of Pokemon Center to eat. Only a spacious place can be used. Not long after he arrived, Ash and his group also came to the backyard with the same purpose, to find a place to eat for the Pokemon. After seeing Luo Wen and the dragon beside Luo Wen, Ash and the other two walked over immediately. Good morning, Luo Wen. Elite Duolong looks healthy. Before Luo Wen could speak, Duolong replied by himself, indicating that he is very strong now. That's great. Ash laughed happily, then said, thank you so much. Before Duolong. Duolong said generously that it was okay. Everyone chatted in a mess, not knowing when they talked about the NET destination. After learning that Luo Wen was on vacation, he tried to invite Luo Wen. Rovan, Elite, our NET place is going to a city called Ormado, which is a famous resort. Should we go with us? Chapter 244. Latias. Alto Mare, a famous tourist city in Jonta region, has a long history and is surrounded by the sea. The entire city seems to be built on the sea and is called the capital of water. Luo Wen knew that the capital of water is naturally because the capital of water, Alto Mare, is also a place where important stories happen. The legendary Alto Mare encountered disaster and two Pokemons, Latios and Latias, arrived and saved Alto Mare with the help of a treasure called Soldew. To thank Latios and Latias, the people of Alto Mare built statues for the two Pokemons and regarded them as patron saints. Soldew's power is very powerful and he is naturally targeted, which has caused many things. Luo Wen didn't expect that Ash and his group would go there at this time. If it were something else, he might refuse. use, but he vaguely remembers that the story of Alto Mare is a story full of regret. Since that's the case, let's go. He still has a lot of time now. Therefore, facing the invitation from Ash and the other two, he chose to agree. Alto Mare, who has been heard of for a long time, can go and have a look. I heard that it is a good city. Very good. Ash and the other two were very happy when they invited Luo Wen. This time Luo Wen helped them a lot and was able to take this opportunity to repay them. Misty immediately said, I read Alto Mare's guide. Recently it has been the peak season for tourism. There are many tourists and it is very lively. Therefore there are water-type Pokemon racing almost every day. If you rush there early you might be able to do it. Participate. She is the most active of the three and she is even the one who proposes to go to Alto Mare. The water capital is really too suitable for her. Water-type gym future leader and water-type Pokemon master. After hearing this, Luo Wen smiled and said, Duolong has completely recovered his health, so let's go quickly. If you miss it, it will be a pity. Good. The four of them hit it off and decided to set off on the same day. Joy from Music Town did not object either. After all, no one knows more about Duolong and Ash than her. In the state of waiting, you don't have to stay in the Pokemon Center for too long. After leaving the Pokemon Center, the group came to Land's Crossing entrance and boarded the ship to Alto Mare. This was actually the first plan of Ash and the three of them, but they heard that there were many Pokemon in the forest halfway through and they changed itinerary. Fortunately, I didn't waste too much time. Now I'm going to catch up with the lively time of Alto Mare. It takes 2 days and 2 nights for a steamer to sail to Alto Mare. Luo Wen also took the time to check the changes in Duolong's body. Although Aura's power is not as accurate as the instruments of the Pokemon Center, many things can still be felt. The physical fitness and energy have been doubled at least, and the cells are extremely active, and it seems that there will be drastic changes at any time. This is a sign of the imminent transformation. Giovanni drills to, and it can be said that you saved several months with Helping Hand. But I'm very curious, how did you do it? You should know that devouring drill to ins does not mean that absorb can be absorbed. There must be a method. Even though Luo Wen used Aura Helping Hand Duolong, he could not see what method Duolong used. Duolong naturally would not hide Luo Wen, so he briefly explained his method. The method comes from the pirate world. I learned it from the pirate world before and after Luffy. Duolong himself doesn't know the name of his ability. He only knows that his ability is to quickly digest a large amount of food and digest it. It is said that even if you suffer a serious injury, you can still recover from your state in this way. Duolong didn't care before. After all, he basically couldn't use it. This time he was hit by a violent Tuin and was seriously injured. He suddenly thought of this ability. Anything can be digested, so are the Tuins the same? Therefore I began to try to use Tuins as food and began to digest them. The final result proves that this method is feasible. He used this special method to digest drills Tuin. Of course, these Tuins Helping Hand have improved their physical fitness, which Duolong himself did not expect. After listening to Duolong's explanation, Luo Wen immediately thought of a very special ability of Luffy returning life. Life returns can freely control the body, hair and internal organ. As long as you pour consciousness into it, you can freely control anywhere. Of course, the effect of this ability on Luffy is extremely perverted. In order to save Ace, Luffy once entered the Navy's most terrifying prison. He was hit by the wardens Tuin in the prison and suffered an extremely serious poisoning state. At that time his life was hanging on the line. After his state was stabilized, he used his life to return all the Tuins of the warden, absorb and restored his state. In the subsequent story, Luffy was defeated by Kaido, one of the 4 pirate emperors. He was in extremely poor condition and ate a lot of food, returned it to his entire life and immediately returned to his peak. This is an extremely perverted ability. Unexpectedly, Duolong returned his life silently and used it to turn Giovanni drills to and absorb into a good thing. Thinking of this, Luo Wen rubbed Duolong's chin and said, "It done very well, Duolong." Duolong was very happy and took advantage of Luo Wen. Luo Wen did not stop him but was thinking about whether he could learn other Pokemon after returning his life. If you can learn it, you will definitely not be too small for Pokemon's Helping Hand. After all, Duolong has already verified it. So he said, "Duolong, then you can try it out. Can you teach this ability to Aegis and the others?" Duolong nodded. He would not refuse Luo Wen's request. The few days were boring because the ship they were riding was not that huge cruise ship and there was no activity. Every day I can only see the scenery by the river. Duolong began to teach Aegis to return their life. Unfortunately, Aegis has made no progress at all. However, the 2 Dionsais have achieved certain result. Of course, the 2 of them saw more deeply, especially Princess Diancie. She is a champion level Pokemon and has been studying life force for a long time in Belloberg. After learning that life is returned, our understanding of life is further improved. I feel that I will soon be able to restore the vitality of Arlo 6. Luo Wen, thank you for letting Duolong teach me this method. Luo Wen smiled and said, "It's good that you can help Hand. If you have any questions, just ask ask Duolong. Duolong has a very good talent, but after simply learning from Luffy for a while he completely learned to return his life. Princess Diancie has better talent and faster speed. The net day her understanding of life return vaguely surpassed that of Duolong and even summarized a better way to use life return. Therefore Princess Diancie became a teacher again. Of course Princess Diancie's teacher's career ended not long after because the ship reached the purpose of this trip, Earth capital of water Alto Mare. Alto Mare is very similar to Venice, a water city in his previous life, but the water in the world of Pokemon is brighter and clearer without any odor. Once you get off the ship you can see many tourists walking towards the city. I finally arrived. I like this city. Come in quickly. Misty was already a little impatient and after that she ran in. Luo Wen and the three men were helpless and had no choice but to follow. Misty, go find a place to live first. Don't worry. Pokemon centers in tourist cities like Alto Mare rarely have spare accommodation. Therefore everyone found a hotel to settle down. Then everyone started to stroll in Alto Mare and during this time they encountered the registration location for water racing. Neither Misty nor Ash signed up without hesitation. Luo Wen and Brock did not have a water-type Pokemon, so they had no choice but to give up. Of course Luo Wen was not interested in racing either. When Ash and Misty were signing up, Luo Wen came to a place where no one was around and released Duolong. Duolong, thank you for your hard work these 2 days. Find 2 women in Alto Mare, one with blonde hair and the other with short silver hair. The 2 of them are basically together and find a way to find them. The person who is eyeing Soldu, the secret treasure of the water city, is the famous sister thieves in the thief world, Annie and Oakley. These 2 people are good at committing crimes with high technology. According to the timeline they should have arrived at Alto Mare and are looking for traces of Latios and Latias, because only by capturing Latios or Latias can you control the power of Soldu. Since Luo Wen has arrived here he naturally has to kill things in the cradle. It happened to capture the 2 big thieves and make a comeback for the performance of the Johto Alliance. Duolong nodded and then disappeared into the shadow. Unfortunately the city of Alto Mare is not small. Duolong searched for a day without all the search. Naturally he did not find 2 big thief sisters, Annie and Oakley. I discovered the Team Rocket's trio. Luo Wen ignored it either. Forget it, if you can't find it you can't find it, then you'll still use a stupid method. Luo Wen smiled and said it's very simple, just follow Ash. Just follow Ash and you can find Latias. As long as Latias appears the thief sisters can naturally be easily found. The method is just like waiting for Iron Masked Marauder, which is very useful. The NET day the water racing race was held as scheduled. The rules of the competition are simple. The trainer stepped on the surfboard and used ropes as a connection to let his water-type Pokemon take him to sprint along the prescribed track. This kind of racing not only tests Pokemon's endurance but also tests the trainer's control over the power of balance. As long as there is one that doesn't work it is impossible to get a championship. Luo Wen and Brock, who was holding Tajipai, took Pikachu to watch the battle on the stone bridge where the starting point and the end point. There is a large screen live broadcast here, so there is no need to worry about not being able to watch it. As the signal of the competition sounded and the competition began, many participants rushed out in an instant. The water-type Pokemon used by Ash is Totodile, full of vitality. Misty uses Corsola. Most of these participants are trainers from outside and problems arise without training. Of course the other 2 people were accidental. One of them is Ash and the other is Misty. As the heir to water-type gym this is not difficult for her. She is a strong competitor to champion. Ash is quite powerful. He maintains balance purely by relying on his strong physique and tacit understanding with Pokemon. Soon Ash passed by the stone bridge where Rowan and Brock were standing. Brock accidentally pushed Pikachu, who was standing on the handrail of the stone bridge, because he was talking to the elder sister beside him. So a very coincidental scene happened and Pikachu fell on Ash. No acting is done. Not long after only 3 people were the ones leading the way. Ash, Misty and a water-type Pokemon are Wailmer trainers. Wailmer's trainer is a local and Misty has a strong grasp of water-type Pokemon. Therefore it didn't take long for the lead to become these 2 people. Ash is completely behind. Brock leaned against the big screen and said, unfortunately I thought Ash had a chance to compete for the championship, but it seemed that there was no hope. Luo Wen looked at Ash before he gave up and smiled and said, maybe Ash, etc. What's the explosion? The possibility of an outbreak is very small, right? Brock felt it was not very likely. Time passes minute by minute. Misty and the locals are close to the finish line and Ash is already far behind. But Luo Wen knew that Ash's Pokemon succubus physique was about to play a role. No one could notice that there was an invisible figure on the water surface of the track. She followed Ash forward and after watching for a while the invisible figure quietly lifted the rope Ash was pulling. In an instant Totodile felt that he had flew up and his speed suddenly increased as if something was pulling him. Ash was also very surprised, but he was so nervous furious that he only thought it was Totodile that broke out and shouted, "Totodile, that's it, rush!" Ash, who was originally behind, instantly caught up with Misty and the local players ahead. "Oh, Mr. Ash has caught up. Could it be that the situation is about to reverse?" the commentator said excitedly when he saw Ash's performance. The atmosphere at the scene became intense in an instant. Everyone likes to watch this reversal scene. Brock also cheered because Ash is already ahead. Just when everyone felt that Ash was sure to win, Ash suddenly turned around and rushed out of the track. "Totodile, it's not this one, it's the other one," Ash shouted. However, Totodile was extremely excited now and couldn't listen to the words at all. Vana, of course, even if you can listen, it is not something that Totodile can control now. In the end, Ash lost the opportunity to win the championship because he rushed to the wrong direction, while Misty took the lead and became the championship with a little bit. Then came the award ceremony and Misty received a beautiful souvenir. Whalmer's trainer has his own boat and is willing to send everyone a ride. "That's great, Ash!" As Misty shouted, everyone realized that Ash had not come to meet. Misty immediately complained, "That's true, how can Ash lose his links at critical moment?" Brock tried to smooth things over and said, Okay, go find Ash first." Luo Wen's face changed slightly. "Duolong, go find Ash. Take a day off. Kevin, please leave for one day." Chapter 245 Annie Oakley, I'm going to play Elite. Before the champion award ceremony, Ash and Totodile were pulled to the edge of the track by an inexplicable force and then stopped and got ashore. Totodile didn't notice that there was eternal force helping him. He thought he was running in the wrong direction and his little head was drooping full of guilt. "It's okay, who's not a mistake?" Ash's face was gentle without any intention of blaming Totodile. Vana, when Totodile heard this, he became energetic again. He had this personality and his emotions came and went quickly. Pikachu originally wanted to come over to comfort Totodile, but at this moment it keenly sensed that an unknown object seemed to flash by in the sky. Pick up, Pikachu called twice to notify Ash and then chased after him. Seeing this, Ash quickly took Totodile back to Pokeball and hurriedly followed Pikachu. After a while, Pikachu chased a lively square, but after searching he found nothing and he was so tired that he was out of breath. At this time, Pikachu found that there was a place to flush in the square which looked very comfortable. He leaned over with joy, but he was too short to reach Kanto. Just as he was in ease, a brown-haired girl came over with light steps. She was wearing a green t-shirt and a white short skirt, just like a breeze in summer. She raised her hand gently and helped Pikachu turn on the faucet. Pick up. Pikachu narrowed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed the erosion of the water. "Pikachu, you're here." Ash finally caught up and happened to see the scene of the girl helping her. He smiled and said, "Thank you for helping, Pikachu." "Pikachu, it turns out that you have made new friends." The girl didn't say anything but just approached Ash quietly and then circled around him several times, her eyes full of curiosity as if she was very interested. This action made Ash confused, but the girl was still silent, but the corners of her mouth raised lightly, showing a mysterious smile, then turned around and ran away. Ash looked at the girl's departure back, scratched his head and said, "I feel like this person is a bit mysterious." Pick up. Pikachu also agreed, obviously the same feeling as Ash. On the other side, after leaving, the girl walked briskly on the streets of Alto Mare, and Alto Mare is on the side of the ubiquitous waterway. Suddenly a speedboat slowly drove from the waterway behind her. On the speedboat there were two women, one with silver hair and the other with blonde hair. They are the infamous thieves Oakley and Annie. Annie and Oakley stared at the instrument in their hands, and the girl's figure was clearly reflected on the screen. As the instruments analyze rapidly, the girl's image continues to change. Sister Oakley put on a pair of special glasses, and in an instant the girl in front of her turned into a transparent phantom like a small plane in her eyes. "It seems that I've found it right. It's really strange that Pokemon can actually disguise himself as a human. What brand of clothes is her body?" Sister Oakley looked relaxed and comfortable, as if everything was under control. Sister Annie skillfully drove the speedboat and slowly approached the girl. When he arrived at the girl, Oakley shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey Latias, where did you buy this clothes?" The girl Latias was instantly panicked when she heard this and her mind went blank. She actually maintained the appearance of a human being and ran away. How could Oakley and Annie allow her to escape easily? "Go Espion! Ariados, stop her!" The two of them quickly released their Pokemon. Latias was surrounded and had no way to escape, so he hurriedly changed direction and continued to escape, but unexpectedly Espion and Ariados moved very quickly and blocked her way again. Not only that, Ariados also sprayed spider silk, wrapping Latias tightly. At this critical moment, Pikachu and Ash arrived. Pikachu's senses seemed to have a detector. As soon as Oakley and Annie started, he noticed something strange and hurriedly brought Ash to him. When Ash saw this scene, his sense of justice instantly burst into pieces and he could not sit idly by. He rushed forward with a quick step and with his brute force he pulled the constrict Latias's silk thread. This time he completely had a conflict with Oakley and Annie. Tisk nosy guy espion, get them out. Unfortunately, although Oakley and Annie are very good at high-tech, means their strength is very average. Before espion could react, he was so hot that he was shot by Pikachu with Thunderbolt and he was directly powered back to the speedboat. Oakley and Annie were also affected and were in a mess. Latias seized this opportunity and maintained her appearance as a girl. She took Ash's hand and ran away. The two of them walked through the intricate alleys of Alto Mare and soon disappeared without a trace. Espion and Ariados were chasing each other closely behind, but they couldn't catch up. Ash was taken away by Latias for a long time and finally stopped in a quiet alley. What happened just now? Why did they attack you? Ash finally recovered, full of doubts, and wanted to ask for a clear answer. But before he finished speaking, he found that the girl beside him had disappeared. What the hell is going on? From the beginning he was filled with doubts, but until now none of them were solved. On the other hand, Oakley and Annie's Pokemon failed to catch up with Latias and Ash, but their high-tech instrument lock on Ash's position. Sister Annie looked at Ash's face on the small laptop and sneered, "Don't want to run away, Latias." In order to realize their plans, Latias must be seized. However, just as the sisters were about to release more monitors to find Latias's hiding place, the speedboat they were riding suddenly shaking violently as if something had fallen from the sky. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in my ear. What plan? Annie and Oakley suddenly turned around and saw a young and handsome face appearing in front of them with a strange-looking Pokemon net to them. "I'll introduce myself. My name is Luo Wen and I'm one of the Alliance Elite. I'm very interested in your plan. Can you introduce it to me?" Luo Wen was helpless and couldn't watch it for a while. Ash disappeared and did not come to meet as agreed. He was worried that Ash would have an accident, so he hurriedly asked Duolong to search around the city. Although Ash has always had good luck, he is not afraid of 10,000, just fear of one. This time Duolong finally gained something. Although he didn't find Ash, he found traces of Annie and Oakley, so he hurriedly brought Luo Wen over. It can only be said that fortunately Annie and Oakley stayed here for a while, otherwise Luo Wen might not have been able to find them. The two sisters Annie and Oakley became panicked when they heard the word elite. They are indeed well-known thieves, but they are still thieves. Usually because they are hiding well, the League will not invest too much energy in both of them. As for elite level trainers, it is even more impossible to be sent to catch them. As a result, an elite appeared in front of them now.